Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
All right, good Friday evening to everybody out there, and thanks for joining our broadcast today from Lisbon High School Gymnasium for the 2025 Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament. I'm Brent Dick along with Chase Miller today for the calls over here on mats number 1 and mat number 2. And we're right around 10 minutes away from opening things up here with the girls dual team tournament. So we're going to step away for a quick timeout and then come back and then kind of get into or give you a little pre-match, pre-dual tournament program here and then get started with the competition. So we'll step away for a timeout and come back. And thanks for joining us.
Winter is coming. Are you ready? At Agassi Sales, we'll help you build the snow removal fleet you need now. With Hyundai Construction Equipment Snow Lease Program, you'll get flexible financing, low monthly rates, and even the option of 6 months on, 6 months off. Plus, every machine is backed by our certified service department. Call Agassi Sales at 888-836-4029 or visit agassisales.com. Agassi Sales, your partner for power and reliability.
No job too big, no call too small. Bears Home Solutions handles it all. You need a bear in there, oh yeah. Keeping homes just right with expert care. Let our stars guide you when repairs scare. You need a bear in there.
Check out bearshomesolutions.com.
Give them the freedom to grow with the peace of mind of security and safety.
Let me do my thing. So get ready, get up, get ready, yeah.
America's Best Checking for students from Bell Bank makes it easy to let them do their thing.
It's what it's all about.
Visit www.bell.bank/student-checking to learn more. Or stop into a branch near you to open an account today.
Let me do my thing.
Bell Bank, member FDIC.
For the last 25 years, Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties has been serving the real estate needs of Fargo-Moorhead and the surrounding communities. Whether you're buying, selling, or investing, Carlita is ready to help you evaluate the market and make the right choice for you. Take the first step into selling into your next home by calling Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties at 701-367-5918. Experienced, confident, qualified. Carlita Dietz.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
All right, welcome back here to Lisbon High School Gymnasium. We're back for the 2025 Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament. I'm here with Chase Miller. So, Chase, had this dual team tournament last year during the holiday break, a little bit different, a little bit earlier this year, but we're back for another year of girls wrestling here in 2025, 2026.
Yeah, and you and I were talking, Brent, a little bit that from last year, seeing some different teams, particularly if you're a North Dakota fan, right? You're able to see Brainerd from last year. This year, you're seeing Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parker's Prairie coming in here to Lisbon. We saw the Moorhead Spuds, West Fargo United came down here. So when you can get Bismarck High coming down, Dickinson, the Mavericks, we looked at those rosters into today, and they could make enough for 2 teams, with how many wrestlers that they have out here, Brent. So very much looking forward to it. And you and I even were joking earlier in the week, this is a sport, particularly on the North Dakota side, that just continues to grow, and co-ops now are having their own individual teams, and they might only have 6 to 7 wrestlers, but it's enough to, make your own varsity team, wear your own colors, wear your own flag, so to speak. So at what point does North Dakota have to start looking at a two-class system in wrestling as you have on the boys' side with A and B? I'm not sure how many more years we're away from it, but the trajectory of girls wrestling and the participants right now, I think, is going to force the High School Activities Association hand to take a look at it here in a couple of years, Brent.
Yeah, definitely have to take a hard look. Maybe it might be after this year. And, just going back to your point about some of these teams growing, you take a look at like Oaks and Northern Cass. Oaks last year, they didn't send a wrestler to the state tournament. And you look at their roster this year, and, they got right around, close to a full team roster with about 12 to 14 girls on it. So they're growing their sport. I know Hunter Greenmeyer over there, their coach, is working hard to recruiting girls, and that was one of his goals to get that program over there in Oaks. Maybe not where the boys program is right now, but, he's working towards that, and, it's coming around.
Well, I was going to say, take a look at what Jake has done here with Lisbon, right? Just take a look at the last 3 to 4 years of girls wrestling in Lisbon to the numbers that they have now. And when it comes to just a dual setting, you have to have the numbers to really be competitive to try to win a state tournament. You can't have multiple open weight classes and just give up 6 points, freely here, Brent. So all of a sudden you look at Lisbon, and just from a dual standpoint, I think there's a lot of people that think Lisbon's got a really good chance in the East this year to get back to state and make some noise on the dual side.
Yeah, and Lisbon's looking to improve off of their state performance last year. They placed 7th at the state tournament. They defeated South Border, so South Border is another team, that we're looking at that's growing their program. They got a lot of good young wrestlers there as well. So Lisbon and South Border both in this dual tournament. They get to take on the 2-time defending state dual team champions this weekend against the Bismarck High Demons. So we'll see how that all shakes out here.
We'll take a quick break here, Brent, and we'll continue with more after this and talk about that around the corner next year in Lisbon.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
As an American Family Insurance agent, Chris and Monica Heisey look out for what matters to you most, even when nothing is wrong. These days, everyone wants to save money, and they can show you how easy it is to have multiple policies by combining your auto and homeowner's insurance. Let Chris Heisey Agency with American Family Insurance put some change back into your pocket. For more info, visit chrisheisey.com. That's chrisheisey.com for all the details.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're back here at the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. I'm Brent Dick along with Chase Miller. Chase and I were just talking a little bit of girls wrestling and how it's grown over the years. So, Chase, we're getting ready now to kick off our dual team tournament here in Lisbon. And just looking at our mat schedule, we got a full mat schedule for day number 1. And then we'll come back tomorrow on Saturday for the second day of wrestling. So looking for a good dual team tournament here in Lisbon.
And I think from a wrestler's point of view, you get to see tries, you get to see quads early. We'll have boys wrestling tomorrow as well in Hillsboro. They got a plethora of teams. I think about 16 teams or so from across North Dakota, Minnesota coming down. And I think in a tournament like this, Brent, growing forward, you always have to find your weekend. Like you said, it was worked on the calendar last year to do it over the holidays. This year it worked to do it a little bit earlier just with what you have. So as this tournament continues to grow, there's going to be a weekend that it's probably going to stick on moving forward. And who are the teams that can come down here, particularly on a Friday, Saturday, get to see some different teams, get to see some different faces that might not be in your area. So a team like Bertha, Hewitt, Verndale, Parker's Perry, going to be fun to kind of see some different faces from them compared to a Bismarck or what Lisbon will see with Dickinson tomorrow morning. That's what I'm most looking forward to. South Borders and the Lisbons, you get to see each other enough when it comes to the travel schedule and all your other sports. Time to see someone else across the state.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You see some fresh faces on the wrestling match, maybe a little bit different wrestling style, some different strategies out there. Because you're right, it does get, when you get into the end of January, February, you've seen some of these girls or some of these wrestlers have seen each other, 4, 5, 6 times. And, it's good to get some of that new competition.
And even on the dual side, it's been crazy to think about how, a few years ago, you probably would never thought to do a girls' dual weekend. much less with multiple teams, maybe even 3 teams was kind of pushing it, Brent. Now all of a sudden this is going to be expected going forward with the numbers of girls wrestling that this won't be the only dual tournament you'll see across the state, I think, going forward. Individual, yes, there's those Bell of the Brawls. The girls' store, Hog, now has its own weekend instead of the boys, similar to what they've done in Castleton with the Letterman to now call it the Bell of the Brawl. But I think from a dual standpoint, Brent, we're going to see more dual opportunities here for girls wrestling.
Yeah, and that's just continued growth of the girls wrestling in the state of North Dakota. It's good to see, the teams like Oaks and South Border, Lisbon, and Northern Cass being able to field a dual team come down here to compete. All right, we'll just get you oriented. We're ready to get our duels underway. So you have in the main gymnasium, we have mats number 1, number 2. So I'll have the call on mat number 1. Chase Miller has the call on mat number 2. And mat number 1 starting out your duel is Lisbon, and they'll take on Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parker's Prairie. So that match and that duel up here over on mat number 1. And then mat number 2, we have South Border versus Northern Cass. Mat number 3 over in the Armory is Oaks versus Dickinson, and then West Fargo versus Bismarck.
You look at some of the rosters here. Dickinson, crazy to think to call them the Mavericks, but again, the Mavericks now moving forward here, Brent, for them. But they got just a ton of wrestlers on their schedule. Same for Bismarck High. I think from the West perspective, they're going to have some really quality teams once you get to state. Same thing for Minot and what they've been able to do. And I think the question now even becomes at girls wrestling, when does some co-ops dissolve and you make it, instead of just Minot being everything together, Minot and Minot North, does the Lax, does Nedrose at some point in future years get their own opportunities? Because like girls hockey with Bismarck to Blizzard, they finally split. Fargo North South for girls hockey can probably split as well, and I think we're going to see that in girls wrestling in a couple years. Some of these bigger schools that are in the metro that have made just Grand Forks together, there could be a Rough Rider and a Knights program, not the Night Riders, so to speak, as we've seen for some co-op athletics in future and previous years.
Yeah, and that might just be, part of the growing pains, if you want to call it a growing pain of, growing girls wrestling, is some of those, like you said, some of those co-ops having to break up, and maybe, they're not to the level where they were when they were a co-op, and they got to take a step back, but then you take 2 steps forwards after that.
I call it good problems, right?
Good problems, that's right. That is a good problem.
Those are good problems, because the one thing in high school sports or prep sports, you want to give athletes opportunities, because in some instances that weight class you might be a really good wrestler, but in your wrestling room you're 3rd or 4th in that weight class, and you can't even make state because you have 2 people that are in front of you, Brent, where if you did break it up or split it up, then you have a chance to make some noise, get to state, and kind of prove what you can do outside of just the wrestling room.
Yep, that's a very good point, and you'll find that even in a wrestling room like Lisbon or Oaks, sometimes you're 2 or 3 guys deep or 2 or 3 wrestlers deep in weight class, and it breeds more competition, and it's just a better product overall.
The one thing that I'm looking forward to is just seeing how this one continues to grow as it did last year. I mean, you had West Fargo, you had the Moorhead Spuds, Bemidji, like we said, some different teams. Minot High came down. Able to see when you get a team like Bertha Hewitt, when you get a team like Dickinson to make the trek all the way down to Lisbon here, Brent, that's a lot of loyalty. Obviously, you got to get their roads in the winter program at this particular juncture, but able to see this early on in the season. It still at times doesn't feel like it should be December out there with how nice of a fall that we had going into Thanksgiving weekend, for crying out loud.
Right.
But when you go on the snowy roads now, it feels like wrestling, it feels like basketball, hockey, whatever your sport is in the winter, it kind of feels like it now, especially that we're high above here in the crow's nest getting ready to call some wrestling.
No, that's right, and that's kind of how I judge my seasons. I don't really go by the winter season, or spring. I go by wrestling season or football season or baseball.
And the other thing, too, is we'll keep you apprised of what's going on mat number 3 and 4 as best we can with kind of our, I would call it red zone wrestling coverage a little bit. But the nice thing for tomorrow, everything will be on mat 1 and mat 2 outside of just one match tomorrow morning. So coverage rolls on throughout the night here, and then tomorrow, 9:30 is when everything is slated to get going tomorrow morning. That'll take us probably a little bit past the noon hour, and then we'll bid adieu for the girls' dual tournament, Brent. But it looks like on your mat, getting ready to roll here for a couple of wrestlers.
We have mat number 100 pounds is Josie Carbone from Lisbon, seeing her varsity match of the season, taking on Annika Bostic from Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parker's Prairie. So that match just underway. And as the whistle blows, wrestlers still working some collar ties, doing a little bit of hand fighting down there here with Carblum and Bostic on mat 1. And Carblum And hits, kind of stacks up. Bostic takes her down. She's going to throw on a screwdriver. She's getting to work right away, trying to be aggressive. Goes to the screwdriver and right into a cradle over the top here. Now stacks the head to the knee. She's going to sit back, rocks her back, and working for a fall here. Picking up the near fall on mat number 1. In the pin here for Josie Carblum. Start things out at 100 pounds. Talked to her dad a little bit earlier before the tournament. He said she was dealing with some pneumonia, walking pneumonia, or a little bit of ailment start the week out, but she's out here, picks up a pin to open things up for the Broncos.
On mat number 2, Lucy Johnson for Northern Cass will go up against Veda Hoffman here for South Border. And from a dual setting, this is the first opportunity to see someone that's not in your same wrestling room and on a different little bit of color as well. So I think that's probably the most exciting thing here, Brent, is you finally get to see a new color, so to speak.
Yeah, sometimes I get a little looking at the same old faces and beating on the same old people in the wrestling room.
As Johnson trying to get the early takedown here, as Hoffman trying to get to her base. As the arm comes around, and it will be 3 points for a takedown here for Lucy Johnson for Northern Cass as they work off the mat. But early on here for the Jags, Johnson will work with an early 3-0 lead.
And we're still waiting for the match to come up here at 106 pounds. So it looks like Nora Gillespie is scheduled to come out here at 106 on mat number 1.
As they're taking a look at the scoreboards here, I think with the officials, as they got the actual physical, I would say the basketball scoreboards being worked. They don't have the smaller wrestling scoreboards that we see sometimes. So they're taking a look at the weight class, making sure they got which one for mat 1 and which one for mat 2 is set to go here, Brent, as they're recircling the clock as well. So it looks like you got a free weight class on your side here, Brent, at mat number 1.
Yeah, it looks like an open weight class there as the Broncos will pick up a forfeit at, I believe it was 106 pounds.
And so here on this one, it's still at 106 pounds as they handle it now with Lucy Johnson and Veda Hoffman, as they'll see it here. So the far one for us will be mat number 2, and the near one for us, Brent, on the main one will be on mat number 1. You get more. You gotta go through more of the crow's nest stuff to figure that one out.
Yep.
As right now working on top is Johnson here against Hoffman. Again, leads at 3-0 early on with a 3-point takedown early on. There's still a minute 15 left here in this opening period as getting the escape is Hoffman, and they're back to a neutral position.
Yeah, so that was Melina Rebsum for the Broncos picking up that forfeit at 106 pounds. So now it looks like Nora Gillespie going out there.
And trying to work back up top here is Johnson. Johnson's getting locked up a little bit now for Hoffman as Hoffman's trying to get the cradle, and she gets the points for the near fall. Now she's working into a pinning combination here for Hoffman as Hoffman got the escape, got to neutral, able to get the points for the near fall. Now it's just going to matter, can she finish off a Johnson? 40 seconds left here in the opening period.
Yeah, over at mat number 3, Oaks takes the 6-0 dual lead over Dickinson over there on mat number 3. They're currently up in the duel 6-0 at 112 pounds.
Nice move there by Veda Hoffman after a 3-point takedown, able to come back and earn the fall at 37.4 seconds left in the opening period. 6 points on the team dual score going to South Border.
Yeah, we're still trying to work through. I think they're just trying to find the correct wrestler to put on that through track wrestling over here on mat number 1. So it is one of the things you got to work through is a lot of times on these dual teams, you bring a number of girls, and it's just trying to find the right person to slot in there.
Also, opening weight class at 100 pounds between South Border and Northern Cass was free for Northern Cass, so Sarah Schauer from South Border gets 6 points. So on the team dual side, it's 12-0 Mustangs over the Jags.
Yeah, now Gillespie and Kristen Grew for Bertha Hewitt out there, and Gillespie picks up the takedown, so new to wrestling this year, Nora Gillespie, and she's out there, picks up the takedown up 3-0. Now Gruey able to get the escape. Our score is 3-1 in the match. Over here on mat number 1. They're at the minute 30 remaining in the first period.
Halffield here, McKenna for Northern Cass will go up against South Border's Jenner here and Eloise at 112 pounds. Between these two at 112, it's 12-0 South Border here on mat number 2.
And Gruey over here on mat number 1 hit a nice shuck on Gillespie, and she scores the takedown all up 4-3, working up underneath, trying to get a turn on mat 1.
Coming up later on mat number 2, Dickinson, West Fargo. On mat number 1 will be Lisbon and Northern Cass, so the Jags will go from 2-1.
And winner by fall is Kristen Gruey of Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parker's Prairie. And that'll bring the dual score now 12-6 over here on mat number 1 in favor of the Broncos.
Jenner right now able to get 3 points for a takedown. She was trying to roll Affield over a little bit to get into a pinning combination, as that's what she's working right now, kind of works that little wing action, able to get her on the back. And right now Jenner trying to match her teammate from moments ago. Winner via fall with 60 seconds into the period, and it's South Border the Mustangs 18, Northern Cass the Jags scoreless.
Yeah, over on mat number 4, West Fargo United in Bismarck. Still scoreless. That's at 100 pounds. First match of the day over there on mat number 4. They're still scoreless in the duel. Right now, it's Alyssa Ross. West Fargo United has the 3-0 lead over Charlie Claymore of Bismarck.
And over on mat number 2 right now, so far, it's Aveda Hoffman and Eloise Jenner, winner via fall, as we go to 118 pounds here on mat number 2 between the Jags and the Mustangs.
Yeah, mat number 1, 118 pounds. Now is Addison Booman for the Lisbon Broncos, taking on Autumn Becker, Bertha Hewitt, Burndale Parkers Prairie. And that match just underway. Wrestlers in the center of the mat, trading a little collar ties, working on some hand fighting and head position on mat 1.
Also on mat number 3, Oaks and Dickinson will keep you apprised of what's going on out there between the Tornadoes and the Mavericks as well. Here on mat number 2, Alyssa Nitschke from South Border going up against Hannah Johnson here of Northern Cass.
And a double leg takedown by Addison Booman puts her up 3-0. She had a cradle locked up momentarily and picked up a couple near falls. So she picked up 2 near falls, so she's up 5-0. Working on a cradle once again over there at mat number 1.
Tell you what, South Border's got that ankle pick down perfectly right now against the Jags, as they're going to get another 3 points on a takedown here and trying to work her back over as Nitschke here against Johnson.
Yeah, you'll notice what the teams are working on in practice, because you'll see a number of wrestlers just go to that same move over and over. And we have a break in action over on mat number 1, back to the center of the mat for a restart.
As on mat number 2, winner via fall yet again, 3 straight here for the Mustangs, as Nitschke was able to get that ankle pick, work on top on Johnson, and able to bring her back down to the mat and earns a win via fall 50 seconds into the first period here. South Border with a team duel score now at 24-0.
Yeah, we're under a minute remaining in the first period here between Addison Booman and Autumn Becker. Booman in the top position as she has the 5-0 lead. Goes to a half Nelson, trying to work a power half over here on mat number 1. The Broncos lead the duel 12-6 at 118 pounds.
As you're going to be able to see this Mustang program continue to vial on here on the girls' side and be a team to reckon with possibly once we get to the Fargo Dome here this season when it comes to dual girls wrestling.
Yeah, and Booman had the turn with the half, picked up a couple more near falls. So I think the score is 7-0, and she does have the lead currently in the first period with 20 seconds remaining, working up over the top, back in the cradle position.
Oaks right now with a 6-0 lead currently over the Dickinson Mavericks, as they're working their way to 118 pounds over in the Armory. And here on mat number 2, it's Ava Litzy of South Border, a freshman, going up against Pritchard here of Northern Cass.
And Booman now locks up a cradle, working for some more near fall. At the end of the period, picks up 2 more, up 9-0, going into the second period on mat number 1.
As Litzy has been able to do, as her other couple of teammates, gets 3 points for the takedown, gets into a pinning combination, and winner via fall 25 seconds into the period here at 124 pounds. Winner via fall is Ava Litzy, the freshman from South Border, goes to 1-0 on the season.
And we're starting with the second period over on mat number 1. Booman in the top position, up 9-0. She picked up 2 more near fall at the end of the first period. She's in the top position to start things out in the second period.
South Border, their next match will go to the Armory against Bismarck Dickinson, and then they will go up against Lisbon. They got a lot of good matches here for the rest of today here in Lisbon against some salty girls wrestling programs early on here from the Mustangs, Brent.
Yeah, that'll be a good match up there for South Border to kind of see where they stand with those defending state champions, and that's just opening up the season. So, you take on the toughest competition right away, and then you're able to, have some goals or readjust your goals for the rest of the season.
Here on mat number 2 should be a good one. You got Ulmer from South Border against Avery Davidson here from Northern Cass, and these two coming out of the gates shooting right now here 15 seconds into the period.
Yeah, we're still 9-0 over here on mat number 1 with Booman and Becker. Booman back to the center for a restart in the top position. Goes right away, tries a little chicken wing breakdown. She has the arm barred up on the near side.
As Ulmer gets a 3 points for a takedown, working into a pinning combination here against Avery Davidson. Trying to roll her over onto the back, and Davidson doing a good job trying to avoid it. As Ulmer trying her best to get a win via fall here and match what her teammates been able to do so far throughout this duel.
Yeah, that's a movement still working on the top. Tried a half Nelson, was not able to get it. Countered by Becker. Now goes back to the crossface. Has a screwdriver locked up. She's going to try to pull that arm up in tight and then walk around the head and expose the shoulders for some near fall. Currently picking up those near fall on mat 1.
On mat number 2, they do give 4 points for the near fall here for Avery Davidson. Ulmer gets the escape. It's 7-1, 50 seconds remaining here in period number 1.
And Booman does pick up 4 near fall. That'll put her up now 13-0. Right now with a major decision win at the 13-0 mark. She's picking up more near fall. Rolls over Becker, trying to finish this one off with a pin for Adelson Booman. And 6 more points on the board. Now Broncos up 18-6 over on mat number 1.
Davidson with a good throw. She got into a cradle, now into a pinning position. She gets 3 points for a takedown. She's getting near fall points to add to it, and she will be a winner via fall, down 7-love, able to come back here for Avery Davidson, and does a really good job to finish it off with 20 seconds left in the first period.
Yeah, the emotions of wrestling up and down. You kind of reminded me of the wild world of sports, the agony of defeat, the taste of victory, and that's wrestling all in one match or all in about 5 seconds.
And Avery Davidson, she's been a steady cog for this Northern Cass, albeit very young wrestling program, Brent, but she's been someone that you've kind of circled the last couple of years when it came to girls wrestling as well for the Jags.
Yeah, state qualifier last year for Northern Cass. I'm sure she's looking to improve on that this year and get on that podium. And it looks like the Broncos here will pick up an open weight class, so they pick up a forfeit. You're at 124 pounds, so that'll increase their dual score lead now to 24-6.
And mat number 2 going to 136 pounds. South Border has a 30-6 team dual lead over Northern Cass, as you have Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass going up against Wolf here, the junior for South Border. Lydia.
And it looks like Cadence Golding picked up that forfeit for the Broncos. That's a familiar name in wrestling. Wrestled for Jamestown last year. Now down here wrestling for the Broncos. So that's definitely stiffening up the lineup there for the Broncos. And here at 130 pounds, now we have Arlie Romerman wrestling Hannah Lowers from Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie. That match just underway on mat 1.
Still scoreless here on mat number 2, 45 seconds in between Wolf and Erickson. Neither has really gotten to be the offensive wrestler right now, just kind of working around the mat. No one's really taking a chance, and particularly for South Border going for that ankle pick.
Yeah, and Arlie Romerman in on a nice high crotch. Went in the fireman's position. She's able to turn the corner, goes right into a pinning combination. So good combo wrestling here by Arlie Romerman. She has the takedown, working for a near fall in a pinning combination over here on mat 1.
Going for a single leg shot on the way there is Wolf. Wolf continues to work around here against Erickson, but Erickson doing a good job sprawling to her base, able to reverse around and get 3 points.
Yeah, and Romerman now picked up the near fall, so she has the 4 near fall, and that'll put her up 7-0 here for Romerman. She's still back working that crossface, working up on the top on Hannah Lowers from Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie.
Isabel Erickson, the sophomore for the Jags, up by 3 here with 20 seconds remaining in the first period as Wolf is trying to get back to her base. Erickson working with her a little bit on the top. Might we go to the second period for the first time here on mat number 2? Erickson was trying to get the cradle, but getting out of it is Wolf, and Wolf right now looking at the clock with 7 seconds and counting here in the mat number 2.
Yeah, it seemed like every time I looked over on mat number 2, somebody was on their back over there. Going for it right away off the, out of the gate over on mat number 2.
And this will be the first time where someone gets a choice to open up the second period.
Yeah, we are into the first period here with 43 seconds remaining over here on mat number 1. Romerman still in the lead. I guess she didn't pick up those near falls, so it's a 3-0 score here between Romerman and Lowers on mat 1. Romerman has a cradle, trying to lock up a cradle up over the top. Just trying to crunch that head to the knee on mat 1.
On mat number 3, Oaks with a 10-0 lead over Dickinson so far. As currently right now they're at 118 pounds with Sienna Ebel and Harper Botcher here for Dickinson. That'll be on mat number 3 in the Armory. And then on mat number 4 right now, West Fargo United and Bismarck High. Bismarck High has a early 12-0 lead over West Fargo United. That one going to 112 pounds as well for the latest update on mat number 4.
Yeah, and over here on mat number 1, Hannah Lower is doing a good job in the bottom position. Has not given up any near fall, so we're still 3-0 at the end of the first period going into the second, and Romerman will defer over to Lowers for choice.
Erickson works on the top to begin the second period, continues to work Wolf around, especially with that single arm. Got her getting a little bit of a chicken wing here, trying to roll her over as Wolf gets back to her base a little bit here and seeing if she can come back up to a tripod, but Erickson just putting that weight down, not allowing her to do it, trying to see if she can roll her over and do a pinning combination.
Yeah, and here in mat number 1 off the whistle, Nice little sit out here by Arlie Romerman. She's going to try to get into the high crotch position, digs her arm in there. Working a little bit of wrist control. Lower is able to get back around top in good riding position now on mat 1. Still 3-0 lead for Arlie Romerman in the second period.
Erickson just trying to see if she can get just an extra little bit of geometry, get that 90-degree separation to about 95 and roll her over. There was some near fall points coming, and right now into a pinning opportunity here for Erickson.
And mat number 1, Romerman still in the bottom position for the Broncos, working a little bit of hand fighting, not able to get much separation. Lowers keeping a lot of good top pressure by Lowers here on Romerman, keeping her in the bottom.
I was nearly getting out of it was Wolf, but Erickson able to re-grasp and get a set. She does get 4 points for a near fall, now working into a cradle position, up 7-0, and now into a pinning combination with 45 seconds remaining in the second period.
Yeah, Lowers up. Still riding in the top position, throwing some nice cross faces on Romerman, keeping Romerman down, glued to the mat. Now Romerman tries to tripod up. Lowers stands up to her feet. Romerman hits the hip post and reverses it. Lowers going to her back. She has the reversal. So it's now 5-0 in the second period on mat 1.
So all of a sudden Erickson was nearing one more throwdown for a tech fall, and then quickly getting out of it as Wolf. She got 2 points. Now Wolf being the aggressive wrestler here, down by 9, 11-2 with 10 seconds remaining in period number 2.
We're down to 30 seconds on mat number 2. Romerman has the 5-0 lead. She's in the top position. She digs in that half Nelson. But Lowers doing a good job. Potentially dangerous called as the arm was up and over around, kind of almost around the back of her head there. So potentially dangerous called over here on mat number 1. Back to the restart. 5-0 lead for Romerman.
We'll head to period number 3 here on mat number 2. A good one going between Erickson and Wolf. And give Wolf credit. She's been more the defensive wrestler, but hanging on here a little bit, Brent. Now she'll have the chance to start up top here in period number 3.
Yeah, just the sport of wrestling, you always have a chance. As long as you're out there to compete, you always have a chance to win a match, whether it's by points or by pin. And we're back to the restart. Romerman right away throws Lowers over to his back. Now has the pinning combination locked up. She's going to pick up the near fall.
And able to get a reversal here for Erickson, and she did get into a pinning combination and finally fended off Wolf here with 1:44 left in the third period. As 6 points coming to Northern Cass, they trail at 30-12 on the team dual score.
And we're 9-1 is the match score over here on mat number 1. They're going into the third period between Romerman and Lisbon and Lowers for Bertha Hewitt. Verndale Parker's Prairie. They're going to start this third period on their feet. It was Romerman's choice. She chose to start in the neutral position. And wrestlers just working through collar ties and head position to start out this third period. Romerman putting a lot of forward pressure, pushing in and pushing on Lowers.
All right, you can see precision play of the match could be that 136-pound in terms of seeing a couple of good moves from both wrestlers there, especially defense to offense, and that's going to be something, Brent, that we'll have to continue to keep our eyes on throughout the course of the day. Some of the moves that we've seen so far early on in these duels.
All right. A lot of times I have to be much more of a spectator. I'm a big fan of the sport of wrestling, so sometimes it's hard to differentiate between spectating and commentating here. So there we go. Romerman picks up more near fall. So our score now 14-1 in favor of Arlie Romerman. That's in the third period with under a minute remaining. She goes to a half Nelson. Lowers just trying to defend and not give up the pin here over on mat number 1.
Steinberg went for a single leg. Coming around for a takedown, though, is Chanel Volk, the 8th grader here from South Border, working up top as she has an early 3-0 lead. Steinberg had both arms wrapped around the left leg there of Volk, but Chanel able to come around with it. Now she's looking to be into a pinning combination.
And Romerman still in the top position. Lowers able to grab that arm and maintain some type of wrist control. Romerman in a precarious situation there. She rolled Lowers back over her body. Now Lowers going to reverse it. Romerman has 20 seconds. Now she's going to give up the reversal, so our score is 15-3 over here on mat number 1, closing out our third period.
142 pounds on mat number 2, South Border Chanel Volk, winner via fall with 46.6 seconds remaining in the period. It's 36-12 South Border over Northern Cass here from the team dual perspective.
Yeah, over on mat number 3, that duel between Oakes and Dickinson. Looks like Dickinson has grabbed the lead now, up 18-10 at 136 pounds over there on mat number 3.
I think Northern Cass, the next couple, and it might be through the remainder, going to be open weight classes here. Brent mentioned it earlier. They don't have necessarily a full weight class, but they got enough wrestlers to come out and compete at the duels, which is always a sign of a growing program moving forward here. So another free weight class on this one, and we'll get another matchup coming here in a moment.
Yeah, Harley Rommerman wins by major decision, puts 4 more points up there on the board for the Lisbon Broncos. The Broncos now up in that duel 24 to 6 there over on mat number 1. Add the 4 more points, now 28 to 6. At 136-pound Adeline Hansen coming out here for the Broncos. Hansen out with injury last year. She's back in the lineup, raring to go to wrestle for the Broncos. She takes on Chloe Black. And that match just underway over here on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, Melody Kubat from South Border, winner via forfeit at 148 pounds. Still 4 more weight classes to go as we head to 155 pounds here, as Macy from South Border Thunheim going up against Evelyn Johnson here from Northern Cass. And Thunheim going to get a 3-point takedown 15 seconds into the period.
Yeah, mat number 1 still in the neutral position. Wrestlers working in head position and collar ties. Now Hansen goes in, putting a little bit of forward pressure on aggressive collar tie here on mat number 1 by Hansen. Reaches down, tries to hit a little knee pick, goes back to the knee pick, and that's defended by Black.
As right now, Johnson trying to get back to her base position. Trying to get back to her tripod base while Macy continues to work up top, trying to see if she can roll her over and get to some near fall points here. And eventually get into a pinning combination. And there it is, winner via fall, 50 seconds into the period. Macy Thunheim here from South Border at 155.
And mat number 1, we're still scoreless in the first period between Hansen and Black. Wrestler still in the neutral position, working some collar ties, working through a little bit of hand fighting head position still here on mat number 1. And over on mat number 3, that match just went final. It looked like Brooklyn Ponzer was out there for the Oaks Tornadoes. And she goes down by defeat by, it looks like by fall. So Dickinson now up 24-10 over Oaks on mat number 3.
I was on mat number 2, taking a look through, and I think we'll have another open weight class here at 170 pounds. So 6 more points will be awarded to South Border, already with a 48-12 team duel advantage here over Northern Cass.
And we're under 20 seconds remaining in the first period between Hansen and Black. Hansen still working a collar tie, now hits a snap down. In the go behind and 3-point takedown for Hansen. So finally able to get up over the top, work the front headlock, snapped it down, hits the go behind for the 3-point takedown. Now up 3-0 to close things out in the first period.
As we work our way for 6 more points being awarded here for South Border against the Jags. Winner via the forfeit is Reagan Ulmer here at 170 pounds for South Border as we head to 190.
Yeah, we're still at 136 pounds over here on mat number 1 as we're going through this bracket between the Broncos and Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker's Prairie. Adeline Hansen out there starts the bottom position in the second period. She's up 3-0. That match in the second period with 1:50 remaining on mat 1.
Over on mat number 2, as Kara Haldis from Northern Cass will be on to wrestle here for the Digs, going up against Ashlyn Michelson here, the freshman for South Border.
And Hansen with the 1-point escape, now 4-0 in the match. Chloe Black takes a nice double leg shot on Hansen. Hansen sprawls out. Now she goes front headlock, head in the hole. She's going to spin around behind. Good heads up move there by Hansen, realizing she turned the corner. She could score that takedown. And now the 3-point takedown, 7-0, 1-point escape here for Black. Now 7-1 is your score on mat number 1.
Well, on mat number 2, getting 3 points for the takedown is Ashlyn here from South Border at 190 pounds. And as South Border has done a good job of, they get the takedown, they get the rollover, and they go into a pinning combination. Winner via fall at 118 here in the period. Here's Ashlyn Michelson from South Border at 190.
And we're under a minute remaining in the second period. Annalie Hansen up 7-1, goes back to the front headlock, snap down, puts the head in the hole, going to try to lock up the cradle and run it over. She does pick up the takedown. And now our score is 10-1 over on mat number 1 here. Hansen in control in the top position.
Mat number 2, we're going to our final weight class here on mat number 2. South Border is going to win the duel. It's 60-12 going into the final weight class here between the Jags and the Mustangs. Again, coming up for South Border next. They will head to the Armory and go up against Bismarck, mat number 4. While for Northern Cass, they will transition from mat 2 to mat number 1 and go up against the Lisbon Broncos here later on this evening.
And Hansen working crossface now into the screwdriver position. Has Black flattened out. and just trying to drag her over. She's going to be able to pull Black over, expose the shoulders for some near fall, working for a pinning combination at the end of the second period over on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Autumn Hoffman able to get a 3-point takedown here against Renee Davis 30 seconds into period number 1. Now working a little bit on a headlock here for Hoffman, trying to see if she can grab that right ankle, get into a cradle and a pinning combination. But Davis doing a good job with her base right now against Hoffman.
So it looks like our score is 14-1 over here on mat number 1. If Adeline Hansen in the top position, that's in just the start of the third period. So our score 14-1. Hansen in control in the top position over on mat number 1.
On mat number 2 right now, working up top is Hoffman. Got her turned over here for Davis. Hoffman getting into a pinning combination here. Winner via fall for South Border. They do it again 60 seconds into the period. Here's Autumn Hoffman at 250, winner via fall, as South Border will officially take the duel 66-12 against Northern Cass.
All right, I think I'm going to go on record. I like having the track wrestling stand clocks a little bit better than the right down by the mat.
A little bit different than having the basketball clocks, right?
Trying to look through that basketball goal. So Hansen is up 14-1. She's in the top position, trying to get a turn here on Chloe Black. Chloe Black right now belly down just off the center edge of the mat. Hansen now Black warned for stalling. Hansen looks like she's just working up underneath the arms, trying to stick in, dig in a half Nelson or dig a wrist out.
On the Bank North scoreboard again, your final South Border 66-12 over Northern Cass. Go to banknorth.bank today.
And Hansen now finally able to get Chloe Black, get those shoulders exposed, working for the pinning combination. She goes chest on chest, going to try to scoop the head. And the pin here for Adeline Hansen to open up her season. That's over on mat number 1. 6 more points on the board for the Broncos. Now a 34-6 dual score, heading into, I believe, 142 pounds.
Over on mat number 4, Bismarck High over West Fargo United, 21-6. They're currently at 130 pounds, so they still got a ways to go in that particular duel. While on mat number 3 between Oaks and Dickinson, it has gone final. The Dickinson Mavericks have won over Oaks 60-10. So Dickinson, the Mavericks, take care of Oaks early. Oaks led 10-0 after 3 periods. There was a double forfeit at 100 pounds, so neither team earned any points. And then from there, at 106-112, Oaks takes the win. And then it was all either forfeits or winner via fall for Dickinson throughout the remainder of that one on mat number 3.
And out here at mat number 142 pounds, Emerson Schwab for the Broncos out here picks up a double leg takedown on Zoe Ellingson. And Schwab goes up 3-0, and she's right away into working on pinning combination. Up underneath has the crossface. She's going to pull that arm and try to drag Ellingson over and expose the shoulder for some near falls here on mat number 1. She has a near fall coming her way, goes into the pinning combination. Ellingson able to roll through the 4 near fall coming up here for Schwab, now up 7-0.
Getting to some of our recaps here as well between South Border and Northern Cass. We'll get to that here in a moment. As Brent, you got another opportunity here on mat number 1 to get into another pinning combination.
Yeah, Schwab here has the arm stretched out. Ellingson doing a good job, fights off her back, catches Schwab a little bit out of position. And she goes back around, maintains control. We'll see how they scored that right now. Schwab is up 11-0, so I don't believe they gave a loss of control to Ellingson. Schwab goes back into a pinning combination. She picks up the 4 near fall. That would be enough for a tech fall in the first period. Right on the edge of the mat here, still working that combination. And gets Ellingson over. She's going to pick up the near fall and working for the pin here for Schwab. And the pin for Emerson Schwab. Now the Broncos up 40-6, going into 148 pounds.
Olson Accounting, again, dual recap here on set on mat number 2. South Border over Northern Cass, 66-12. South Border, the one thing they did awfully well, they got the ankle picks. They went for the leg picks, essentially, and they quickly earned winner via fall. They didn't take too much time as everybody won in the first period outside of Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass. She came back and actually won, being down 7-0, came back and winner via fall at 136. There for the Jags, also winner via fall for the Jags, Avery Davidson at 130. But outside of that, nicely done here for South Border, whether it was their lightweights to heavyweights. They did a really good job across the board here against Northern Cass. South Border again takes it 66-12. Quick dual recap brought to you in part by Olson Accounting.
Yeah, and moving on in the weight classes up here at 155 pounds. So for the Broncos, looks like Izzy Kurtz for the Broncos, first-year wrestler for Lisbon, taking on Aisha Scholke And that match just underway. I should say here at 148 pounds. So Schulke for Bertha Hewitt has the single leg takedown. The official still waiting to give up or score the takedown as they're in kind of a scramble position. There with Kurtz has the head of Schulke. So still scramble position now. The 3-point takedown for Schulke. She goes up 3-0. And Schulke goes right away into a pinning combination, locks up the screwdriver pinning combo, trying to drag over Kurtz of the Broncos. Working in the center of the mat. She has the 3-point takedown. She's up 3-0, trying to put a few more points on the board here for Bertha Hewitt. Verndale Parker's Prairie in the pin there for Schulke. 6 more points. Our dual score now 40-12 in favor of the Broncos. Now going into 155 pounds.
As we make our way back to duel number 2, we're going to give our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match. I think we're going to give that to a Northern Cass again, with able to come back and winner via fall. Both Avery Davidson and Isabella Erickson. They had to work for it, but they did a good job trailing, and particularly from Avery Davidson's standpoint, the junior down 7-0 against Ulmer, able to come back and take it winner via fall at 130. Those two are Enbridge Energy Wrestlers of the match. And then I think our wrestling move of the match is the picks by South Border. They went for the ankle picks. They went for the leg picks, however you want to call it, Brent. They were a picking machine, so to speak, on that one. And it really worked out well because, number one, they got the points for the takedown, but they went right into a pinning combination. And then once they got them down on their back, it was good night as South Border did a good job. That is our wrestling move of the match, the pick. Your local precision planting dealer is Agassi Precision Ag in Hillsboro. Give them a call. Crazy to think we'll be just a few months away from spring planting season. Go to planterdoc.com. That's planterdoc.com.
All right, back here. That was a win by fall at 148 pounds. So now back out here at 155 pounds for Lisbon. Veda Carblum takes on Autumn Dorbots. So Dorbots for Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker's Prairie, a freshman. And Carblum for Lisbon, a senior. That match just underway with Carblum going aggressive collar tie, trying to hit a snap down. Dobrot's able to secure that far wrist. So Carblum just trying to work through that. Now a nice double leg shot here by Dobrot as she has the kind of in that forklift position, working on the double leg. Carblum just trying to sprawl out over here on mat 1. And 3-point takedown for Autumn Dobrot's of Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker's Prairie. She goes to work on top after scoring the 3-point takedown. She working up under the arms here on the near side. Looks like she's trying to dig out a wrist. Working up over the hips, digs in a leg ride on the far side. Still trying to stretch out Carblum. Now digs in double legs. Up over the top here, Carblum in a little bit of trouble. She's kind of stretched out there, trying to get back up to her base. And a big power half now here for Dobrot. She's working on that far side, has the power half, locks up the wrist on the near side. Carblum just trying to fight in counter the half Nelson over there on the far side by Dobrot. Then she goes full Nelson, whistled for a technical violation or a stalemate. So I guess they do call it a stalemate. No technical violation. We're still 3-0 over here on mat number 1 at 155 pounds.
Update on mat number 4 in the Armory. Bismarck High with the lead over West Fargo United, 33-12 as they're making their way to 148 pounds. So still 5 more weight classes to go between United and Bismarck High.
So our dual score up on the Bank North scoreboard, mat number 1 is 40-12 in favor of the Broncos. This match score 3-0 in favor of Autumn Dobrot. She's in the top position, rolls over Carblum. She has a pinning combination locked up. She went to the crossface screwdriver. And currently up over the head and arms of Carblum. Carblum able to roll through. She give up the 4 near fall. Trying to work out, come out the back door here, maybe score at the end of the period. And time expires, a 7-0 lead for Autumn Dobrot going into the second period. She has choice. She defers over to Carblum. Carblum will choose both up to start the second period. So off the whistle, Carblum goes, collar tie, snap down. Dobrot does a good job. She ties up that wrist on Carblum once again, kind of a replay of that first period when they're in the neutral position. Now Dobrot's in on another double leg on Carblum. Carblum trying to sprawl out, work the back ankle. Dobrot does a good job, had Carblum kind of cracked down on the hip, and a stalemate called as they're stretched out on that far center edge of the mat. Carblum going back to the center. Coach Revere issuing a little bit of guidance there for his wrestler. Carblum back, nice aggressive collar tie. Dobrotz does a good job once again. Ties up the wrist on Carblum. Carblum gets caught, thrown down. Caught on her back here. The takedown and some near fall coming here for Adam Dobrotz. And the win by fall, and 6 more points here for Bertha Hewitt, as they now have 18 points up on the Bank North scoreboard. The Broncos 40-18, their dual score.
Here's what's coming up next in round number 2 on our mats. Mat number 1 will be Lisbon and Northern Cass. Mat number 3, mat number 2, it'll be Dickinson and West Fargo. Mat number 3 over in the Armory, we'll see Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parkers Prairie going up against Oaks. And then mat number 4 will be South Border and Bismarck. That should be a good one between the Mustangs and the Demons coming up on mat number 4. That'll be round 2. We'll have 4 full rounds with a 5th round later tonight, but 4 full rounds here today in Lisbon.
Yeah, right here, 170 pounds. Now Ava Carblum coming off a state runner-up performance last year at the high school state tournament. She takes on Laura Wagner. This should be a good one. Laura Wagner, a state runner-up in the state of Minnesota in the girls' state wrestling tournament. So we should have a good matchup here at mat number 1 at 170 pounds. The wrestlers currently in the center of the mat, just trading a little bit of head position. Collar ties, good head. Hard collar tie there by Carblum. Wagner's going to try to step around. Carblum goes for the headlock. Wagner slips out back underneath. Goes to work on the ankle. Wagner just working up. Back underneath, grabs the wrist. It's like she's trying to bring the head to the knee. Now comes back across. Hard cross face on Carblum. Carblum stretched out, just belly down center of the mat. A lot of top pressure here by Wagner. Wagner has a crossface locked up. Takes a big step towards the head. Carblum's able to stretch back out here in the center of the mat with under 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Right now, Wagner has the 3-0 lead. Keeping a lot of pressure here on Ava Carblum. She has a armbar locked up. She's going to roll Carblum over, try to pick up some near fall, work the pinning combination here on Wagner on Carblum. Wagner in the top position. She hooked up an armbar, kept a lot of pressure, stayed active on top, and rewarded for it with a pin here for Laura Wagner, as she wins by fall over Ava Carblum at 170 pounds. And now 24 points on the scoreboard. Our score 40-24 on the Bank North scoreboard in favor of the Broncos.
And Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parkers Prairie, showing you a little bit in that 148, 155, 170. They got some wrestlers here to contend with, Brent, coming on.
Yeah. I was kind of wondering where Laura Wagner was going to show up here in their lineup, and she, you couldn't ask for, for a better matchup here early on in the season between a couple of state runner-ups, one from Minnesota and one from North Dakota. Minnesota comes out on top of that battle. And we had an open weight class at 190 pounds, and then at heavyweight, it looks like the Broncos will pick up a couple of forfeits to close things out. And that final dual score should be 52-24. I think if things are scored right, 52-24 is our final dual score. And I guess we can probably step away, take a little bit of a timeout. We'll come back here. I'll do the Olson Accounting recap on the Broncos versus Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parkers Prairie. Do that Olson Accounting recap. We'll just step away momentarily and come back here for more dual tournament action from Lisbon High School.
We aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Get ready to make a true impact on the farm. Introducing the HDSR series of staggered rippers from Degelman Industries. At the heart of the machine is the HDSR's staggered two-row setup, which allows for better trash flow and lower draft than an inline ripper. Featuring a shorter implement contour length, easier transport, and better compaction shattering ability than the competitors. The HDSR series from Degelman Industries is engineered tough. Visit our website for more information.
All right, welcome back here, Lisbon, North Dakota, Lisbon Girls Dual Tournament. We'll go ahead and do our Olson Accounting dual recap here for the Lisbon versus Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie, as the Broncos come up victorious in that duel. And that final score was 52-24 in favor of the Broncos. The Broncos opened up with a victory at 100 pounds. Josie Carbon going out there. She wins by fall on 44-7. Or in 44 seconds over Annika Bostic for the Lisbon Broncos. Broncos jumped out to a 6-0 lead. They pick up a forfeit at 106 pounds there for Melina Rebsum. The Broncos go up 12-0. And then at 112 pounds, Bertha Hewitt picks up a win by fall in minute 7. That was Kirsten Gruey over Nora Gillespie by fall in a minute 7. Our dual score was 12-6. And then the Broncos string together 5 consecutive victories, starting at 118 pounds, all the way up through 142 before it was Anna Schulke for Bertha Hewitt, wins by a fall over Izzy Kurtz. And then they pick up another victory at 155 pounds and then at 170 pounds for 3 in a row there to close out that duel, at least in the head-to-head competition there. As the Bertha Hewitt Verndale Parkers Prairie, as they pick up victories at 148, 155, and 170 pounds. The Broncos close it out with 2 forfeits at 190 and then at 250 pounds for that 52-24 final dual score. And the Broncos going 1-0 so far in the dual team tournament. As you look at our Agassiz Egg Precision move of the match for Agassiz Egg, that's your local precision planting dealer. Agassiz Precision Egg in Hillsborough. Call 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. And that is going out to the, we're going to call that the screwdriver, as the wrestlers from both teams are kind of favoring that crossface screwdriver. You see the girls favor that move a lot, as you try the half Nelson. A lot of time that half Nelson kind of slips out. The girls have a little bit of difficulty with it. So your Agassiz Egg Precision move of the match going over there to the screwdriver that was put on there, and you saw that pinning combination. That's what Laura Wagner used there on Ava Carblum to get her over and win by fall. And then your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match, that's going to go out to Laura Wagner. Wagner coming up in that head-to-head match. The 2 returning state place winners there, the state runner-ups, one from Minnesota, one from North Dakota, and Laura Wagner wins by fall at 170 pounds over Ava Carblum. She is your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel over there on mat number 1.
On mat number 4, still at 170 pounds right now, is Gabriela Martinez for West Fargo United going up against Danica Shorey here from Bismarck High. They're going to the third period. It's 4-0 Shorey over Bismarck High. What has been a good duel between those two. Bismarck does have a 45-12 lead, but they've had to work for it a little bit here. They've had a handful of pins, a forfeit here or two, but it's been pretty good. A 7-4 decision win at 112 pounds for Bismarck High. Earned a couple of forfeits from there, but so far that one is just slowing things up a little bit here in the first, but that kind of shows you again Bismarck and West Fargo United. Even though West Fargo United falling a little bit short there, Brent, they've made Bismarck High work for it a little bit. One going to winner via fall right before the third period, and another one, being a full 3 rounds. Yeah, it just kind of shows it's being a competitive duel there. It doesn't matter, like you're talking about, some good head-to-head matchups
and the the wrestlers are wrestling 2 and 3 periods instead of going down at that first period pin. They're making a competitive match over there at mat number 4. I think mat number 1 looks like we have some exhibition wrestling, a couple exhibition matches going on. So that's the I guess what's happening over here on mat 1. We'll just go ahead. We'll step away. We'll take another break here as you're watching the Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament. We'll step away for a timeout, come back for more dual action from Lisbon, North Dakota.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
If you have ideas about building plans for the next year, whether it's a new farm, shop, home, garage, or something else, now is the perfect time to start planning. Ada Building Center, LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, recommends beginning the process now for securing your contractors and getting price quotes early. The team at Ada Building Center, LLC will help you explore ideas, draw up designs, and make sure your building goes smoothly. 218-784-3661 or check out adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance Gullis & Olson Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let Lance, Shelby, and the staff at Gullis & Olson Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon for Farmers Union Insurance Gullis & Olson Agency.
For a top-notch car wash experience, head to Fast Lane Car Wash, situated next to the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo. They treat every vehicle with the same respect and care as their own, ensuring that your car is in good hands from pre-wash preparation to hand-dry finish. Check out the Fast Lane Car Wash on the west side of the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo and spruce up your ride with interior detailing, buff, and wax at the Fast Lane with Thomas, weekdays from 9 to 2. Call 701-799-8226 to schedule an appointment. If you're dreaming of a new home or looking to refinance, get in touch with First Class Mortgage. They make the process simple, fast, and local. Their team knows the Red River Valley, and they're here to help you with the right loan, with the best rate, and personal service every step of the way. Whether it's your first home, your forever home, or anything in between, choose First Class Mortgage, where your story begins. Visit firstclasscorp.com or stop by the office in Fargo.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey swatch autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro.
Cywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsboro is your one-stop shop for gifts and home improvements. Check out the huge display of DeWalt power tools. They accept Hillsboro Christmas cash, making holiday shopping even easier. And explore all major name brand appliances, floor covering, cabinets, windows, doors, and much more. Find everything you need for all seasons, including this special holiday season when you shop at Cywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsboro, open Monday through Saturday.
Embrace the joy of community at Halsted Living Center and Heritage House in Halsted, where wonderful neighbors and energetic minds come together. If you're seeking more than just a place to call home, you found the right spot with Halsted Living Center and Heritage House. Whether your interests lie in music, agriculture, sports, or dancing, you'll find someone who shares your passion and expertise. Discover a fulfilling lifestyle filled with connection and celebration with Halsted Living Center and Heritage House in Halsted. Get more information by calling 218-456-2105 or log on to halstedlivingcenter.com.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good students from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful, innovative opportunities for students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District, from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbon.k12.nd.us.
All right, welcome back here to Lisbon High School, Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament, as we're still have a couple exhibition matches going out here on mat number 1, and we're waiting for the duel over on mat number 4 or mat number 3 to finish up over in the Armory. But your upcoming duels that are coming up here on mat number 1, you have Lisbon and Northern Cass, and then on mat number 2, it's Dickinson, West Fargo. Mat number 3 is Bertha Hewitt, Ferndale Parkers Prairie takes on Oaks, and mat number 4 is Bismarck versus South Border. Those are your duels coming up in round number 2. And just to recap up here on mat number 1, the first duel, the Broncos defeated Bertha Hewitt by a score of 52-24. That was your duel up here on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, you saw South Border over Northern Cass 66-12. As Brent said, South Border's got a couple interesting ones next with Bismarck High, Dickinson, and Lisbon to round out day number 1. Northern Cass will see a handful more times coming up here with Bismarck, West Fargo, Oaks, and also Lisbon. Mat number 3, it was Dickinson, the Mavericks, all over Oaks 60-10. And currently right now it's period number 3 at 190 pounds as Christofferson for Bismarck High with a 13-5 lead over Kenzie Wu here from West Fargo United. Then it'll go to 250 and that one will be done. Bismarck High will win the duel. It's just a matter by how much, as they currently have a 45-18 team duel score here over West Fargo United.
Yeah, and then West Fargo is going to have to make the trek down the hallway and through the door over here into the gymnasium to take on Dickinson over here on mat number 2. So that still might be a little bit of delay getting things going in here inside the main gymnasium as we wait for that duel to finish out over on mat 4.
And if you're looking to come out to wrestling, you've still got 2 more rounds even after round number 2 here. So come on out to Lisbon or make your trek out tomorrow morning, 9:30 for wrestling in the morning. I know there's some bigger football games with UND and North Dakota State tomorrow at noon and 1 respectively, with the Hawks down in Texas going up against Texans, where NDSU's got a Valley All-Conference schedule against Illinois State in the second round, but still should be some good wrestling tomorrow as well. You got Lisbon, West Fargo, Bismarck, Dickinson, South Border, Bertha Hewitt, Ferndale Parkers Prairie, all going to be partaking in the duels here throughout tomorrow morning starting at 9:30.
Yeah, kind of the nice way that schedule's set up is that it's going to allow you to get back home to watch those games wherever you prefer to watch a football game at. So it's kind of nice to be able to do that, get the duels out of the way in the morning and then get back and have the rest of your day.
Girls basketball tonight for Lisbon. They got Richland. Boys basketball a week from tomorrow. They're going to be in Maple River. We'll have that for you on yourliveevent.com for Coach Jason Coonsey going up against now Chase Carpenter as the head coach here for Maple River. So that'll be the season opener for the Raiders and the Broncos. And since they went to the 3-division system, still kind of keeping that old Region 1 rivalry alive as the season opener the last couple of years, which has been fun basketball between those two programs, and we'll see it again next Saturday.
Yeah, I'm sure Maple River, they always like to come play Lisbon, just a higher class team, so there's a little bit of bravado there if you're lower class and you can take on one of those higher class teams and come out with a victory.
Update for you on mat number 4. They are going to 250 pounds now, as at 190 winner via fall is Kenley Christofferson here for Bismarck High over Kenzie Wu over West Fargo United with 5:08 into the match. So that again at 190 as they have a 51-18 lead as they go to 250 pounds with Lily Lugo from Bismarck High going up against Kira Williams from West Fargo United.
Yeah, mat number 2 in this exhibition match here. They're down under a minute 20 remaining. It looks like Bertha Hewitt has the 5-2 lead, and that's Izzy Kurtz out there for Lisbon there on mat number 1. Just working a pinning combination now. Under a minute remaining. That match score is 5-2 in the win by fall in this exhibition match.
As Lily Lugo on mat number 4 with a 3-0 lead here over Kira Williams. Now 3-1 as Williams does get the escape right to end period number 1.
They're going out with another prelim match, or another exhibition match over here on mat 1.
I know it's Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parker Prairie. They're getting a lot of wrestling in here, Brent. Lisbon's got some extra wrestlers, right, where some of them weren't able to partake in the duel. But right now, from the Bertha Hewitt standpoint, they're getting a lot of wrestling in here in day number 1 of this dual tournament.
Yeah, it's nice if you can fit in these exhibition matches. Sometimes you don't have enough time to get those in. You bring a bunch of wrestlers, and it's good to get, especially if you're traveling, to come in here and get these matches for the girls. That was a good scramble there between Parker's Prairie and Lisbon. Looks like Lisbon came out on top of the scramble. Now the reversal going into a crossface pinning combination. And they did give the takedown, finally gave up the takedown there to the Bertha Hewitt wrestler in the top position.
So that was like Spitfires coming off of a runway.
Just the lightweight wrestlers reminded me of the boys out there. Just the the speed they were wrestling. They were going at it. And just working up over the top with a crossface. Good hand control there by the Lisbon wrestler. The Broncos on the roster, I think they came out with 28 girls right around that. That's a little bit of an increase over last year. Some of the faces not as familiar with. Now the reversal over by the Lisbon wrestler. She's going to roll back through. And no change of position over on mat 1. Now the escape, and we're 3-1. Wrestlers back up on their feet with 30 seconds. Double leg takedown and the shot. For 3 points now, 4-3, goes right in to work in a crossface. And now Bertha Hewitt trying to score a reversal over here. Able to sit up, sit out, put back down there and to her back with the pinning combination. Picks up 4 near fall. And that score looks like 8-3 with the 4 near fall going into the second period.
Over on mat number 4, again at 250 pounds between Lugo and alongside with Williams. It is Lugo with a 4-1 lead, going into period number 3. And that will be the final period of that duel between Bismarck High and West Fargo United. Again, Bismarck High going to win that one, but just a matter of what is the final result.
In the start of the second period, wrestlers locked up there. Nice snap down, trying to hit a goal behind. Drop down in the double leg there for Lisbon. Lisbon's going to roll through. Maintain a little control on top. There for Bertha Hewitt with the 3-point takedown. That score now was 8-6 in favor of Lisbon. In a exhibition match over here. Has a pinning combination locked up, kind of a Merkel head cradle position. Picked up to some near fall, so 4 near fall, 10-8. The 2-point reversal for Lisbon. We're tied up at 10 with a minute 10 remaining in the second period.
Right now, this is going for the most points combined between two wrestlers in a weight class.
It could be something if we get like this every match. Here we go in an escape now with 11-10 in favor of Bertha Hewitt. Under a minute remaining in the second period. Lisbon down there on a double leg shot. Trying to turn the corner, picked up the takedown. Lisbon back up. No points awarded. Still 11-10 your match score. Wrestlers back away, adjust the headgear, snap down. And the three-point takedown, now 14-10. Down under 30 seconds remaining in the second period. Just working in the top position. Lisbon rolls through for two. Reversal into a pinning combination. Going to lower the chest. Has the crossface hooked up. And three near fall. So we're 15-14. If that score is correct on the board here in the second period, under 5 seconds remaining.
I think this prelim's probably your best so far weight class bout here, Brent.
Most action. 29 points scored in the first two periods. Going into the third, Lisbon has choice. They're going to choose bottom position.
Update for you from mat number 4. Bismarck High does win 57-18, taking it at 250 pounds. Winner via fall at the 5:43 mark. Lily Lugo for Bismarck High over Kiera Williams for West Fargo United. So you had West Fargo United and Bismarck High, the Demons of Bismarck, with a 57-18 win.
And now the start of the third period, they're 15-14. Lisbon in the bottom position right away off the whistle, tries to hit a stand-up. Man deep, half Nelson locked in there for Bertha Hewitt, and potentially dangerous called.
The one thing I like is you got Lisbon wrestlers and Bertha Hewitt, Ferndale Parker Prairie wrestlers. They are into it like it's the championship. You got to win your final 2 points to be a state champ in duels. This is what it feels like right now for a prelim, Brett.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of times you won't get that in an individual tournament where you got your whole team there cheering you on. And they definitely picked up the energy. They might not have a lot of fans here for Bertha Hewitt, but the team there is helping her out. As she goes back to the half Nelson, she's going to roll her over. And picking up near fall now. Nice tight half Nelson's locked up there on the Lisbon wrestling. The win by fall for Bertha Hewitt. Ferndale Parker's Prairie. And she's excited. She picks up the win to close things out.
That was an entertaining match. That's all I'm going to say.
Good.
For a prelim, that was really, really good.
Had 29 points scored in the first two periods and then a win by fall. And that'll close out the wrestling over on mat number 1 as they're going to get back here and reset for upcoming duels. On mat number 1, we'll have Lisbon versus Northern Cass. Mat number 2, Dickinson versus West Fargo. Mat 3, Bertha Hewitt goes back over to the Armory. They'll take on Oaks. And mat number 4 is Bismarck versus South Border. So we're going to step away. We'll reset and come back for more wrestling here from the Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament from Lisbon, North Dakota.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose. That's how we're evolving healthcare, by treating people, not just patients, with innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Common doesn't do the extra reps. Common doesn't push the limits. And Common doesn't do all of that before the sun is up. We work harder than anyone else when no one is watching, so that when everyone is watching, we're ready to answer the call. Discover your uncommon side with the North Dakota Army National Guard.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
Running a business is tough, but your accounting doesn't have to be. Let Olson Accounting check all the boxes. From taxes, payroll, business services, and professionalized financial guidance, all tailored to fit your requests. Whether you're a small business owner or just need help at tax time, trust Olson Accounting for professional, reliable service every time. Visit colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon is the premier building supply headquarters in southeastern North Dakota. They have it from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell. With their large inventory and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. That's rbclisbon.com. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
Since 1981, Park Christian School has been educating the next generation of leaders in the Fargo, Moorhead, and West Fargo area. Park Christian's thoroughly Christian education and commitment to academic excellence has resulted in a confident tradition of student success. Students graduate from Park Christian School strong in their faith and well prepared for the rigors of college, career, and relationships. Call 218-236-0500 to schedule your visit or go online to parkchristianschool.org.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Hungry and on the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back with an impressive lineup of goodies including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill. You'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
At Polar Communications, innovation is in our DNA. We're pioneers, always looking ahead to what's next to ensure our communities thrive. We were the first in the state to offer gig services, and we didn't stop there. We continue to lead the way in delivering high-quality, reliable technology to your doorstep. A better experience starts here.
Prairie Supply has the expertise to help you tackle even the toughest jobs, from concrete and rebar to heat and winter construction services. Prairie Supply has extensive product lines with professional on-site solutions you can trust. Prairie Supply is a supplier of construction equipment and materials specializing in, but not limited to, concrete construction. Prairie Supply supporting the hard-working contractors in the field or at the drawing board. Visit prairiesupply.com today.
All right, welcome back here to the Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament. As we're set to start our second round, the girls have moved over from the Armory that need to be over here for mat number 2. So mat number 1, we'll have Lisbon takes on Northern Cass. The Broncos winning their opening duel against Bertha Hewitt, Verndale's Parker's Prairie by a score of 52-24 on mat number 1. They're going to take on the Jaguars for their second round duel.
Well, on mat number 4, they're just about to get underway at 106 pounds with South Border and Bismarck High. You have Avery Theelgis for Bismarck High going up against Veda Hoffman for South Border. That'll be again on mat number 4. Mat number 2 here, we'll see Dickinson and West Fargo in just a few moments, but they're still kind of letting the girls warm up. And then round number 3, we'll have 4 matches. Round number 4, we'll have 4 matches, and we'll have one standalone later tonight with Northern Cass and Oaks before we bid adieu here for day number 1 of the girls' dual tournament. Saw Lisbon take down Bertha Hewitt. Verndale Parker's Prairie. South Border over Northern Cass. Dickinson over Oaks. And West Fargo lost to Bismarck High. The one thing about this schedule, Brent, it's not as if it's a 8-team tournament and winner moves to the semis, loser goes to consolation. This is just all about early season, getting girls on the mat, getting the opportunity to wrestle against someone new. Yeah, you want to win, but opportunities to learn and maybe see a different way of how to go about it as well a little bit. And as we just saw moments ago, a lot of prelims here as well to get some different wrestlers opportunities and maybe give them and seeing what they can do and seeing how they can perform in front of their coaches and give them an opportunity maybe later to try to crack that varsity lineup.
Yeah, that was just that good last little exhibition match that we had here. We were talking about that. That was a good experience to get out there, wrestle in front of your teammates, in front of your home crowd, at least for the Lisbon wrestler out there. But just some good competition, good way to get some mat time out here and feel, kind of what a varsity match or what a varsity duel is like and get that experience, especially as a young wrestler.
And the other thing, too, just looking at these matches as an example, Dickinson-West Fargo could be a state quarterfinal round matchup that we'll see here on Mat 2 potentially, depending on how you move through your dual tournament. And even now the dual tournaments, we're seeing a lot more teams. Do we dare say, do you go Region 1, Southeast, Northeast, that kind of a thing? Well, I know on the boys' side we've kind of switched it around a little bit, Brent, where you had the Southeast, Northeast. Now it's just the Eastern duel in terms of what you're able to do, or the Eastern individuals. Still Region 1, Region 2 for duels a little bit there. But girls wrestling, I think there's a good problem to be had where how many more teams can you put in a dual regional to qualify, for a state tournament?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a magic number for that. What the High School Activities Association has thought about that. I'm sure they'll get a lot of input from the coaches, specifically after this season as the sport continues to grow.
But just reminders still to come here later this weekend on yourliveevent.com. You also will have the Hillsborough Central Valley Boys Dual Tournament. That'll be tomorrow. Brady Siebels will have the call for you on that one in Hillsborough. Coverage gets underway at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then a couple of hockey matches with Breck and Warroad for girls hockey at noon. Then at 2 o'clock, it's Grand Rapids and Warroad boys hockey at 2 o'clock. From there, you can go to our website, yourliveevent.com, or hit subscribe on our YouTube channel and search Your Live Event for a wholesale of games. Barnes County Girls Basketball Tournament on Tuesday from Valley City State University at 3 o'clock. And I think between Minnesota and North Dakota, we got about close to 15 broadcasts scheduled for Tuesday here between hockey, wrestling, and basketball as well. So again, for more information, go to our website. That is yourliveevent.com.
All right, we'll go ahead and step away. We'll take another time out here as they continue to warm up and out on the wrestling mats here on mats number 1, mats number 2. And we'll take another break and come back for more Lisbon Girls Wrestling Dual Tournament on yourliveevent.com.
Accidents happen. Illnesses happen. When you need timely, reliable care for allergies or respiratory infections, sprains, strains, or broken bones, or urinary infections, you can count on Riverview Health. Riverview Clinic in Crookston is open 7 days a week, weekdays from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and weekends from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. For appointments, call 218-281-9595. When the unexpected happens, Riverview Health is here for you.
Cywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsborough is your one-stop shop for gifts and home improvements. Check out the huge display of DeWalt power tools. They accept Hillsborough Christmas cash, making holiday shopping even easier. And explore all major name brand appliances, floor covering, cabinets, windows, doors, and much more. Find everything you need for all seasons, including this special holiday season when you shop at Cywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsborough, open Monday through Saturday.
Stock Growers Bank is proud to celebrate 125 years of service, and they built a legacy of trust and commitment to the local communities. Loan Officer Wyatt Smith can help achieve your goals and grow your business with confidence. Here's Zach Maralt on his experience.
We tried a few different lenders before purchasing our building, and we eventually ended up going to see Wyatt, who I already personally knew anyways. He made the purchasing process easy. We pretty much had an answer that day, pushed all our accounts there, and it's a great experience.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
West Main Pizza is now serving you from both Ada and Dilworth. The tradition of West Main Pizza continues after 30 years in Ada, and the Rail District location is now open in Dilworth. When you're in town or driving through the area, visit West Main Pizza. For specials, visit West Main Pizza Ada and Rail District Dilworth Facebook page. Both locations open daily at 11 a.m., serving the West Main Pizza menu items you enjoy. West Main Pizza, Ada, and the Rail District in Dilworth. Both are open to serve you daily.
All right, welcome back here. Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament was set for round number 2 here, at least in the main gymnasium. Their duels up on mat number 1, Lisbon versus Northern Cass. Mat 2, Dickinson versus West Fargo. And then mat number 3 is Bertha Hewitt, Verndale's Parker Prairie takes on Oaks. And mat number 4 is Bismarck versus South Border.
The one thing, too, we were talking co-ops, Brent, and just thinking about West Fargo here with the Packers, with the Mustangs, and the Hawks now. At one point, you get enough wrestlers into the program, do you say, okay, maybe we need a West Fargo North and a West Fargo South or something of that nature? So, West Fargo Horse still a very youthful program, but seeing them win girls basketball recently, football 2 years ago, they go to 3A now. Their sports have kind of done a nice job filing in a little bit, but as this continues to move on, that might be another program on the girls' side 5-10 years from now that you might get possible another team, particularly on the dual side if you get enough wrestlers out.
Yeah, and kind of like you alluded to when you were talking earlier before the duel started, is just another growing pain, or part of the growing pains of the sport is maybe you got to take that step back in order to continue to build these programs, and especially in some of these bigger cities, where you do have the number of girls and giving them the opportunity to get out on the wrestling mat. And Lisbon here, that duel now just starting here on mat number 1, and looks like we're going to start at 106 pounds. So that's Melina Rebsam out there for Lisbon. So Rebsam here at 100 pounds takes on Lucy Johnson of Northern Cass. Rebsam goes to work right away. Johnson with the single leg shot. Now Rebsam hits a nice goal behind, hit the cross face and slowed Johnson down. She hits the goal behind for a 3-point takedown.
Over on mat number 4, Avery Theologist winner via follower Veda Hoffman of South Border. So Bismarck high with an early 6-0 lead as they head to 112 pounds. Again, starting at 106, they go to 112 pounds now over on mat number 4.
And Rebsam working kind of lower body, now moves back up underneath the armpits and elbows. Staying in a good riding position. Johnson able to quad pod up, work some hand control. She's going to try to hip away, takes it to the edge of the mat. Returned back down by Rebsam, now back up in the quad pod. Johnson doing a good job with some hand fighting. Rebsam's going to have to cut her loose or she's going to take the stall warning. Able to return Johnson back down. Johnson right away, not staying down there very long, back up into the quad pod position. Rebsam's going to go to a half Nelson. And the 1-point escape. Johnson just continued to work, stayed active, and she picks up and rewarded for the 1-point escape here. 3-1's your match score on mat 1. Ooh, and the wrestlers, as Rebsam turned the corner for the takedown, whistled out, no score, still 3-1 on mat number 1.
So mat number 2 just getting ready and everything checked into the officials table here. So get to the wrestling here in a moment on who's going off in mat number 2 for both Oaks and West Fargo United.
And wrestlers back for a restart on mat number 1. Rebsam back up over the top. Johnson trying to hit an arm drag. He's trying to arm drag out of this front headlock position on Rebsam.
On mat number 2, you have Baku Elder here from West Fargo United with a 3-point takedown over Garcia here from Dickinson at 112.
And Johnson is able to hit that arm drag and picks up the takedown now. She's up 4-3 going into the second period over on mat number 1.
And winner via fall at 112 pounds is Baku Elder here for West Fargo United, the sophomore, able to win it in 30 seconds here over Garcia, the 7th grader of Dickinson. So an early 6-0 lead for West Fargo United.
Oh, Johnson with choice. She has the 1-point lead on mat number 1. She chooses bottom position to start the second period. And off the whistle, goes back into that quad pod position, just kind of stretches out that right leg and quad pods up. Rebsam had a tough time bringing her down in the first period. Struggling again here to keep Johnson on the mat.
106 pounds between the Mavericks and the United. It was double forfeit, so neither team earns any points there of that weight class. So 2 weight classes down as we move to 118 pounds here on mat number 2.
Yeah, we're still on our first weight class over on mat number 1 at 106 pounds, opening up the duel. It's a 4-3 score, now 5-4 with the 1-point escape for Johnson. Wrestlers back up with a headlock attempt here by Rebsam. Rebsam has the head wrapped around, trying to grab above the elbow and the arm. Johnson able to slip through that, picks up the 3-point takedown. Now up by a score of 8-3 over Melina Rebsam at 106 pounds.
Natalie Carlson from West Fargo United, the senior at 118, going up against Reagan Stravia here, the freshman from Dickinson for the Mavericks at 118 pounds on mat number 2. Currently 30 seconds in, still scoreless.
Yeah, and wrestlers whistled out. Go back to the center for a restart as Rebsam was trying to break the grip of Lucy Johnson, just wasn't able to do that. No stall warning issued by the official, so we're still 8-3 in the second period over on mat 1.
Also, mat number 2, neither has really gone in for a single leg pick, anything of that nature. And just kind of keep working there around between Reagan and Natalie here on mat number 2.
And mat number 1, Johnson for Northern Cass goes to a crossface on Rebsam for the Lisbon Broncos. Now works into a screwdriver. Rebsam pops up to her knee. She felt the pressure coming, so she tries to counter that, goes up to her knees, forces Johnson to reposition over on mat 1.
Stravia does get a 3-point takedown now, trying to work Carlson over into a pinning combination, able to turn her over right now, gets near fall points upcoming.
And Lucy Johnson had the crossface locked up. She hung her head over. Rebsam felt that. She grabbed it and win by fall at the end of the period here for Melina Rebsam. She was able to catch Johnson with the head hanging over, hit the headlock, and wins by fall on mat 1.
That was almost simultaneous falls here on mat number 2. Stravia winner via fall here with 23.1.
I think that was the same whistle.
I heard the whistle go at the same time here. So the Mavericks get 6 points here. We're tied at 6 apiece between West Fargo United and Dickinson as we make our way to the next weight class here at 124 pounds. I don't know if we've had that yet today. Put that on your wrestling bingo card, Brent.
That's right. You know, once in a while, something like that will happen. Even track wrestling picked it up. Every match got over at the same time on track wrestling. So,
Southporter and Bismarck tied at 6 as they go to 118 pounds, with Nitschke for Southporter going up against St. Clair for Bismarck here at 118.
And we're at 112 pounds. Wrestlers out on the mat. That's Nora Gillespie for Lisbon. Takes on McKenna Affield of Northern Cass. Affield with the takedown goes up by a score of 3-0 on Gillespie. Gillespie, a 7th grader for Lisbon, picking up her first win in the first duel, as now she's pushed over to her back as Affield working a pinning combination. She has the arm stretched out on mat 1, has the takedown and near fall.
Schilling here for Dickinson, the sophomore, going up against Macy Wheeler here for West Fargo United, the junior, and it's a 3-point takedown on the way for Schilling here from Dickinson at 124 on mat number 2.
And we do have a, looks like we're back for a restart, as there was near fall awarded for Affield of Northern Cass. And Gillespie will start in the bottom position. So 7-0 on mat number 1 with the restart back to the center of the mat. That's in the first period with 1:12 remaining.
They're on mat number 2, able to get into a pinning combination here is Schilling, and Schilling will win via fall with 1:23 here in the first period. So back-to-back pins for the Mavericks as they have taken now a 12-6 lead over West Fargo United, and with 3 respective weight classes, all of them have been winner via fall so far on mat number 2 in this duel.
Yeah, up on the Bank North scoreboard for the mat number 1, Lisbon opened up at 106 pounds with the win by fall. Melina Rebsum picks up that pin for Lisbon, puts them up 6-0 on mat 1. Right now, McKenna Affield Northern Cass has Nora Gillespie in a pinning combination with 30 seconds remaining in the first period. She's up 7-0, working for more near fall on a pin on mat 1. And the win by fall for McKenna Affield and Northern Cass. And now we're tied up in the duel at 6 apiece between the Jaguars and the Broncos.
Jelani Reardon here for West Fargo United going up against Brenna Erickson here for the Mavericks of Dickinson. This at 130 pounds on mat number 2.
And the wrestlers checking in on mat number 1 with Addison Booman. Looks like she's checking in here for a match at 112 pounds. We'll wait to see who her opponent is from Northern Cass on mat 1.
As Dickinson will get a 3-point takedown here for Erickson into some near fall points, working at the edge of the match, trying to keep Reardon in the circle. As Reardon trying to square back up here with 1:25 left in period number 1. Erickson will win her via fall 42 seconds into the period, and the Mavericks now have taken a 18-6 lead here on the team dual score over West Fargo United.
And mat number 1 back in action. Booman picks up a 3-point takedown. She's wrestling Hannah Johnson from Northern Cass. And Booman goes into a pinning combination. Looks like we will have a potentially dangerous or a technical violation. Went to the full Nelson on mat 1. So now our score is 3-1 in favor of Addison Booman over Hannah Johnson. That's in the first period. Looks like off the whistle, Johnson able to hit a stand-up. She tries to hip bias. Booman counters that. Had her momentarily on her back. Johnson able to recover now. She tries to quad pod back up. Booman tried to jump around with the cradle. Reversal by Johnson. And we're tied up at 3 on mat 1.
As we go to 136 pounds here, 136 for Dickinson going back to their win over Oaks. You have Ava McElwain, winner via fall over Brooklyn Ponzer. Let's see who's going to wrestle here at 136 now for Dickinson as they're still at the score as the check-in table.
We're tied up at 3 over on mat number 1. Booman tried to stand up. Johnson countered that, threw on a cradle. Booman able to get stretched out. She's back belly down just off the center edge of the mat.
136, you saw Lily Skarud for West Fargo United, winner via fall over Bismarck High's Kiara Ware, excuse me, at 136 as they continue to talk it over right now, make sure who they got what at the weight class here on mat number 2. So a little pause in the wrestling action here on the second mat.
Yeah, we're under 30 seconds in the first period. Johnson did a nice job with another cradle attempt, stacked up Booman, but Booman now trying to work on reversal. She's going to have to try to get that upper body. Just try to come out the back door here with 15 seconds remaining. Johnson trying to tie her up now with the arm around the waist. The 2-point reversal for Booman to close things out. Final 10 seconds of our first period. That score 5-3 in favor of Addison Booman. She gets a little bit high at the end of the period, but no points awarded, no loss of control. She'll take the 5-3 lead into the second at 118 pounds.
South Border and Bismarck High, 5 weight classes in. They are tied at 12 apiece right now as they move their way to 130 pounds between South Border and Bismarck High. And Bertha Hewitt going up against Oaks. That one started at 148 pounds, and that currently is 18-6. Bertha Hewitt, Ferndale Parker's Prairie over Oaks as they're making their way all the way to 112 pounds as they're already halfway through that duel.
We're here at 118 pounds on mat number 1. Johnson and Booman going at it. Johnson throws Booman over, has a half Nelson locked up, trying to hit the pinning combination. The pin for Johnson and Northern Cass at 118 pounds. Northern Cass takes the lead 12-6.
Well, you haven't said this. It's not a blood timeout, but it's kind of a coach's timeout, if you will. Timeout's brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing their heritage and their future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Go to dhb.bank. That, again, is dhb.bank as they're still figuring this one out. And this could be the old, it was someone wrestled into track wrestling properly or not, as Brent, you and I have kind of talked about. Sometimes you get to a duel and you might get 2, 3, 4 wrestlers that are in similar weight classes, or you move someone up, and got to make sure where everyone is officially here. Is this has been the stall right now, is just the two coaches talking it over right now.
Yeah, and make sure they got weighed in at the correct weight, and just double checking the rosters over there. So we're up here on mat number 1, back in wrestling action, 124 pounds. So yeah, Maddie Krellen out there finding her first wrestling match of the day. She takes on Lila Pritchard of Northern Cass. So Pritchard and Krellen going at it out here on mat number 1. Krellen, a returning state qualifier for Lisbon.
And, well, on mat number 2, it's the 136 pounds from both respective first duels, so everything's good at 136 pounds. Here with Scowroot here for West Fargo United going up against McElwain here for Dickinson, and McElwain gets a 3-point takedown right off the shoot here in period number 1.
All right, 3 matches into it over on mat number 1. Northern Cass has the 12-6 lead over the Broncos. Broncos opened up with a win at 106 pounds. Northern Cass has picked up 2 pins to take the lead, 12-6. Maddie Krellen in the top position has the 3-0 lead for Lisbon over Pritchard on mat 1.
McElwain working with some near fall points, trying to see if she can push Scowroot over into a pinning position right now, 50 seconds into period number 1.
Hey, Krellen still continuing to work, trying to isolate that near wrist, goes to the back ankle, trying to belly down Pritchard. Pritchard finally is belly down on the mat now. Krellen throws in the half Nelson. Pritchard kind of left that wing open, and Krellen felt that and throws in the half Nelson. She's got it stacked tight in the pin for Maddie Krellen in her first win of the season. She picks up a win by fall over Lilia Pritchard of Northern Cass. The Broncos tie up the duel on mat 1.
Ava McElwain winner via fall here in period number 1 for Dickinson as the Mavericks take another 6 points on that Bank North scoreboard as they lead it now 24-6 over West Fargo United as we head to 142 pounds on mat number 2.
And the Broncos tie up the duel on mat number 1. We're tied up at 12 apiece between the Broncos and the Jaguars. This is heading into 130 pounds on mat 1. So it looks like Cadence Golding going out there for Lisbon. First duel, she picked up a win by a forfeit.
Mat number 2 will have 142 pounds with Dickinson, with Christina Dorman here for the Mavericks going up against Molly Carr here, the senior for West Fargo United at 142 pounds as they are shaking and they get the opening whistle.
Yeah, mat number 1, that is Cadence Golding out there for Lisbon. She takes on Avery Davidson for Northern Cass. Davidson, a state qualifier last year for Northern Cass at 124 pounds. She's here wrestling 130 against Golding. Golding able to step over, kind of hips over the top for the 3-point takedown on Davidson. She's up 3-0.
Dorman able to get a 3-point takedown, working at the edge of the mat here with Molly Carr. Carr trying to see if she can center or possibly get to the edge of the mat. Well, Dorman right now into a pinning combination. Trying to be a winner here via fall midway through the first.
And Davidson going to work on top, trying to work in the ankle and flatten out Avery Davidson. So Golding steps back around. Davidson stands up, trying to get a little separation. She hits a nice hip heist. Golding goes right into an arm spin. Davidson able to stand back up. Golding goes back to the arm spin. Wrestlers back down on the mat. This time Davidson hits the reversal. And we're 3-2 here on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, winner via fall is Dorman here for another 6 points for the Mavericks. If the opening 6 points went to West Fargo United, the next 30 have been won by Dickinson as they take a 30-6 lead as we head to 148 pounds.
And Golding hits what kind of like an unorthodox Peterson as she's able to reverse out of Davidson and had the lead now 5-2. Davidson here at the end of the period looking to score another reversal. So we're 5-4 over here on mat number 1.
Update on the Armory side. South Border and Bismarck High tied at 12 still. That one at 130 pounds.
And with a sense of urgency, Golding realizing that importance of scoring at the end of the period picks up another reversal. So we're 7-4. Cadence Golding has the lead here on mat number 1 against Avery Davidson. This is 130 pounds going into the second period.
Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker Sperry with a 18-6 lead over Oaks as well over on the Armory side. And here on mat number 2 with Dickinson And alongside West Fargo United, winner at 148 pounds will be Clancy Meyer here from Dickinson at 148, winner via forfeit here, and another 6 points going up on the board for the Mavericks.
Yeah, we talked about that matchup on mat number 4 between the Mustangs and the Demons. That's tied up right now at 12 apiece at 130 pounds. Right now, Ava Litzy has tied up with Maggie Theologist. That's all tied up at 4, but that duel on the Bank North scoreboard is tied up at 12. So mat number 1 going into the second period. We're still 7-4. Cadence Golding in the top position. And off the whistle, she goes to work. Spins around to the front. Looks like she's trying to stick in a leg ride. Goes back to work on the ankle here on mat 1. Davidson stands up. Trying to work some wrist control and hand control. Golding able to take her back down on the mat.
And now Dickinson, it will actually be Katie Schlecht. So Katie Schlecht from Dickinson, winner via forfeit at 148 as we head to 155 pounds here on mat number 2.
And Davidson stands up. Golding chases her out. Back to the center for a restart. We're still 7-4 on mat number 1 into the second period.
Clancy Meyer of Dickinson going up against Brindley Harch here for West Fargo United. 10 seconds in off the whistle. Just some hand ties. Currently no one with the point. Scoreless early on in period number 1.
And Davidson tried to hit a stand-up and a hip pass. Golding was able to cover back over the top. Returns Davidson back down. Davidson still trying to stay active on the bottom. Golding keeping the pressure on her, keeping her down on the mat in this second period. Now Davidson stands up, working some hand control, tries to run away. Hits a nice hip pass in the reversal. Now 7-6 the score over here on mat 1.
As on mat number 2, getting a throw down here is Harch into a penny combination, working the headlock across Meyer here. Meyer trying her best to get back up top, but Harch has really got her locked in on that headlock. 60 seconds into the period, rolling back across. 4 more near fall points upcoming, and Harch has a 7-0 lead.
Now we're down to 34 seconds remaining here in the second period. And Cadence Golding has the 1-point lead, 7-6 over Avery Davidson. But Golding in the bottom position, Davidson on top. She's been the last to score. She scored 3 reversals against Golding for those 6 points.
As Meyer trying to get back to that tripod of the base, but Harch has still kind of got that hook locked in a little bit. Up by 7. Now going to that tripod is Meyer here. As Harch able to bring her back to the mat with 20 seconds remaining in the first period.
Yeah, Golding and Davidson going at it here. Kind of a brawl going on mat number 1. Now Golding with the 2-point reversal. She's up 9-6 at the end of the second period, up 9-6 over Davidson.
Harch has got a cradle locked in, gets some near fall points upcoming. 5 seconds remaining in the period, trying to win via fall here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's going to be by Horn to save it here in the first period, but 4 more near fall points upcoming, and Harch has a 11-0 lead over Meyer on mat number 2.
Yeah, mat number 1, Golding picked up that reversal at the end of the second period, up 9-6. She chooses bottom position to start the third period. Off the whistle, Davidson tries to hit the ankle. Golding, it's a nice little hip heist. Spins over the top, kind of a little cartwheel over the top for the 2-point reversal. Now 11-6 is the lead for Golding.
So Harch deferred, and then Meyer will choose up. So we'll start in a neutral position here to open up period number 2. Again, just one more fall here for Harch. She would win via tech fall. Instead, Meyer able to get a 3-point takedown to open up period number 2.
Yeah, Golding and Davidson still wrestling it out here in the third period, a minute 20 remaining. Golding now extending her lead by 5, up 11-6. She's in the top position, goes to chop the arm on Davidson, gets her both back down, trying to work a pinning combination. She's working back up underneath. She's going to try to drag Davidson over here on mat 1.
Mat number 2, they'll work off the mat. Brindley Harch from West Fargo United with that 11-3 lead here at 155 pounds. On the team duel score, the Mavericks lead at 36-6.
And Cadence Golding was able to roll over. Davidson takes it to her back of the win by fall for Golding. The Broncos, with 6 more points, take the lead. They're up 18-12 in the duel on mat number 1.
So do get 2 points upcoming on the reversal here for Meyer, so it makes it now 11-5. As working up top is Meyer again on Harch. Harch nearly came across for her own 2 points. Trying to work around a little bit. But Meyer's got a good grasp right now. Is going back to her stomach is Harch here, 30 seconds into the period of number 2.
And mat 1 going into 136 pounds. Adeline Hansen checking in, trying to pick up her second victory on the day. She was a winner by fall in the first duel against Bertha Hewitt. And she will take on Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass. Erickson, a returning state qualifier, two-time state qualifier for Northern Cass last year at 118 pounds. So Hansen and Erickson going at it.
Meyer was trying to work a little bit of a cradle, but Harch finally got one of the left foot back up to kind of get back to her tripod and a base. Now working for a reversal here and an escape, and second to try to get her own throw down, and there's a 2-point reversal down to a pinning combination for Harch here. 50 seconds remaining in the second period.
And here in the first period on mat number 1, Hansen and Erickson still locked up. Trading a little bit of wrist ties and head position. Now goes into both hard collar ties by each wrestler. Still working around here on mat number 1, up on their feet.
As on mat number 2, there's a winner via fall. She had to earn it. Brindley Harch, winner via fall over Clancy Meyer from Dickinson. 31.4 seconds remaining in period number 2. 6 points goes up on the board for United, now down 36-12.
A dual score on mat number 1 is 18-12 as Cadence Golding picked up the win by fall at 130 pounds. Now out here 136 is Adeline Hansen taking on Isabel Erickson.
Also at 136 pounds, Brent South Border leads over Bismarck High over in the Armory 18-12. That one's been nip and tuck as well.
Yeah, good duel over there.
And also in the Armory, Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker Sperry 24-21 over Oaks. They have just 2 weight classes remaining in that duel.
And we're back for a restart over here in mat number 1 with 35 seconds remaining in the first period. We're still scoreless between Hansen and Erickson. They both wrestlers back into hard collar ties. Hansen goes hard into Erickson. Now they break back apart, working back towards the center of the mat.
Gabriela Martinez here at 170 pounds for West Fargo United at 1-0 here early on the season for the junior, going up against Isabel here for Dickinson, the sophomore.
Yeah, we're still scoreless, mat number 1. Now under 10 seconds remaining here between Hansen and Erickson. Hansen in a hard collar tie. Wrestlers break apart, still working that center of the mat. Now Hansen goes down, trying to hit an arm drag at the end of the period, and they run out of time on mat 1.
As you do get a 3-point takedown here for Martinez against Medeiros, the sophomore here from the Mavericks for Dickinson. And right now, Martinez trying to see if she can improve to 2-0 early on this season here in this dual tournament. 60 seconds remaining in period number 1 on mat number 2.
We have 2 minutes on the clock to start the second period on mat number 1. As we're still scoreless, Hansen in the bottom position for Lisbon, wearing the right singlet with the red trim on it. And Erickson trying to chop the arm, now goes to a cradle. Hansen's kind of quad potted up, but she's stacked up here in the cradle position by Erickson on mat 1.
Mat number 2 trying to get to that pot and trying to get the escape here. And Isabel will get the escape and get 1 point now. Trails it 3-1 here, 30 seconds remaining in period number 1.
Yeah, Hansen now able to clear her hips, able to stand up, picks up the 1-point escape, now up 1-0 on mat number 1. That's with 1:20 remaining in the second period.
With what's left on this particular duel here on mat number 2 between these two clubs, just 3 weight classes remaining. So you're going to see Dickinson, regardless of the outcome, going to take the win in this duel. But West Fargo United battling hard here with Martinez up 3-1 as we make our way to the second period.
Yeah, mat number 1, they're back to the center for a restart with 1 minute remaining. Hansen with the lead goes to that arm drag, and with the 3-point takedown goes up 4-0. So nice arm drag. She planted that palm of the hand of Erickson right on the mat, hit the goal behind, up 4-0 on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, we're going to start in the down position here. Will be Medeiros for Dickinson going up against Martinez here.
And Hansen, she locks up, has the half Nelson on Erickson. Erickson trying to counter. Now she goes back around to the other side. Erickson did a good job countering. Hansen forced to jump across, now gives up on it. Erickson builds back up to her base.
As Martinez gets into a pinning combination here against Medeiros, right off the shoot in the second period, just able to roll her back over, working on top 30 seconds into the second period.
And mat number 1, Hansen still trying to work that half Nelson on Erickson. Erickson doing a good job of hand fighting, holding her base as time expires in the second period.
Near fall points upcoming. Going to get at least 4 of them here, but good job by Medeiros to get back to her base into her stomach right now, but still working on that little arm across here as Martinez trying to get back into another pinning position. But she's got to be careful here as Medeiros will come back through and get 4 points for a near fall, but then 2 points for a reversal. Medeiros down 7-3, 50 seconds remaining in the second period. Now she's going to be working on a cradle.
We're started the third period over on mat number 1. Hansen is up in the match by a score of 4-0. She's in the bottom position. She's wrestling Isabel Erickson from Northern Cass. That dual score, Broncos with the lead over the Jaguars by a score of 18-12.
Medeiros got the cradle on Martinez, now goes into some backfall, near fall points here as the official gets a little kick to the face. He looks to be all right, comes back across. Trying to be a winner via fall here is Isabel from Dickinson, down early in this match. Now working with some near fall points. 15 seconds here in the period. Can she get the pin before time runs out? Five seconds remaining in the period. Looking through. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, and that'll do it here for the period as Martinez is saved by the bell. As we're tied at 7 apiece going into period number 3.
And we're now under a minute remaining over on mat number 1 in the third period. Hansen still in the top position, has the 4-0 lead. Erickson just doing a good job of hand fighting. Hansen keeping a lot of pressure on her. Now Erickson's able to stand up, work some hand control. Good mat return by Hansen. She goes to work right away, tries to dig in underneath. She has the half Nelson buried in on the near side once again. Erickson doing a good job of countering, just trying to head up, look away, and wing down on it. Hansen not having much success digging that half Nelson in there on Erickson.
As the coaches will come out and talk with our official here just to make sure they got the score all right at the scores table. Currently tied at 7 apiece, and this one has been a nip and tuck throughout as both Martinez and Meteors have had opportunities to win via fall, both for Gabriella in period number 1 for West Fargo United and Isabel in period number 2 there for Dickinson.
And time expires in the third period as Adeline Hansen will pick up the win. And it looks like it is a 9-1 victory. As Hansen was able to take down Erickson at the end of the period. So 9-1 is your final score. And a win by major decision for Adeline Hansen over Isabel Erickson. 4 more points for the Broncos, puts them up now 22-12 over Northern Cass on mat 1.
And a caution warning here for Gabrielle Martinez. Just jumped the gun a little bit from the official's whistle. So we will start back up again with 1:56 here in the third period.
Yeah, Lila Gillespie coming out here for the Broncos. Gillespie having a great individual region tournament last year, making it in. The unseeded wrestler, making it into the state tournament, placed in the top 8. And a returning state qualifier for Lisbon. She's out here at 142 pounds. She'll take on Annabella Steinberger of Northern Cass. That's your matchup here on mat 1.
Medeiros trying to get the 1-point escape, or Prada get a reversal. She'll get the 1-point escape, and now leads 8-7 here early in period number 3.
And action just underway between Gillespie and Steinberger. Wrestlers here working inside ties back to the center of the mat over on mat 1.
As they work off the edge of the mat here on the right-handed side, as they will start in a neutral position here with 1:36 in the third period. Martinez down by 1, 8-7.
And Gillespie looked like momentarily she could have had that takedown as Steinberger had the hand down on the mat. No award by the official, so we're still scoreless on mat number 1. We're in the first period with 1:20 remaining between Gillespie and Steinberger.
As Medeiros right now working Martinez back off the mat one more time, and every second that comes off the clock a little bit more precious for Martinez here, down by 1 with 73 seconds remaining in the period.
Here's Gillespie and Steinberger back to the center of the mat, still working that inside tie. Now Gillespie goes, tries to isolate the arm with the kind of the Russian tie position. Steinberger trying to defend. Now good single leg shot by Gillespie. She's got a nice single leg shot. She's had trouble finishing it in the past. She's down there on the leg over here on mat 1.
Oh, mat number 2 still some hand tussles between these two with 44 seconds remaining in the period. Again, still a 1-point lead for Medeiros here for Dickinson.
So Gillespie down 3-0, and it looks like we have a technical violation, clasping violation by Steinberger. So our score 3-1, Gillespie on the restart. In the center of the mat, she'll be in the bottom position.
Martinez goes off the mat, but it's not going to be 3 points as they both went off the mat by inches. West Fargo United nearly got the throw by Martinez to come through, but there was enough separation between the feet and the semicircle here as they will do it all over again as Martinez nearly rope-a-doped Isabel here late in the third.
Yeah, that was a picture-perfect throw there.
20 seconds remaining. Now you do get a stalling warning here for Dickinson. Another one would tie it up at 8, then we'll go into overtime. But currently here at 13 seconds remaining, Martinez needs to get a throw or a takedown. Otherwise, Isabel for Dickinson, unless she gets called for another stalling warning. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and a winner at 170 pounds from Dickinson is Isabel Medeiros here. 8-7 in a hard-fought victory.
Yeah, if you could have pictured that 6 years ago when we started girls wrestling at the high school level, I mean, it's come a long way from the first year of wrestling and girls high school wrestling in North Dakota. It's a great match, back and forth battle over there in mat number 2.
And if Martinez had about another half a foot, she probably would have got the 3-point takedown. That's how close it was on that far side.
I think her hair was actually in. I guess that's not counted as a point of contact.
Oh, so. My goodness. You saw the throw going down. It just was a matter of how close could you be in that circle still as they both went off the mat just enough.
All right, back over here on mat number 1. We're still a 2-3, 3-2 score. So an escape and a technical violation for the 2 points for Gillespie. That's Steinberger in the top position to start the second period. She goes to work, has the crossface with the screwdriver, reaches underneath for that screwdriver position. She's trying to walk around the top and drag over Gillespie.
So 3 points goes back up on the board for the team portion of this duel for Dickinson with a decision win 8-7 at 170, 39-12 as we head to 190 pounds now here on mat number 2.
Gillespie working in back into the high crop position. She's going to tie this up at 3 apiece, or tied up at 3. Over on mat number 1, wrestlers back up to their feet. Steinberger with the back to the edge of the mat, now circles in.
Kenzie Wu gets 3 points on the takedown here of Kendra Erickson at 190 pounds. A lot of action early on, 25 seconds here in period number 1.
Yeah, mat number 4, that duel between South Border and Bismarck. South Border has to be feeling pretty good right now. They're up 18-12 over the 2-time defending state champions there in the girls dual team side. So right now, Lady Wolf has the 3-2 lead over Kiera Wary of Bismarck. That's in the first period on mat number 4 at 136 pounds.
On mat number 2 right now, 2 points for the reversal here for Erickson. She trails it 3-2 and then gives it 2 more points now back to West Fargo United in Kenzie Wu with a 5-2 lead 60 seconds into the first period.
Yeah, Gillespie and Steinberger are tied up at 3 in the second period with 15 seconds remaining. Wrestlers currently locked up back into the collar tie position now. Gillespie kind of shrugs away Steinberger, and that's going to finish out the period. Final 5 seconds. They're back to the center of the mat, tied up at 3 on mat 1. Oh, and at the end of the period, there's still time on the clock. Gillespie not able to secure the takedown. Waved off by the official. We're going tied up at 3 into the third.
Erickson does get 1 point for the escape, and then 3 points here for a takedown for Kenzie Wu. Able to reverse Erickson over. It's 8-3. A lot of action here on mat number 2 with 20 seconds remaining. Some near fall points potentially coming for Wu right now with 15 seconds, and she'll get 2 more points for the near fall. It's 10-3.
Yeah, Gillespie kept on wrestling through the whistle and almost rewarded for it. Just wasn't able to secure that far leg. As we're still tied up here at 3 into the third period. Gillespie chose the bottom position to start out. Steinberger goes to work right away on the far ankle on Gillespie.
170 and 190 have been dandies here on mat number 2 with these 2 weight classes, with these 2 clubs, with West Fargo United and Dickinson. As after 1 period, it's a 10-3 lead here for Kenzie Wu of West Fargo United, the junior, going up against the senior here, Kendra Erickson from Dickinson.
And another technical violation as we have a clasping by Steinberger. And the official said 2 points, so we'll see if it's a 5-3 score what they put up there on the scoreboard, but that was another clasping violation by Steinberger. So Gillespie will have the lead. She's in the bottom position over here on mat number 1.
Wu went for a single leg, then Erickson nearly got the reversal. They're working off the edge of the mat. 3 points will come here for Wu as they will work to the edge of the mat, but eventually a 3-point takedown here for Kenzie as it's now 13-3 with 1:33 remaining here in the second period.
Steinberger down by 2, and she feels a little sense of urgency as right away off that restart wheel, so she goes into a crossface cradle, and she locks it up on Gillespie. We're at the minute 10 remaining, and the win by fall for Annabelle Steinberger as she picks up the pin. And 6 more points on the board now. It'll be 22-18. The Broncos still with the lead, but 6 more points for Northern Cass in the duel.
Kenzie Wu works up top here on Erickson. Erickson's got to be cautious. One more throw in some near fall points. It could be winner via tech fall here with 80 seconds remaining in the second period. But Erickson right now trying to work to her base and see if she can get another escape point. She's already got one of those here in this bout.
So we're moved up to 148 pounds. So it looks like McLaren Jones going out there. May have an open weight class here for Northern Cass.
Continues to work up top here is Wu on Erickson. We just kind of got that arm wrapped around her, 44 seconds, and we'll get a technical in terms of up top grabbing up top on the head. So tech fall point awarded here to Dickinson, but we will still work up top. It's 13-3 right now.
And we're here 155 pounds, and Veda Carbon will go out there for the Broncos. A dual score 22-18 in favor of the Broncos with the 4-point lead. And then the 6-point forfeit to Jones. Broncos up 28-18.
As Erickson trying to get the reversal, but also trying to get a takedown on top of it. There's a 2 points with the reversal. Now she'll work up top, trying to get some takedown points. 15 seconds remaining. Trying to turn her over and see if she can be a winner via fall. The screams you're hearing come from the Dickinson teammates right now, and the Mavericks with 5 seconds, with 3 seconds. Erickson trying to turn Wu over onto her back and gets the win via fall with 3.2 seconds remaining in the period. Coming back from a 13-3 deficit, Kendra Erickson, winner via fall late in period number 2.
And mat number 1, Veda Carbon with the takedown. And near fall, she's up 7-0 over Evelyn Johnson in Northern Castle. Carbon in the lead. She's in the top position, goes back to the screwdriver, has the pinning combination locked up on Johnson. She's going to try to bowl her over, pushes her over, has the shoulders down on the mat. The official down there takes a look, does his counting, and the slap of the mat there for Veda Carbon. She wins by fall, and the Broncos will have the 34-18 lead over Northern Cass going into 170 pounds.
45-12 here on mat number 2, heading to 250 pounds on mat number 2 between the Mavericks and West Fargo United. There's just 2 more weight classes remaining after this as well, with just 250 and then 100 here on mat number 2.
And we are going into 170 pounds, and it looks like Lillian Ulster going out there for the Broncos at 170, and that'll be an open weight class forfeit for Ulster. Broncos up 40-18 over Northern Cass.
Final at the Armory, 48-15. Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parkers Prairie over Oaks. So Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parkers Prairie now goes to 1-1 here early on in this dual weekend here in Lisbon.
We'll see where we're at here, 190 pounds. Looks like a Ranky going out there at 190.
Kiera Williams at 250 pounds, West Fargo United, the junior 1-0 so far, going up against Sutton here, the junior from Dickinson. Amethyst Sutton going up against Kiera Williams.
So Alyssa Ranke out there for the Lisbon Broncos here, 190 pounds, waiting on her opponent from Northern Cass. The Broncos up in the duel by a score of 40-18.
So far, a lot of collar ties has been the name of the game. 50 seconds into this 250-pound weight class on mat number 2.
And we're underway over here on mat number 1 at 190 pounds. The Broncos picked up a forfeit at 170, moved the dual score 40-18. Rustlers, as they were in mat number 2, locked up in collar tie to start things out.
Dickinson on the team duel side has a 45-12 lead. He'll again win this duel, and they'll go to 2-0 after defeating Oaks 60-10 in round number 1.
Ranke in a double leg shot on that's Kira Holdus of Northern Cass. Ranke has the pinning combination locked up, takes Holdus straight to her back and win by fall here for Alexis Ranke of the Broncos. The Broncos up 46-18 in the duel on mat 1.
Back to the collar tie position, 25 seconds remaining in the first period. Williams and Sutton, neither has had the chance for a throw so far. And neither has really given the other a chance to open up the door, if you will, between these two, as Williams nearly had a chance against Sutton. As this one will make its way scoreless after 2 minutes of wrestling here on mat number 2. It will be scoreless between Williams and Sutton as we head to period number 2.
And we have 2 minutes on the clock over here on mat number 1 between Ellis Ad and Ryan Davis. And this is at 250 pounds. Sad coming off a state placing performance last year at the state tournament. She right away has a takedown on Davis. She bowls her over, has her in the back to win by fall. That was a 13-second pin there for Ellis Ad at 250 pounds. The Broncos win the duel. That final, or excuse me, there's one more match. I forgot they got to go back to 100 pounds. We started at 106, so right now the Broncos are up by a score of 52-18.
Here we're back on mat number 2. Working up top is Williams. This could be the old, you get an escape, you might win type of a match between these two, between Williams or Sutton, or can you just turn them over enough and get 3 points for a takedown? So far, points been hard to come by in this particular, but we've seen some good matches at 170, at 190, and here at 250 on mat number 2 between West Fargo United and alongside here with Dickinson. And there's the turn a little bit for Williams, and she able to turn Sutton over, winner via fall with 1:12 left in the second period as Kiera Williams, the junior, now improves to 2-0 on the season.
Here, Josie Carbon will close the duel out for the Broncos at 100 pounds. She'll pick up the win by forfeit, and that closes the duel now by the Broncos, winning 58-18 over Northern Cass. That was your result there on mat number 1.
As right now, Sutton able to recollect herself and compose herself, able to come back off the mat by herself as we will go from 250 to 100 pounds here. So 2 of the 4 matches all set and done. South Border and Bismarck still going on over on the Armory side, and we might see Dickinson here have an open weight class at 100 pounds. That'll be the case. 6 points will be awarded here to West Fargo United, and the final team duel score will be 45-24. It'll make its way here, or 45-24. That'll be the final team school score. So Dickinson able to get to 2-0. They will wrestle next here against South Border on mat number 4 at the Armory. Well, for West Fargo United, they dropped to 0-2, losing to Bismarck and Dickinson, as West Fargo United will head back to the Armory and have a date with Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parker's Prairie upcoming on mat number 3 and round number 3.
Yeah, the Broncos coming up with that dual win over here on mat number 1, 58-18. We'll go ahead and do that Olsen Accounting dual recap over on mat number 1. The Broncos started out at 106-pound Melina Rebsum. Picks up the win for the Broncos at 106. At 112 pounds, it was Krista Gruey over Nora Gillespie. Well, I got to have the right duel up here. Thought I had put it up. Guess not. And we'll have to reset on that one.
And we'll do a quick Olsen Accounting recap here for Dickinson and West Fargo United. Double forfeit at 106 pounds at 112. You had Baku Elder from West Fargo United, winner via fall, 29 seconds in. At 118 is where Dickinson really got going here as they won 118, 124, 130, 136, 142, and 148 in consecutive order, and that's where they stretched out the lead and eventually took it. From there, able to get back on the board for West Fargo United. Brindley Hirsch earned a hard-fought fall with 3:26 left at 155, 170. Medeiros here from Dickinson, winner via the decision, 8-7. Kendra Erickson able to win her via fall as well just before time expired in the second period at 190. And Williams and Alyssa Ross able to take 6 points home here for West Fargo United.
Yeah, and then getting back into that Lisbon Northern Cass duel, Broncos opened up with that win at 106 pound by Melina Rebsum. She won by fall to start out the scoring for the Broncos. 2 in a row for the Jaguars as they picked up wins at 112 and 118. They had the lead momentarily by a score of 12-6 over the Broncos, but it was all Broncos after that from 124 down to 136 as the Broncos picked up another, it looks like 16 points as they would continue to grow their lead and eventually end up closing out the duel by a score of 58-18 for the Broncos. Your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel, that Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel is going to go over to Cadence Golding as she was able to pick up the win by fall. At 130 pounds, that was win by fall in 5:07 over Avery Davidson. It was a back and forth battle. Davidson in that match had 6 points off a reversal. She picked up 3 reversals. She really pushed Cadence Golding in that match, but Golding was able to close that out with a win by fall. And she is your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel. And then your Agassi Egg precision move of the match. That also there is going to Cadence Golding as she was able to come back in that match and was able to, that's going to go to Melina Rebsam at 106 pounds. As Melina Rebsam was down in that match, she had to come from behind pin to pick up the win for the Broncos to start things out. She was down in that match by a score of 9-3. She was able to reach back behind her opponent from Northern Castle, Lucy Johnson, reached back, was able to grab a headlock, threw Johnson down on her back and won by fall, and picked up the win for Lisbon, opening up that duel at 106 pounds.
And I'm going to go right with you there, Brent, with the Agassi Precision Egg play wrestle move of the match. And we're going to give this one on mat number 2 between Dickinson and West Fargo United. I'm going to give it to the cradle there for Kendra Erickson to finish it off at the very end. It was awfully close, and also able to see just a few minutes prior to that, Martinez nearly had the throw to win the match, but then she would later fall by 1 point in the decision. But the Agassi Precision move of the match was that cradle by Kendra Erickson, winner via fall at 190 again. And then from there, our Enbridge Energy wrestler that brought the energy, I think at 155, you could have taken your pick between Clancy Meyer and Brindley Harch. Just going through, it was winner via fall for Brindley Harch with 326, but they scored 17 points before you had the winner via fall, so those two were going at it, but Brindley Harch able to have that one, and she brought the energy, and she is our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match here at 155 as well. So still one match to go, and that is again in the Armory here with South Border and Bismarck, and that has now gone final. 54-22 Bismarck High over a South Border. A couple late there for the Mustangs in the higher weight classes were one via forfeited, but that was nip and tuck throughout. So Bismarck High now 2-0 as well, 54-22. So you had Bismarck High over South Border, Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker Sperry over Oaks, Dickinson defeats West Fargo and Lisbon over Northern Castle. Take a quick break. Brent and I will let you know what's coming up for round number 3 here in Lisbon.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose. That's how we're evolving healthcare, by treating people, not just patients, with innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal.
Oh, jeez. That's a lot of water.
No! Jeez Louise!
This
system is packing 70-mile-per-hour winds, golf ball-sized hail, and a fast drop in temperature.
Oh, jeez. Dave and Cheryl's kitchen started on fire.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, geez, let's take a look.
Oh, geez, moments happen. Be ready with Irie Insurance.
Cywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsboro is your one-stop shop for gifts and home improvements. Check out the huge display of DeWalt power tools. They accept Hillsboro Christmas cash, making holiday shopping even easier. And explore all major name brand appliances, floor covering, cabinets, windows, doors, and much more. Find everything you need for all seasons, including this special holiday season when you shop at Cywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsboro, open Monday through Saturday.
What if we said a bank isn't a place to lock up money? It's a place to set it free. What if the point of banking wasn't to bank at all, but to put your ideas to work? What if your bank asked, what if, a little more? Well, what if we told you we do? We're American Bank and Trust, where what if meets why not? If you're ready to change what you get out of banking, start a relationship with us. What if you made the move today?
Chase Miller alongside Brent Dick with you here in the Crow's Nest in Lisbon. We are broadcasting from the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth at Stock Growers Bank, your local small-town bank and big-time partner with Stock Growers Bank mobile app. Experience banking at your fingertips anytime, anywhere. Bank near so you can go far with Stock Growers Bank right here in Lisbon. Member FDIC, equal housing lender at Stock Growers Bank. Brent, what we got coming up here for round number 3 here of the dual tournament?
Yeah, round number 3 open up here in the main gymnasium. We have Lisbon versus Oaks. Mat number 2, Northern Cass takes on Bismarck. Mat 3, West Fargo Cheyenne versus Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie. And mat number 4, South Border versus Dickinson. So the duel to kind of keep your eyes on, I would say the most competitive on mats number 3 and mat number 4 between West Fargo Cheyenne, Bertha Hewitt, and then mat number 4, South Border versus Dickinson.
And then so far you got Lisbon, who's a 2-0 with wins over Northern Cass and Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie. Oaks, after falling to Dickinson, they had their fell as well to Bertha Hewitt, Parkers Prairie. Northern Cass 0-2. They lost to South Border and Northern Cass. They'll go up against Bismarck High, who's 2-0. Bismarck High winners over West Fargo United and South Border as well. That's what we'll see here in mat number 1 and mat number 2. Still got the 4th round to go, where all 4 mats will be in action. Then Northern Cass and Oaks will be round number 5. The lone single match coverage tomorrow morning gets underway at 9:30.
Yeah, just kind of looking ahead and looking at tomorrow's schedule, at least for the Broncos. The Broncos are going to have very competitive duels tomorrow.
All three are going to be good.
Yeah, back to back to back. The team's going to really push themselves on Saturday here as Lisbon will open up with West Fargo, and then their 2nd and 3rd round they take on Dickinson and Bismarck, and that's tomorrow.
And Bismarck Dickinson will go on mat number 2 tomorrow morning at 9:30. Then Bismarck High against Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie, and then Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie will go up against South Border to finish thing off. And just one match tomorrow on mat number 3 in the Armory will be West Fargo and South Border. So should be some good wrestling as well, Brent, if you want to make your way out to Lisbon tomorrow morning here for this girls wrestling duel, day number 2 of the tournament.
Yeah, as we talked about kind of in our lead up to this, that we had, if you want to catch the football games, you got time here to come down, watch some wrestling in Lisbon, watch some girls wrestling. Going to be some great duels tomorrow, and then you can catch those football games, the Bison or the Fighting Hawks tomorrow in the playoffs.
Should be a lot of fun. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and get you ready for round number 3 here. Should be some good wrestling duels. We'll let you know about it more coming up here around the corner from Lisbon.
If you're thinking about updating your bathroom or kitchen, don't wait until the last minute. Planning is key. At Ada Building Center LLC on Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, you can check out the brand new displays with the latest in cabinets, countertops, and floor coverings. The Ada Building Center LLC team will guide you through designs and help you secure trusted contractors for the job. Stop today and start planning your remodel. 218-784-3661 or visit adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
Winter is coming. Are you ready? At Agassi Sales, we'll help you build the snow removal fleet you need now. With Hyundai Construction Equipment Snow Lease Program, you'll get flexible financing, low monthly rates, and even the option of 6 months on, 6 months off. Plus, every machine is backed by our certified service department. Call Agassi Sales at 888-836-4029 or visit agassisales.com. Agassi Sales, your partner for power and reliability.
No job too big, no call too small. Bears Home Solutions handles it all. You need a bear in there, oh yeah. Keeping homes just right with expert care. Let our stars guide you when repairs scare. You need a bear in there.
Check out bearshomesolutions.com.
Give them the freedom to grow with the peace of mind of security and safety.
Let me do my thing. So get ready, get up, get ready, yeah.
America's Best Checking for students from Bell Bank makes it easy to let them do their thing.
It's what it's all about.
Visit www.bell.bank/student-checking to learn more. Or stop into a branch near you to open an account today.
Let me do my thing.
Bell Bank, member FDIC.
For the last 25 years, Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties has been serving the real estate needs of Fargo-Moorhead and the surrounding communities. Whether you're buying, selling, or investing, Carlita is ready to help you evaluate the market and make the right choice for you. Take the first step into selling into your next home by calling Carlita Dietz at Berkshire Hathaway Home Services Premier Properties at 701-367-5918. Experienced, confident, qualified. Carlita Dietz.
For trusted news, weather, and sports from your community, look to R&J Broadcasting Incorporated, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Hear local voices from local radio with news and information from the area. Your information stations, KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ Radio, and rjbroadcasting.com. Local voices from local radio.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
As an American Family Insurance agent, Chris and Monica Heisey look out for what matters to you most, even when nothing is wrong. These days, everyone wants to save money, and they can show you how easy it is to have multiple policies by combining your auto and homeowner's insurance. Let Chris Heisey Agency with American Family Insurance put some change back in your pocket. For more info, visit chrisheisey.com. That's chrisheisey.com for all the details.
In Hope, North Dakota, we aren't just a town, we're a community, one that you can be proud of, where you and your family can grow. With available jobs, affordable housing, a golf course and pool, the Sportsman Club, and great educational opportunities. There hasn't been a better time to join the Hope community, ideally located between Fargo, Grand Forks, and Jamestown. For more information, go to www.hopend.com. Live, work, and play in Hope, North Dakota.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Get ready to make a true impact on the farm. Introducing the HDSR series of staggered rippers from Degelman Industries. At the heart of the machine is the HDSR's staggered two-row setup, which allows for better trash flow and lower draft than an inline ripper. Featuring a shorter implement contour length, easier transport, and better compaction shattering ability than the competitors. The HDSR series from Degelman Industries is engineered tough. Visit our website for more information.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
If you have ideas about building plans for the next year, whether it's a new farm, shop, home, garage, or something else, now is the perfect time to start planning. Ada Building Center, LLC, Highway 200 East Edge in Ada, recommends beginning the process now for securing your contractors and getting price quotes early. The team at Ada Building Center, LLC will help you explore ideas, draw up designs, and make sure your building goes smoothly. 218-784-3661 or check out adabuildingcenter.com. Ada Building Center, your project starts here.
When you choose Farmers Union Insurance, you're backed by an insurance policy provider that meets your specific requirements. At Farmers Union Insurance Gullison Olson Agency, they offer reliable insurance policies from homeowners, farm and ranch, contractors, small businesses, and more. Let Lance, Shelby, and the staff at Gullison Olson Agency take care of you today. For more information, stop into their office on Main Street in Lisbon for Farmers Union Insurance Gullison Olson Agency.
All right, welcome back here to Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament as we have our third round getting ready over here on mats number 1, number 2. Just to refresh, mat number 1 is Lisbon versus Oaks. Mat 2, Northern Cass versus Bismarck. Mat number 3, West Fargo Cheyenne versus Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parker Prairie. And mat number 4 is South Border versus Dickinson. That's just ahead here for the Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament.
And over on mat number 3 already, West Fargo United with a 6-0 lead over Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parker's Prairie, as Baku Elder for West Fargo United, winner via fall. 28 seconds into the match, Natalie Carlson at 118 going up against Autumn Baker here. Natalie Carlson from West Fargo United here at 118. So we'll keep you apprised of what everything is going on the Armory side as well. Here Bismarck High, Brent, you've been kind of talking about them a little bit throughout the broadcast, just the quality of team that they've been able to have. A lot of folks remember, obviously, boys wrestling. They had twins just a couple of years ago on the boys' side. They went to Michigan for crying out loud for wrestling, able to see what they've been able to do. They've just been a well-oiled machine for a very long time, generational wrestling here in the state. But what has made the girls' program almost equally as good early on here from the girls wrestling side for Bismarck High.
Yeah, just a high pedigree wrestling, kind of the wrestling capital of North Dakota is out there in Bismarck, and it's been that way for a number of years, especially on the Class A side. Class B side a little bit spread around across the state where you have your pockets of some outstanding wrestling towns, but Bismarck's been holding it down as far as the high school wrestling scene in the state of North Dakota for a number of years.
And now something like this in girls wrestling, you get a Division B team for many years, now Division A in volleyball and basketball going up against a Bismarck High team, which to Brent's point, it's double A in everything or a high A. So in girls wrestling, you get more opportunities like this. That's the one thing in boys wrestling, Brent, and I don't know if we'll ever get it, but I would like to see a true state champ, take the Class A state champ against the Class B state champ and say who actually takes the hardware home, because I think in wrestling, take classes aside, it's just equal wrestlers, no matter where you're coming from.
Yep, I think you're probably not the only person with that thought. That's been, I'm sure, kicked around many times.
Fuchs here for Bismarck High, the freshman going up against Affield here for Northern Cass McKenna. They'll start it off at 112 pounds here on mat number 2.
And mat number 1 at 112 pounds, Gillespie for Lisbon takes on Vian of Oaks. That match just underway. That's in the first period. It's a 3-0 lead, now 3-1 over here on mat number 1. So Vian in the lead for Oaks on mat 1.
Some collar ties so far as they continue to tossle around here on mat number 2. 40 seconds into the opening period here. Bismarck High so far 2-0 in the dual tournament with wins over West Fargo United and South Border.
Naveen with another takedown. She's up 6-1. Nice mat return on Gillespie. Now goes to work, has the half Nelson locked up. Turns her over, picking up some near fall on mat number 1.
Northern Cass did a good job against Lisbon in the last duel with these middle weights, making things a little interesting, trying to do so here again with Affield.
Yeah, they had some good competitive matches there. You know, right around 112 through 130 pounds for Northern Cass.
Able to get a 3-point takedown on the way for Fuchs here, the freshman for Bismarck High. The Demons have a 3-0 lead.
And that's a win by fall for Vian of Oaks. She wins by fall over Nora Gillespie. And Oaks out to the early 6-0 lead going into 118 pounds on mat 1.
As Fuchs able to put Affield on her back, working for some near fall points as Affield trying her best to get out of the grasp a little bit here of Fuchs. But winner via fall is Laura Lee Fuchs from Bismarck High as they take the early 6-0 team dual score lead here for the Demons over the Jakes.
And Addison Booman back out there for the Broncos at 118 pounds, and she'll take on Hembry Mueller of Oaks. So Izzy Hembry Mueller and Booman going at it. Booman right away on a double leg takedown on Mueller. Booman goes right away. Pinning combination, good combo wrestling after the double leg goes up to a half Nelson on Hembry Mueller. Working for a fall for the Broncos in the pin for Addison Booman off the half Nelson, and Broncos tie up the duel at 6.
As Bismarck getting their wrestler in here at 118 pounds as she will check in here as the Bismarck High Demons again up 6-0 at 112 pounds is where they started as we go to 118 now on mat number 2.
And we're tied up at 6 apiece on mat number 1 after Booman with the win by fall, and that'll move us here to 124 pounds. So we'll have to see who the Broncos sent out. That is Maddie Krellin. So Krellin out there, she picked up a win in her first match of the day. Yeah, she's wrestling Estella Wentworth of Oaks. So Krellin and Estella Wentworth, both 8th graders. Krellin, the returning state qualifier for the Broncos at 118 pounds last year.
Hannah Johnson at 118 for Northern Cass going up against Ariana St. Clair here from Bismarck High. Scoreless 30 seconds into the opening period on mat number 2.
So Krellin comes up with the double leg takedown. She's up 3-0, going to work on top, has a wrist locked up underneath, goes to the half Nelson. She's going to roll over Wentworth and looking for a pinning combination in the win by fall here for Krellin in the slap of the mat. Krellin with the win by fall, and the Broncos go up by a score of 12-6.
Hannah Johnson has a 3-point takedown here against St. Clair. St. Clair trying to get the 1-point escape, able to do so here to make it 3-1 in favor of Johnson. 54 seconds in period number 1.
The Broncos with the 12-6 lead as they will go to 130 pounds. See who the Broncos send out there. It looks like Johnson going out there for the Broncos. She's checking into the table here at 130 pounds.
It's 3-1 advantage again for Hannah Johnson after the 3-point takedown. She's going for a single leg shot as St. Clair trying to block it. 25 seconds remaining here in the first period as now St. Clair trying to come back around a little bit, but still holding on to that leg is Johnson. As they do get a 3-point takedown now for St. Clair.
Well, it is mat number 130 pounds. That is Presley Johnson for Lisbon, and Brooklyn Ponzer for Oaks checks into the table. So that matchup here just underway as wrestlers shake hands, blow the whistle on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, the score is 8-1 on the scoreboard, but it should be 4 points awarded to Bismarck High, and then Johnson as well. Doesn't have 8. She had 3 to begin with, and then it's a matter of did they award the second takedown to make it 6-4, or is it 4-3? All they know is the kids say, Brent, it's not 6-7. That's all I can. That's the only thing I can say because it ain't 9. That's the only thing off of that. So they'll say it's 4-3 here for Bismarck High. I've been waiting all day to use that at one time, especially in wrestling.
Oh boy. There's some parents right now covering their ears. But and maybe a few teachers.
Yeah, I would say so. I saw one teacher said it, they were saying 6-7, 6-7. He goes 8-9 and walked out of the classroom, and the kids didn't know what to do in a comeback.
Mind blown. Yeah. All right, Brooklyn Ponzer locks up a cradle on Presley Johnson over here on mat number 130 pounds. Ponzer with the win by fall with the cradle. And she'll tie up the dual score, 12-12 over on mat number 1.
Speaking of a cradle, Hannah Johnson nearly working the cradle, and now is against St. Clair. She trying to be a winner here via fall, but St. Clair able to get back to her base. It's still a 4-3 lead here on the way for St. Clair, but St. Clair right now got to be more the defensive wrestler here against Johnson. Johnson trying to avoid putting too much of her weight in front on St. Clair to see if a reversal can come out or an escape as St. Clair gets back to her base here up top, and then Johnson throws her back down the mat. We'll see if she tries to work that cradle move one more time on mat number 2.
So Gillespie goes out at 136, picks up a forfeit. The Broncos now up 18-12 on the Bank North scoreboard here on mat number 1.
As Northern Cass right now continues to work in the center of the mat here with Hannah Johnson against St. Clair. 60 seconds remaining here in the period, and St. Clair does get the 1-point escape and now has a 5-3 advantage midway through period number 2.
And Emerson Schwab at 142 picks up the win by forfeit. So the Broncos increase their lead, now up 24-12, as we will have a match here at 148 pounds. Wrestlers checking in. And for Lisbon, that looks like Izzy Kurtz out there.
As Johnson goes for a single leg shot after some collar ties, but now with it is St. Clair. St. Clair trying to see if she can keep that head down, but Johnson will come back up.
Oh, Izzy Kurtz with the 3-point takedown. She's wrestling Lexi Dill of Oaks. Kurtz with the takedown picks up some near fall. And goes into the grapevine as she's trying to stretch out Dill with the near fall and the pin for Izzy Kurtz. And now the Broncos up 30-12 on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Johnson does get awarded 3 points for a takedown before time expires in the second period. So tied at 9 apiece here in the second period. Still at 118 pounds on mat number 2. It's a 6-0 Bismarck High lead over Northern Cass on the team dual side.
These duels here rolling right along. We're not 155 pounds. Veda Carblom for the Broncos goes out, picks up the forfeit for Lisbon. And looks like 170 pounds. There's Ava Carblom with the win by forfeit.
As they're going back through at the scoreboard here to make sure that it is a 9-9 advantage. Some extra points were awarded across the way as they're making their way back through. 6-5 potentially should be the score. They're looking at it, and it will be 6-5 here in favor of Northern Cass and Hannah Johnson.
That was 190 pounds, so Cora Ulster with the win by forfeit, and then 250, another forfeit. That should finish off this duel over here. Well, actually, I got to remember that we did start at 112 pounds, so we got to go back up through 106. Trying to finish these duels early here, second time.
As on mat number 2, we kind of had the early season welcome back, shake the rust off, so to speak, across the board. Still 6-5 in favor of Hannah Johnson here for Northern Cass, and she will get the 1-point escape to make it now 7-5.
Well, the Broncos pick up another forfeit at 100 pounds right now. Score 60-12. We do have a match out here at 106. So it looks like Abby Sutherland going out there for the Broncos. Sutherland, an 8th grader, her first year of wrestling. And she's taking on Marlise Lawrence of Oaks, another 7th grader.
As our official's going to call for a time to make sure they got the score right. There should be 7-5. There was a couple extra points that got awarded here towards the Bismarck wrestler, as it went from 6-5 up to 7-5. And Bismarck High making sure they got everything situated here.
Lawrence works a half Nelson. She throws Sutherland over, and the win by fall for Marlise Lawrence. The 7th grader from Oaks picks up the victory.
As we start back in a neutral position with Hannah Johnson with the advantage right now over St. Clair from Bismarck High. St. Clair going for a single leg. Johnson looking to break it. As right now Johnson working on top. We are in the third period, 70 seconds remaining here. As right now trying to work back across here is Johnson. And she will get 3 points awarded on the takedown and now have a 10-5 advantage.
currently. Johnson doesn't have to get too aggressive here. It would be a decision winning 3 points being awarded here to Northern Cass, but St. Clair able to get the 1 point escape to make it now 10-6. And St. Clair will have to be aggressive, down by 4, 40 seconds remaining. We just saw her moments ago went for that single leg on the right that was blocked by Johnson. She goes for a single leg one more time on the left-hand side. Then Johnson comes back and able to get the reverse and come through as she continues to work back on top here against St. Clair. 25 seconds remaining here in the period. St. Clair works back to her base with 10 seconds, but all that Johnson needs to do is pretty much ride this one out, and they'll get 3 points on the team side being awarded here towards Northern Cass. At 118 pounds, winner via the decision here is Hannah Johnson over St. Clair from Bismarck High. It's 10-6 and 3 points awarded here towards Northern Cass and Hannah Johnson.
Yeah, over at mat number 1, that final dual score is 60-18. The Broncos over the Tornadoes. We're here with a exhibition match. Right now it's Annabelle Hayes out there wrestling for the Broncos in an exhibition match. It's a 3-0 lead for Oaks in that match with a minute 5 remaining in the first period.
West Fargo United and Bertha Hewitt, Ferndale Parker's Prairie, 22-0 for West Fargo United as they're at 136 pounds right now over on the Armory side, and then South Border and Dickinson as that one's getting underway. It's South Border up 6-0 last check over Dickinson.
This match over here on mat number 1, that's an exhibition match. Annabelle Hayes works to her feet, clears the hips for the 1 point escape. Now 3-1's your score. That's with 30 seconds remaining in the first period.
Aparecido here for Bismarck High gets a 3 point takedown for the 8th grade wrestler, going up against Pritchard here for Northern Cass on mat number 2. 20 seconds into the opening period, it's at 124 pounds.
And we have the final 10 seconds here on mat number 1 in this exhibition match. That score is 3-1 in favor of the Oaks wrestler. That's Annabelle Hayes out there for the Broncos. And time expires in the first period. Lydia McCleary out there doing the towel tapping there for the Broncos. Choice goes over to Hayes, and she's going to choose neutral to start the second period.
Aparecido continues to work up top against Pritchard here. 60 seconds into the period, it's 3 points, and then there's going to be a stalling warning upcoming. Stalling warning will be against Northern Cass here in Pritchard.
Start of the second period over on mat number 1. Wrestlers back into the collar tie, just working that center of the mat. That's a 3-1 lead here. Hayes down by 2 points over on mat number 1.
Aparecido trying to earn some near fall points, and if Pritchard doesn't do anything, she might get called for, again, another stalling warning. Pritchard, though, is going to get rolled over, and Aparecido here gets to a winner via fall. 26 seconds remaining in the period. 6 points coming here for the 8th grader from Bismarck High as they take a 12-3 lead.
Yeah, mat number 4 between South Border and Dickinson. That's at 124 pounds. South Border up with the 9-0 lead. Right now, Paige Goebel is wrestling Emily Schilling of Dickinson. That's scoreless in the first period over on mat number 4, but South Border leads that duel by a score of 9-0.
It's Pritchard right now not putting too much pressure on that right arm as she will come out here for Northern Cass and hope to be all right going forward throughout the duration of this weekend. Anytime you get into wrestling, in particular, look at the arm, you might be thinking of a pop socket potentially with how sometimes you get rolled around across the mat.
Yeah, nice little Peterson roll there by Annabelle Hayes. Hayes with the reversal, trying to pick up some near fall. She goes into a half Nelson. That score is 6-3. Oaks is up in that. Hayes has the half Nelson, trying to score some near fall here in the second period as they're under 20 seconds remaining. Hayes still working the half. Oaks still defending. Now cracks the plane, picking up near fall, trying to take the lead in this match for the first time here with under 10 seconds remaining in the second period. Then the win by fall for Annabelle Hayes. She picks up the pin in the exhibition match over here on mat number 1.
Braylon Paff here for Bismarck High, going to be wrestling against Avery Davidson for Northern Cass. Davidson gets an early 3-point takedown here. This at 130 pounds and a 1-point escape upcoming for Pfaff. It's currently a 12-3 advantage here for Bismarck High.
So I think that'll close out the wrestling over here on mat number 1 in this third round. The Broncos down the Oaks Tornadoes by a score of 60-18. That's on mat number 1.
And you do get another 3 points on the takedown on the way here for Davidson. Quickly 1-point escape one more time for Pfaff here. Pfaff, the freshman, Davidson, the junior, and Avery's been pretty good so far here this evening in Lisbon. With a 6-2 advantage, going for another single leg as Pfaff is trying to work her way around, but another 3-point takedown here. No near fall points so far for Davidson, but she's humming along and then cuts her loose and gets back 1 point here, but more of an aggressive offensive style and wrestler here. Brent putting a lot of points here for Davidson in the opening 70 seconds of the period.
Yeah, she really pushed Cadence Golding of the Broncos, and Golding was able to come away with a win by fall in the third period, but Davidson having a good tournament.
That was the one thing going back to those near fall points put in, from last year, talking about, award the aggressive wrestler and more the offensive wrestler, where you're one good throw away from, boom, maybe 7 points coming your way.
Yeah, yep, that makes it changes the your strategy here going into a wrestling match for sure, knowing that you can go down pretty early in a match by a score of 7-0.
As Davidson continues to work here and does the same thing, gets the takedown, gets the cut loose, she'll take 3, she'll give up 1. And all of a sudden she leads it by 8. Going for that left leg, though, is Pfaff. She's trying to get a 3-point takedown. 13 seconds remaining in the period, then a potentially dangerous here on the way. With 13.2, we'll stop the time here on period number 2. This one well behind some of our matches here on mat number 2 with Bismarck High and Northern Cass.
Yeah, good competitive matches here in these lighter mid-weights between Northern Cass and Bismarck.
As Davidson earns another 3-point takedown here, it's 15-4, and that's how we'll end this first period. So one good throw here by Davidson could be a winner via tech fall as we open up the second period here between Davidson and Pfaff.
Yeah, going into that Olson County recap for the Broncos against the Oaks Tornadoes. The Broncos started out here at 112 pounds with the win. The duel started at 112 pounds with a win for the Oaks Tornadoes. That was Veen over Gillespie by a win by fall. And the Broncos pick up 2 back-to-back pins at 118 and 124 pounds. Booman and Krellin both win by fall for the Broncos. The Broncos take the lead in the duel and wouldn't look back after that. And Ponzer for Oaks with a win by fall at 130 pounds. That tied up the duel. And then the Broncos picked up a number of forfeits from 136 pounds to 142. Then Izzy Kurtz came out at 148 with the win by fall over Lexi Dill within 24 seconds. Carblum, Veda Carblum, Ava Carblum, Oster, and Sad all picked up forfeits. And then at 100 pounds, it was Melina Rebsum with another win by forfeit. And then 106, Oaks would pick up another win, this one by fall at 106 pounds as Lorenz defeated Sutherland by pin in 31 seconds. Your final duel score was 60-18, the Broncos over the Tornadoes.
Henry Davidson right now working a little bit on a chicken wing here against Pfaff. 50 seconds remaining here in this second period. She's up 18-4 right now against Pfaff, and Pfaff just kind of down to her base on her stomach on the mat right now, not allowing Davidson to try to roll her over and be a winner via fall here, as that's what Davidson is looking to do currently.
And look at her Agassi Egg precision move of the match. That's going to go out. I'm just going to say it's just to the pins that were collected by each team. The Broncos picked up 4 pins in that duel. Oaks picks up 2. So your Agassi Egg precision move of the match going by way of the pin, picking up those big bonus points for each team. The Broncos powered the way to a 60-18 victory over the Oaks Tornadoes.
Davidson trying her best right now to stretch her across and see if she can get into some near fall points here to at least end the period and maybe end this one via tech fall, but looking for the pin right now with 2 seconds, with 1 second, and we'll see what we'll get. 4 points for the tech fall to make it on the way 22-4 and winner via tech fall, and 5 points upcoming here will be to Avery Davidson, and she worked hard right from the shoot here, and we'll get 5 points on the board. It's now 12-8 Bismarck High on the duel over Northern Cass.
And look at your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel for Enbridge Energy, bringing the energy to this match. That was Izzy Kurtz at 148 pounds. Kurtz picks up the win by fall at 148 over Lexi Dill. That was in 24 seconds, so quick pin for Kurtz. And for the Broncos at 148 pounds, she's your Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Duel. Kurt's a first-year wrestler out here for the Broncos and making it happen, bringing the energy to the Lisbon Broncos team.
Going with South Border, taking a look at what they've been able to do here as South Border wrestling against Dickinson over in the Armory. It's currently 9-6 South Border heading into 130 pounds as the Mustangs over the Mavericks, and West Fargo United against Bertha Hewitt, Ferndale Parker's Prairie. It's 28-12 right now in favor of West Fargo United, and they got about 5 weight classes remaining over on the Armory side. And then here, trying to make sure they got everything situated in terms of the team points, as the scoreboard's been more the bugaboo right now as we make our way to 136 pounds.
Yeah, just trying to get the wrestlers checked in, make sure you have the right wrestler to give them credit for their matches and for the points.
Also, on track wrestling, it's 11-9 Northern Cass, but that's not the right score. There are some points awarded towards Bismarck and Northern Cass and vice versa, so they'll have to go back and edit that up a little bit. But currently 12-7 as we make our way here to 136 pounds. This has been the pulling teeth match right now between the Jags and the Bismarck High Demons. As trying to go through again and maybe have a reset and see what they have for points, as I think both coaches are kind of looking at each other, trying to make sure they got everything situated properly of what the score should be. And now they got everything situated with 5 points being awarded for the Tech Fall. So it will be 12-8 as we make our way to 136 pounds. Isabel Erickson here for Northern Cass against Kiera Ware for Bismarck High. There's some collar ties right now for these two. Early hand fighting, 40 seconds into the period. So I got 148, 155 to 250, and all the way back through to 100 and 106 remaining here in this duel between Northern Cass and Bismarck. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here, round number 3. We still got one more full round tonight with all 4 matches. Then round number 5 will feature Northern Cass and Oaks as a single match.
Yeah, those matches over on mats number 3 and 4 right now at 155 pounds on mat number 3 between West Fargo United and Bertha Hewitt, Ferndale Parker's Prairie. That's Brinley Harstosh. She's up 10-0 over Autumn Dobratz. And that dual score right now was 28-12 in favor of West Fargo United. That's at 155 pounds. And then in the first period on mat number 4 at 130 pounds, Ava Litzy of South Border wrestling Brianna Erickson of Dickinson. Right now, Erickson is up on Litzy by a score of 3-0. That's on mat number 4. South Border leads that duel by a score of 9-6.
Skiera's going to get a 3-point takedown here. She was looking for a double leg. Does get 3 points awarded here for Bismarck High at 136 pounds. Continuing to work around a little bit on Erickson. Erickson getting back to her base position right now on the mat, down by 3. 30 seconds remaining in period number 1. That's Ware working up top, trying to see if she can roll Erickson over a little bit towards the center of the mat. But doing a good job just kind of getting back to the middle there is Erickson, and there's the roll across, but Erickson could have a chance to try to reverse this one through. Erickson continuing to work back up top here against Skiera Ware. This will be tight, possibly call for grasping. There will be 2 points on the reversal. That'll be awarded to Northern Cass. Then we'll get a technical violation, 1 point awarded towards the Jags as well here with Erickson. So we'll be 3-all here going into period number 2.
Yeah, Northern Cass has come to wrestle for this dual tournament.
A youthful squad. They don't have all their weight classes filled out, Brent, but they have made it difficult, particularly on Lisbon and now here on Bismarck High, and particularly in these middle weight classes here this evening.
Just taking small victories right now, up 11-9 over Bismarck in the duel.
As the score again should be at 3 apiece.
So is it 12-8?
And going back through should be 12-8 in favor of Bismarck High as well. In track wrestling, it's 11-9 for Northern Cass. So again, scoreboard's been a little off since the jump here. And sometimes when it's this early in the season, you just have folks just volunteering and helping out as much as you can. So maybe learning the sport a little bit, running the scoreboard as well in terms of the points that were awarded. As when you had the 1 point escape, you had 1 point go to green and 5 points were then going to red as the examples. That's what got the last weight class a little off. As Erickson continued to work up top here on Skiera Ware from Bismarck High. 25 seconds into period number 2, we're 3 apiece. Trying to see if they can come through. Well, Erickson just trying to get and keep Ware on the center of the mat here, able to do so for Erickson. As Erickson continues to work up top. And you can hear the Bismarck side of the mat right now asking Ware to get up and get off the mat and get moving a little bit here. Getting back to her tripod base and right on cue. Back to her tripod. Erickson, though, able to put her back down to the mat. 50 seconds remaining here in the second period. Jace continue to work underneath a little bit. Erickson trying to see if she can roll that body over a little. Get into a pinning combination. Ware trying to get that leg wrapped around in the back. As Erickson just kind of turning her into the mat. There's the turn across for some near fall points. Trying to see if she can get that, but more importantly, trying to get to a fall position. 15 seconds remaining in period number 2. Erickson continues to work that right arm across, trying to flatten it out. See if she can get that shoulder blade to come right across the mat. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. And there will be near fall points upcoming, and they'll give 4 near fall points here to Erickson. She had to work for it in that period, as it's now 7-3 here for Northern Cass in period number 2.
Yeah, over on mat number 3 at 170 pounds, West Fargo United up in that duel. It's by a score of 34-12 over Bertha Hewitt. Right now, Gabrielle Martinez of West Fargo United wrestling Laura Wagner. And that is scoreless in the first period. And then mat number 4, that duel score still 9-6. Litzy and Erickson going at it. Litzy for South Border. She's down 10-3. That dual score right now, Dickinson and South Border. 9-6 lead for Dickinson, or excuse me, 9-6 lead for South Border.
As Erickson does have a 4-point lead here. I'm not sure if there's any relation in the family between those two, with one Erickson and the other.
Right.
But Erickson here for Northern Cass over Ware here for Bismarck. And Kira Ware's going to have to hustle right now, down by 4 a little bit with 1:35 left in period number 3. There's some collar ties right now. Coming through for a 3-point takedown as Erickson now gets into a pinning combination here. Near fall points going to be awarded. She has a 10-3 lead, going to add with some near fall points, but she's trying to put this third period to rest here. Got her in that headlock, arm cross across. Now 4 near fall points going to be awarded, so we're going to have a 14-3 if somehow Ware can get out of this, because she is in a python grip right now of Erickson with 65 seconds remaining in the third period. Unfortunate from a Bismarck High Ware perspective. She's just been more of the defensive wrestler here, and she's done a good job stretching this one out through 5 minutes. And Erickson looking to finally put the bow, so to speak, on this bout. I was trying to come back through here as Ware. Erickson trying to show our official here that shoulder blade that'll go down to the mat, but Kieran just will not allow it to go flat. Still got 30 seconds remaining in the period. And the sophomore Erickson against the sophomore Ware. There's winner via fall with 27.4 here in the third period. Isabel Erickson with 6 points up on the board. And now it's going to be Northern Cass with a 14-12 lead over Bismarck High here on the team duels. Hard-fought matches. We make our way now to 142 pounds here on mat number 2.
Yeah, mat number 4, they're still at 130 pounds. That match is really tightened up right now. Litzy is up by 4 over Erickson, so it's 14-10. So Ava Litzy coming from behind. That's in the third period with 1:20 remaining. 14-10 is the score in that match. 9-6 dual score for mat number 4 between the Mustangs and Dickinson.
As Annabelle Steinberger here for Northern Cass going up against Paige Baumgartner here for Bismarck High, as they got to clear the board, so to speak, and get to zeros across, and that's what they're waiting for here on mat number 2. If you see the wrestlers in the head official looking up at the scoreboard here, trying to make sure everything is clear on the board with 27.4 seconds. Part of the reason why that this match has been a little bit delayed, if you will, has just been, again, you can't fault the volunteers. They're trying to help, and work this one through, Brent. But if you haven't ran basketball before or volleyball, sometimes you got to look at those numbers and figure out which goes which. And same thing for wrestling, as they're trying to make sure everything is good and get it to zeros across as well for the individual 142 pounds on the scoreboard.
Yeah, the good part is you're getting a new crew of table workers trained up. So.
Only December, got a ways to go.
That's right. Yep. A lot of tournaments left, a lot of wrestling yet.
As Baumgartner and Steinberger will quickly work off the mat 7 seconds into the period here. Tell you what, Northern Cass moving forward, Brent, I think throughout the rest of the year, particularly in this 112 to 142, 155-pound weight class, going to be very interesting moving forward here in terms of individuals, but also once you get to these dual tournaments here. And as Northern Cass has the ability to do now with more of a dual team, you'll just get more reps a little bit every day as well.
Yeah. Just being able to grow your program, have some wrestlers to build your program around, and if you have a good, solid middle of the lineup, that's going to help. Grow your team and anchor them down.
Steinberger and Baumgartner still scoreless here 40 seconds into the period. Northern Cass, they will go up against West Fargo here on mat number 2 next. Well, for Bismarck High, they will head to mat number 3 in the Armory and have a matchup with Oaks to finish off day number 1 here of the Lisbon Bronco Girls Wrestling Dual Tournament. Going for a single leg on the way is Baumgartner. Able to block it there is Steinberger. Now Steinberger trying to work back up top with 50 seconds. As Baumgartner just trying not to give away that left knee right now. He's able to work back through. Here is Paige Baumgartner. And Steinberger kind of caught. Steinberger trying her best to get to the edge of the mat. 30 seconds remaining. As they continue to work to the edge. And we'll see 3 points for a takedown going to be eventually awarded as Paige Baumgartner kept trying and finally got enough for the official to call 3 points on the takedown.
Yeah, final score over there between West Fargo and Bertha Hewitt Verndale Parkers Prairie. It was West Fargo victorious 52-18.
So 3 points awarded here to Paige Baumgartner, and she will start in the up position here with 22.6 seconds remaining in the period. Now Steinberger trying to see if she can avoid giving up any more points here before going into period number 2. As Baumgartner, the senior right now, kind of riding her out a little bit here for Bismarck High.
Yeah, mat number 4, Ava Litzy, ends up winning that match over Brianna Erickson, so the Mustangs pick up another win. And South Border now up in that duel by a score of 12-6.
Well, it's been tough to get some points across between the Mustangs and the Mavericks.
Yeah, some tight matches. Not a lot of bonus points coming by way in that duel right now.
Northern Cass will defer. We'll see what Paige Baumgartner wants to do here. She wants to start in the up position. As Northern Cass here with Steinberger will be in the down position as Paige Baumgartner has that 3-point advantage. We'll start in the up position here. Still just at 142 pounds, about midway through this duel between Bismarck High and Northern Cass. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you, broadcasting from the Stock Growers Bank broadcast booth here tonight. We'll have more coverage tomorrow as well at 9:30 in the morning. Going into a little bit of a cradle here goes Baumgartner. Baumgartner working with some near fall points. As got Steinberger able to roll back out of it, but 4 points coming here for Paige Baumgartner. Now has a 7-0 lead.
Yeah, Paige Baumgartner placed 5th last year at the state tournament, a state runner-up the year before. State place winner last year, 5th place at 142 pounds.
As Baumgartner continue to work across here, Steinberger got those, going to eventually finish off the move and get the winner via fall 116 here in period number 2. 6 points go up on the board for Bismarck Eyes. They have a 18-14 team dual lead as we make our way now past the 142-pound weight class. Going to 148 pounds now with Northern Cass and Bismarck High. Bismarck High tomorrow will have matches with Dickinson, Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parkers Prairie, and Lisbon. They'll finish off with the hometown Lisbon Broncos on mat number 1 upcoming tomorrow. Northern Cass will be open at 148 pounds, so 6 points going to be awarded to Bismarck High as they now take a 24-14 advantage.
Yeah, mat number 442 pounds between South Border and Dickinson. As Chanel Volk, an 8th grader, wrestling Christian Dorman. and Dorman, a senior. Right now that's scoreless in the first period. That match just underway over on mat number 4. Right now South Border leads that duel by a score of, or actually it's tied up. We're tied up at 12 apiece over on mat 4.
Shane McLean gets the 148-pound 6 points winner via forfeit, and Bismarck High will also take 6 more points here at 155 pounds as winner via forfeit. This would be with Julia Arahu from Bismarck High, so 6 more points makes it 30-14. As now we head to 170 pounds as both teams will have a wrestler yet to go here.
Yeah, just looking at that duel on mat number 4, it was 136 pounds. That's where Dickinson picked up another 6 points and tied the duel up at 12 apiece. That was Ava McElvain. She defeated Liddy Wolf by fall in 54 seconds. So that duel now tied up on mat 4 at 12 apiece between Dickinson and South Border.
Evelyn Johnson for Northern Cass going up against Danica Shorey here for Bismarck High. Shorey the freshman, while Johnson here for Northern Cass trying to work up top, but Shorey going right to an ankle pick, and then eventually going to get 3 points on a takedown 20 seconds into the first period. Now try to see if she can bring Johnson across on a cradle, and here comes a cradle into some near fall points. As Shorey has Johnson in a pinning position right now, 33 seconds into the period, and another 6 points. Winner via the fall, Danica Shorey from Bismarck High.
Yeah, Christian Dormans from Dickinson now has the 3-0 lead over Chanel Volk of South Border. That's on mat number 4. That's in the first period. End of the first period, 3-0 lead for Dorman on mat 4.
That was again at 170 pounds as we work our way to 190 pounds right now. And this is kind of where Northern Cass again with some of their weight classes, as we've seen throughout, just in terms of the volume of wrestlers of what they have. You get to the higher weight classes, some more free weight. In terms of duels, you're going to get some free points when you look at it. So sometimes, Brent, you talk about strategy, but also part of the strategy is if you know you got 3-4 weight classes where you're going to get 6 points, you can maybe move a wrestler up or down when you look at an Avery Davidson on who you want to go against someone like that. Because Northern Cass, when you have so many open weight classes, when it gets to the regionals, you all of a sudden really got to start picking and choosing and knowing that you're going to have to win by major or win by fall to really, give those free points back in your favor in some capacity.
Yeah, this does give some of these coaches, maybe some of these coaches it's first time in a dual tournament or first time wrestling a duel even, and just gives them that much more experience and more experience wrestling a duel and working on duel strategies, and not only, I should say, just for the coach, but also for the wrestlers.
As they'll make their way through here at 190 pounds as looks like this will be an open weight class. Yes, it will. Bismarck High will take it at 190. Then we'll go to the 250 and back to 100 and 106 as well. So 6 more points go up on the board. 42-14 here for Bismarck High. And at 190, Kinsley Christofferson here for Bismarck High. So forfeits at 148, 155, and 190 as they look across, and we will see a 250 here match between Bismarck High and Northern Cass. But Bismarck High with the forfeits will end up winning the match and now improve to 3-0 from a dual perspective. Northern Cass still dropped to 0-3 here on the day. Just past the 7 o'clock hour here on YourLiveEvent.com. 3 hours into our coverage here in Lisbon for day number 1. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you.
We still have another round of duels to go this evening. And mat number 4, it's still tied up at 12 in the duel between South Border and Dickinson. Right now, Christina Dorman has the 9-0 lead, and she's wrestling Chanel Volk. Dorman, a senior, and Volk, an 8th grader. Dorman's up 9-0. That's in the second period.
Let's hear on mat number 2, getting everything situated. As you have Renee Davis for Northern Cass going up against Cambry Anderson. Anderson working quickly for Bismarck High, gets 3 points, and kind of going to pull an Avery Davidson from Northern Cass, cut her loose, give up a point. But you can just tell Anderson fleet of foot early on here in this match so far here, and goes for another ankle shot, trying to get Davis back down to the mat. Another 3 points on the way, trying to see if she can turn Davis over right now, Brent, to get that early fall in the period. Able to work for some near fall points, and there it is. Winner via fall. Anderson had a game plan, knew what to do. 30 seconds in, winner via fall, and 6 more points were to Bismarck.
Yeah, it was pretty smooth set up there after the takedown right into the half Nelson, and just good combo wrestling, wins by fall.
Able to have a game plan, and you hear in any sports playing chess, not checkers, right there.
able to come through and kind of just knowing what you want to do as a wrestler, and that can be very, very tough to defend sometimes, Brent, when you're going up against someone who just has that game plan like Cambry Anderson has, as Bismarck High also will take it at 100 pounds, as Northern Cass is at an open weight class.
Yeah, one of the best in North Dakota and one of the best in the nation there is Cambry Anderson. She's a state champion from last year. I should say a two-time state champion for Bismarck High.
As we'll go to 106 pounds, and they'll put a bow on our match here between Northern Cass and Bismarck High, as the winner via the forfeit at 100 pounds here for Bismarck is Charlie Claymore. And at 106, here will be Lucy Johnson for Northern Cass against Clout here for Bismarck High. This again at 106. Working up top, Lucy Johnson gets 3 points on the takedown here for the Jags. And now Johnson trying to see if she can work into that cradle position right now. 17 seconds here into the period. Dual score, Bismarck High 54, Northern Cass 14. But Lucy Johnson got a good grasp right now, trying to work back on some back points. Getting near fall, but trying to win via fall here early in the period here in the first. And there it is, winner via fall, 34 seconds into the period. Your final on the Bank North scoreboard on a team dual perspective. Bismarck High will take it 54-20 here. So Bismarck High able to improve to now 3-0 here on this one. As we go from there to our Olson Accounting dual recap. If you need help with your monthly accounting or payroll, it's going to be that time with tax season upon us. Go to Olson Accounting. Let Cindy and her staff at Olson Accounting handle your requests, or simply go to colsoncpa.com. That again is colsoncpa.com. As the dual recap here on the way for Northern Cass and Bismarck High. A tight back and forth in the opening rounds from 112 to about 130, 142. Then that's where some forfeits came across. Paige Baumgartner, winner via fall. Same thing for Isabel Erickson here from Northern Cass. Avery Davidson gets the tech fall 22-4. Some of the matches to highlight here on our Olson Accounting dual recap. We head from there to our energy player of the match, and bringing the energy again at 250, as we just alluded to there, Cambry Anderson. She had a game plan. She knew what she wanted to do. Got the three-point takedown, cut her loose, and come right back and able to pin Davis down 36 seconds into the match. 250, Cambry Anderson is our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the match. Life Takes Energy. Go to enbridge.com for career opportunity. And our wrestling move of the match, we're going to give that to Northern Cass's Avery Davidson, because she got the three-point takedown, cut her loose, three-point takedown, cut her loose, and repeat. But it eventually worked as she scored 22 points, winner via tech fall. Avery Davidson at 130 pounds over Braylon Paff here from Bismarck High. That is our move of the match in terms of the multitude of takedowns here for Avery Davidson. Brought to you in part by Agassi Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Go to planterdoc.com. That again is planterdoc.com. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll put a bow on our third round and get you ready for the fourth round coming up here on yourlivevent.com.
For a top-notch car wash experience, head to Fast Lane Car Wash, situated next to the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo. They treat every vehicle with the same respect and care as their own, ensuring that your car is in good hands from pre-wash preparation to hand-dry finish. Check out the Fast Lane Car Wash on the west side of the Petro Stopping Center in Fargo and spruce up your ride with interior detailing, buff, and wax at the Fast Lane with Thomas, weekdays from 9 to 2. Call 701-799-8226 to schedule an appointment. If you're dreaming of a new home or looking to refinance, get in touch with First Class Mortgage. They make the process simple, fast, and local. Their team knows the Red River Valley, and they're here to help you with the right loan, with the best rate, and personal service every step of the way. Whether it's your first home, your forever home, or anything in between, choose First Class Mortgage, where your story begins. Visit firstclasscorp.com or stop by the office in Fargo.
Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Fireworks and sports stuff in the same store? That's right, Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro. Come in and browse the sports cards and memorabilia and fireworks at the same time. Unopened packs and boxes of sports cards, plus pre-owned cards as well. Jersey, swatch, autograph cards, lots of Twins, Vikings, Wolves, Wild, Lynx, and North Stars memorabilia, bobbleheads, caps, and more. Call anytime, 701-436-6140. Great Plains Fireworks and Sports Collectibles, Hillsboro.
Sywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsboro is your one-stop shop for gifts and home improvements. Check out the huge display of DeWalt power tools. They accept Hillsboro Christmas cash, making holiday shopping even easier. And explore all major name brand appliances, floor covering, cabinets, windows, doors, and much more. Find everything you need for all seasons, including this special holiday season when you shop at Sywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsboro, open Monday through Saturday.
Embrace the joy of community at Halsted Living Center and Heritage House in Halsted, where wonderful neighbors and energetic minds come together. If you're seeking more than just a place to call home, you found the right spot with Halsted Living Center and Heritage House. Whether your interests lie in music, agriculture, sports, or dancing, you'll find someone who shares your passion and expertise. Discover a fulfilling lifestyle filled with connection and celebration with Halsted Living Center and Heritage House in Halsted. Get more information by calling 218-456-2105 or log on to halstedlivingcenter.com.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
The Lisbon Public School District ensures that all students will learn, experience success, and be good students from elementary through high school. The school staff and community takes great pride in providing meaningful, innovative opportunities for students who continue to maintain ACT scores above state and national averages. Watch your kids continue to grow within the Lisbon Public School District, from the playing surface to the classroom. For more information, go online to lisbon.k12.nd.us.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose. That's how we're evolving healthcare, by treating people, not just patients, with innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Common doesn't do the extra reps. Common doesn't push the limits. And Common doesn't do all of that before the sun is up. We work harder than anyone else when no one is watching, so that when everyone is watching, we're ready to answer the call. Discover your uncommon side with the North Dakota Army National Guard.
When you think about North Dakota State College of Science, don't think about college. Don't think about desks. Don't think about buildings. Don't think about our expert instructors or our high-tech classrooms. Think about that new pickup you'll soon be driving. Think about decorating your first apartment. Think about that great job that's already waiting for you. Then, think about how you'll be doing all of those things in just 2 years. North Dakota State College of Science, the smarter way to college.
Running a business is tough, but your accounting doesn't have to be. Let Olson Accounting check all the boxes. From taxes, payroll, business services, and professionalized financial guidance, all tailored to fit your requests. Whether you're a small business owner or just need help at tax time, trust Olson Accounting for professional, reliable service every time. Visit colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
Riverside Building Center in Lisbon is the premier building supply headquarters in southeastern North Dakota. They have it from the basic home improvements to complete pre-built homes. Their staff is knowledgeable in every product they sell. With their large inventory and a fleet of 6 delivery vehicles, Riverside Building Center in Lisbon can bring the products to your job site. From a hammer all the way to a home, they have you covered. Visit rbclisbon.com today. That's rbclisbon.com. Riverside Building Center in Lisbon.
All right, welcome back here to Lisbon, North Dakota. We're still on standby in the main gymnasium as that duel between South Porter and Dickinson. That's at 155 pounds, and that duel has yet to go all the way through. They'll finish up at 106, so we're still on standby here in the main gymnasium. The Broncos here, we'll kind of recap their day so far for Lisbon. They started out on mat number 1 here, and they defeated in the first round Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parkers Prairie by a score of 52-24. Then they defeated Northern Cass in the second round by a score of 58-18, and then picked up a victory over Oaks in the third round by a score of 60-18. So the Broncos currently 3-0. They're going to head into a duel in the fourth round against South Porter. They're currently waiting on their opponent. That's Wrestling Dickinson over in the Armory.
And then for South Porter, speaking of the Mustangs, they win over Northern Cass 66-12. They fell to Bismarck High 54-22, and as Brent said against Dickinson just moments ago, 24-12. Dickinson over South Porter currently as that stands. Northern Cass lost to South Porter, Lisbon, and alongside Bismarck High from the Jags perspective. Dickinson been awfully impressive so far with wins over Oaks, West Fargo United, and trying to fend off the South Porter Mustangs as well from the Dickinson Mavericks perspective. West Fargo, they came out of the chute and had to go up against two of maybe the better teams here as they lost to Bismarck High, lost to Dickinson, but came back with a nice win over Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parkers Prairie 52-18. And speaking of BHVPP, a loss to Lisbon. They also beat Oaks, and then they lost to West Fargo, and Oaks so far here in this one is 0-3. We'll test you on all that here in about an hour. Still to come a little bit later on in round number 4, Lisbon and South Porter, Northern Cass and West Fargo, Bismarck High, Oaks, and Dickinson, Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie. We'll have on mat number 1 Lisbon and South Porter, and on mat number 2 Northern Cass and West Fargo. Then the nightcap is Northern Cass and Oaks with coverage beginning at 9:30 tomorrow morning as well.
Yeah, looking at that matchup over on mat number 4 between South Porter and Dickinson. Now Dickinson extends their lead. They're up 30-12 as they pick up another win by fall. That was at 155 pounds. So right now Dickinson leads as they extend that lead. They're up 30-12 over South Porter. That's going into 170 pounds, and that's Regan Ulmer of South Porter. She'll take on Isabel Medeiros of Dickinson. So Ulmer and Medeiros going at it at 170 pounds. That's on mat 4.
And you look at it, 4 falls in a row here for Dickinson as the Mavericks right now. As we kind of said, they've been pretty impressive. I think Bismarck High as well. And sometimes, Brent, you get maybe some new blood, so to speak, into some of these duels, just how a particular duel might kind of work itself out a little bit. Not as many exhibition or preliminaries that we've seen here as the night has gone on a little bit, but everybody kind of waiting for that South Porter Dickinson duel to wrap up before we get to round number 4 here tonight in Lisbon.
Yeah, I know if you just look at the Dickinson, South Porter, Lisbon, and Bismarck, all 4 of those teams made it into the state dual team tournament last year. So, you know, just some good competition. I know Lisbon wrestlers were really looking forward to having South Porter, Dickinson, and Bismarck coming down here just to, you know, as what transpired last year at the state tournament. Dickinson placed 5th, Lisbon placed 7th, South Porter 8th. and then Bismarck was a state champion, so they're pretty excited to host these teams down here in Lisbon this year.
On the east, I would say the Fargo Stingers obviously are going to be a challenge. Grand Forks has been awfully good in girls wrestling on the eastern side as well. Obviously, what Travis Lamar has done with Central Cass, and we were kind of joking, when you got an Anna White, when you know you're going to put 6 points more than likely on the board, that obviously goes a long way. But from there, I think Lisbon and South Border, they're going to have enough to say, and then Northern Cass can always be maybe that sneaky team that if they can get by a round or two, all of a sudden, if they match up well with you and what you are good at and they're good at, Northern Cass could be a team that maybe later on in February could pick someone off or maybe be a surprise once you get to a dual setting, even though they do have some open weight classes, Brent. But if they can, win a match that they're not supposed to, so to speak, or a weight class, all of a sudden it could be very, very, I think, sticky for that team that is quote-unquote expected to win.
Yeah, I think it was kind of like you were talking about, just working that match strategy, maybe a wrestler having to bump a wrestler up, maybe one of your stellar, star wrestlers, maybe they're going to have to bump up a weight class and try to take a victory away, maybe flip a duel by 12 points, instead of, taking a forfeit at a weight class, bump a wrestler up and take that victory or take that forfeit away and try to get 6 points for yourself.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens. We'll take one more quick break. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on with South Border and Dickinson, as they're currently, as Brent said, at 170 pounds. So they still have, after that, 4 more weight classes to wrap up that particular duel between the Mavericks and alongside the Mustangs. And then we will get into round 4 and then put a nightcap on it with Northern Cass and Oaks as well. This is the 2025 Lisbon Girls Dual Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Since 1981, Park Christian School has been educating the next generation of leaders in the Fargo, Moorhead, and West Fargo area. Park Christian's thoroughly Christian education and commitment to academic excellence has resulted in a confident tradition of student success. Students graduate from Park Christian School strong in their faith and well prepared for the rigors of college, career, and relationships. Call 218-236-0500 to schedule your visit or go online to parkchristianschool.org.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Hungry and on the road, Petro Stopping Center in Fargo has got your back with an impressive lineup of goodies including Popeye's Chicken, Charlie's Cheesesteaks, Cinnabon, Papa John's, and a mouth-watering full-sized restaurant, the Dolly Down Grill. You'll be spoiled for choice. Whether you're a quick pit stopper or looking to settle in for a while, Petro Stopping Center's Fargo location has got you covered 24/7 every day of the week. Cruise on over to their spot just off 45th Street and I-94 and indulge in a feast fit for the road warrior in you.
At Polar Communications, innovation is in our DNA. We're pioneers, always looking ahead to what's next to ensure our communities thrive. We were the first in the state to offer gig services, and we didn't stop there. We continue to lead the way in delivering high-quality, reliable technology to your doorstep. A better experience starts here.
Prairie Supply has the expertise to help you tackle even the toughest jobs, from concrete and rebar to heat and winter construction services. Prairie Supply has extensive product lines with professional on-site solutions you can trust. Prairie Supply is a supplier of construction equipment and materials specializing in, but not limited to, concrete construction. Prairie Supply supporting the hard-working contractors in the field or at the drawing board. Visit prairiesupply.com today.
Accidents happen. Illnesses happen. When you need timely, reliable care for allergies or respiratory infections, sprains, strains, or broken bones, or urinary infections, you can count on Riverview Health. Riverview Clinic in Crookston is open 7 days a week, weekdays from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and weekends from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. For appointments, call 218-281-9595. When the unexpected happens, Riverview Health is here for you.
Sywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsboro is your one-stop shop for gifts and home improvements. Check out the huge display of DeWalt power tools. They accept Hillsboro Christmas cash, making holiday shopping even easier. And explore all major name brand appliances, floor covering, cabinets, windows, doors, and much more. Find everything you need for all seasons, including this special holiday season when you shop at Sywick Lumber and Hardware Hillsboro, open Monday through Saturday.
Stock Growers Bank is proud to celebrate 125 years of service, and they built a legacy of trust and commitment to the local communities. Loan Officer Wyatt Smith can help achieve your goals and grow your business with confidence. Here's Zach Maralt on his experience.
We tried a few different lenders before purchasing our building, and we eventually ended up going to see Wyatt, who I already personally knew anyways. He made the purchasing process easy. We pretty much had an answer that day, pushed all our accounts there, and it's a great experience.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals celebrating over 40 years of service. As an experienced independent insurance agency, they have access to highly rated insurance companies and can shop around to find you an affordable solution for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. Visit them at one of their locations in Lisbon, Winter, or Rutland and get a free quote started today. For more information, go to nd-insure.com.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Chase Miller and Brent Dick with you here as still over in Matt, over on the Armory side between South Border and Dickinson. That one is testing the stem of tide, so to speak. It's 30-16. Dickinson over South Border. They're going to 190 pounds. They still have 3 more weight classes after that. But here on mat number 2, they're saying, let's get down to business between Northern Cass and West Fargo United here in Lisbon, as we'll make our way and start at 118 pounds for the Jags and West Fargo. Recap what happened in round number 3: Lisbon over Oaks, Bismarck over Northern Cass, West Fargo over Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker's Prairie. Round number 4, this will be the first duel underway. I'm at number 2, Lisbon, South Border. Lisbon having to wait for South Border as they're continuing to wrestle. Bismarck will go up against Oaks, and then Dickinson against Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker's Prairie. As on mat number 2 right now, it's Anna Johnson for Northern Cass going up against Natalie Carlson here for West Fargo United. Carlson, a senior.
Yeah, mat number 3, there is another duel on the way or underway here in round number 4. So Bismarck and Oaks right now. Oaks leads that, or Bismarck leads that by a score of 30-0. They're at 148 pounds. Shay McLean, an 8th grader, takes on Lexi Dill. That's in the first period. So Bismarck up 30-0 over Oaks. That's over on mat number 3.
Carlson trying to see if she can get the quick throwdown here of Johnson. Johnson able to come across. No escape awarded, as neither was into a particular awarded throw or a near fall position, but going for a double leg shot here is Carlson, and Carlson will get awarded a 3 points now against Johnson, who gets back to her stomach 60 seconds into the period.
Yeah, mat number 4, that's a looks like a win by Ashlyn Michelson. So that match at 190 pounds. Just trying to see who won that match. No, looks like Dickinson. So they do have Dickinson now up 36-16 over South Border. That's going into 250 pounds. That's over on mat number 4.
It's Carlson continuing to work on top of Johnson here. Johnson doing a good job getting back to her base and not allowing Carlson to try to toss her over. But right when you say that, Carlson able to bring her back across here as Johnson into a pinning potential move. But Hannah does a good job working her way out of it. And Carlson does get 4 points, though, awarded. So it's 7-0 here for Natalie Carlson of West Fargo United.
Yeah, mat number 3, Lexi Dill of Oaks, the 7th grader, has the 3-0 lead over Shay McLean of Bismarck. That dual score once again was 30-0. Bismarck up in that over Oaks. That's at 148 pounds. That's on mat number 3. Mat number 4, 36-16. Dickinson leads South Border. They're at 250 pounds on mat 4.
And you get 4 more near fall points here for Carlson from West Fargo United as she builds a healthy lead 11-0 over Hannah Johnson after one period here on mat number 2. And for Hannah Johnson right now, she will start in the top position. Carlson, your one escape and a takedown from being a winner via tech fall here early in period number 2. Johnson will try her best now, trying to be on the offensive side of the wrestling match here. Trying to see if she can work Carlson a little bit over and get some points awarded to her as Carlson getting back to her base here against Johnson. As right now looking to roll her over, get a reversal. Here is Carlson, got the wrist locked across, and she will get the opportunity here as Hannah still continues to be in the move, but they'll give 2 points for the reversal here for Carlson as she builds a 13-0 lead. And sometimes this is where you allow a wrestler to cut, give them up the point, get the takedown, but she continues to be in a good move and a good position here for Carlson against Johnson. As we saw it just in the first period where she was in a similar spot, able to turn her over for some near fall points, and that's what she's looking to do here and win via tech fall for Carlson. 60 seconds remaining in period number 2. It's 13-0 here for Natalie Carlson from West Fargo United. She's going to turn Johnson over. She's going to get at least a tech fall, but trying to get that extra bonus point to take a 6-0 lead. Is able to get back to her stomach as trying as Johnson. Johnson will get back to her base a little bit here as Carlson's going to get 4 points awarded, and that'll be winner via tech fall as she will get past 15-17, and it'll be a tech fall point on the way as West Fargo United will take that here for West Fargo United as they're taking a look at the point. As they will say, nope, 3 points will be awarded. They're going to have to double back on the score one more time as it was 11, was 4 points awarded. To double check here to get to where it is. So they'll take a look at it one more time of where it was. Carlson in advantage. And they were looking up at the scoreboard to see what it eventually was. It should be winner via tech fall from what we had. As we're going to go towards the benches here just to make sure on both sides, and it'll be a tech fall. So winner via tech fall here is Carlson, just to make sure they had everything situated. And for West Fargo United, they take a 5-0 lead on the Bank North scoreboard here over Northern Cass in the first weight class here of this bout, or of this duel, excuse me.
Yeah, over on mat number 3, Bismarck picks up a couple more forfeits. It was Lexi Dill for Oaks. Dill picked up a win, so Oaks is on the board in that duel. It was 60-6. They're back up at 106 pounds. Right now, Bismarck leads Oaks by a score of 60-6 on mat number 3. And then mat number 4, that duel score 36-16. I'm just waiting for that to update on mat 4. Not sure if that station is down right now. They've been kind of stuck on 250 pounds. Trying to work through that over there on mat 4, but right now Dickinson leads that by a score of 36-16 over South Border.
Macy Weiler here for West Fargo United going up against Layla Pritchard for Northern Cass. This going to start up at 124 pounds here between the Jags and alongside West Fargo United. Weiler here with a collar tie working up top, trying to get the 3-point takedown, able to do so here working up top against Pritchard. It's Pritchard trying to get back to her base, and Weiler coming out of the gate here, pretty aggressive with 3 points in the opening 30 seconds. We'll get a potentially dangerous here. 1 point will be awarded to Pritchard. This is now 3-1. Northern Cass, a youthful program when it comes to wrestling, just started a couple years ago, went through the proverbial junior varsity only schedule, maybe a little bit of a JV to varsity when it made sense with the hybrid, and now pretty much mostly just a varsity schedule here for the Jags. They'll also have a couple of nights where they will have Northern Cass boys and girls with a couple of tries or quads together against respective teams like Hillsborough, Central Valley, Mayport, CG, and I think that's always fun too, Brent, sometimes when you can get both boys and girls hosting on a particular night. It doesn't happen a ton, but when it does happen, always good for, I think, the local communities.
Yeah, and also kind of brings out a different crowd. Not all the times, the boys get to see the girls wrestle and the girls see the boys wrestle. So it's kind of good to be able to see that, a little more camaraderie between the two programs.
As Macy going to win via fall, 53.2 seconds here remaining in period number 1. Macy Weiler from West Fargo United able to get 6 points, and it's now a win here for West Fargo United, as it's going to be 11-0 here for the score on the Bank North scoreboard. In-house, they got it 6-5, but that should be flipped again. It should be 11-0 in favor of West Fargo United.
Yeah, over on mat number 3, Bismarck and Oaks. That's Brianna Fenster, a senior, wrestling Adeline Veen of Oaks, an 8th grader. And that dual score right now, 60-6. That's at 106 pounds. Bismarck up in that by a score of 60-6. And that mat 4, looks like that mat is down, but that dual score going into heavyweight was 36-16 between Dickinson and South Border.
As we make our way to 130 pounds, Avery Davidson against Reardon here for West Fargo United. We saw Davidson just a few moments ago against Bismarck High. She was the queen, if you want to call it, for the 3-point takedown. You give the 1-point escape and go back to the swing of things. But Reardon right now doing a good job as Davidson trying for the double leg, now trying to grab the single leg here. And is trying to keep her balance as Reardon and avoid a 3-point takedown as we're able to set back up in a neutral position here 30 seconds into the first period.
Mat number 4 looks like they have that back up and running. Now 42-16 is that dual score going into 100 pounds. So it's 42-16 going into 100 pounds on mat number 4. Dickinson leads South Border 42-16.
That might be one of the longest duels of the day here.
It's been going a while, hasn't it?
As Davidson right now trying to see Reardon look for the double leg shot, but then Davidson just able to throw her weight right back on Reardon here and now into a pinning combination. Got the 3 points coming for the takedown, then winner via fall as Davidson able to have that defensive mindset, able to keep her balance there, Brent. Then immediately Reardon just kind of lost her own balance, and Avery took full advantage and got 6 points on the board here for Northern Cass.
Yeah, she's having a great tournament so far. Like I said, she ran up against Cadence Golding from Lisbon, but otherwise she's been having a phenomenal tournament.
As we make our way now to 136 pounds, the team dual score is 11-6 here for West Fargo United on the Bank North scoreboard. Go to banknorth.bank. That's banknorth.bank to find a branch or location near you. Member FDIC, equal housing lender at Bank North. As we transition now to 136, this duel started at 118, so it'll end at 112. You have Isabel Erickson for Northern Cass against Lily Skarud here for West Fargo United.
And that dual score now 42-22 over on mat number 4 between Dickinson and South Border. South Border picks up a forfeit at 100 pounds. Sarah Schauer picks up the forfeit, 6 more points. So 42-22, that's going into 106 pounds.
3 points on the takedown here for Erickson. As Erickson continues to work up, kind of got that chicken wing in a little bit here against Skarud. As Erickson continues to work up top, as this one will be back to a spot. I got that arm bar across here for Erickson against Skarud. 50 seconds into period number 1. So far with that takedown, trying to work her across and see if she can get into a fall position as Davidson, her teammate, just did a few moments ago. Skarud trying to avoid that back, going all the way to the mat, but just slowly bringing her down here as Erickson. Erickson going to get some near fall points awarded here. Trying to get the pin and get Northern Cass up by a point on that team duel score. As Erickson going to be a winner via the fall. 1:15 into the first period. And Northern Cass with Avery Davidson and Isabel Erickson back-to-back pins. Able to take a 12-11 lead here in period number 1. Here in this duel between Northern Cass and West Fargo United.
And that duel over on mat number 4, that is final now. 42-22 Dickinson over South Border. They had a double forfeit at 106 pounds. So we anticipate this match or duel between Lisbon and South Border. That'll start, I'd say, give it about 15-20 minutes as the South Border wrestlers have to make their way over here and give them a chance to recover. So looking right around maybe about a 15-minute time between, or I should say about 15 more minutes between that duel between Lisbon and South Border over here on mat number 1.
As Molly Carr is going to get a 3-point takedown here for West Fargo United going up against Annabelle Steinberger here. And now Molly Carr trying to get into a pinning position. Steinberger working her way back across on her stomach, but Carr is not going to allow her to fully come across. She has a 3-point advantage, now working with some near fall points as well. And she will get 2 additional near fall points here for Molly Carr. She has a 5-0 lead 45 seconds into the first period.
Yeah, mat number 3 between Oaks and Bismarck right now. Adeline Veen of Oaks has the 4-2 lead over Brianna Fenster of Bismarck. So that's 4-2. That 106 pounds. And that dual score right now 60-6 in favor of Oaks, but Fenster has the 4-2 lead in that match.
Winner via the fall, Molly Carr, 53 seconds into the period here for West Fargo United against Annabelle Steinberger, as now West Fargo United has a 17-12 lead as we transition to 148 pounds. So far, for a little recap, you have Natalie Carlson for West Fargo United, and alongside Macy Wheeler, earning 5 points and 6 points. A tech fall for Carlson, as Macy then earned a fall. Able to see that one with Molly Carr here. Well, for Northern Cass, Avery Davidson and Isabel Erickson winner via fall as well, as they're taking a look here at 148 pounds, making sure they got everything situated here on mat number 2.
So Veen for Oaks wins by decision, 4-2 over Brianna Fenster of Bismarck. 3 points on the board. Now it's 60-9 in favor of Bismarck High, and they're going to 112 pounds. And that's Lauralee Fuchs of Bismarck takes on Marlise Lorenz of Oaks. That matchup just underway over on mat number 3.
Looking at the camps from either side, no one's coming across to check in, so to speak, as it's kind of being a long little wait and see. You're at 148. And this might be a double forfeit to get to 155. And we've seen a couple of double forfeits throughout the course of this evening. That's what it will be. So a double forfeit at 148, so neither team going to take any points. And now we'll go to 155 pounds here, and we'll get back to business on mat number 2. So team dual square will still remain at 17-12 West Fargo United over Northern Cass. For West Fargo, this will be their final match of the night. Well, for Northern Cass, they'll have one more remaining here, and then they will not be coming down tomorrow for part number 2. As them and Oaks going to get all their matches in here on day number 1, and then not returning tomorrow. As Evelyn Johnson here for Northern Cass going up against Brindley Harch. Harch able to get the single leg, gets a 3-point takedown on the way for Harch. Also able to see a poster earlier, got to her 100 career wins as well, done underneath. So Harch now going to work with some near fall points, going right to work here against Evelyn Johnson and give her 4 near fall points as well early on with a 7-0 lead. Always fun to see Brent able to see wrestlers get to a career milestone no matter at what time of the season, but also for Brindley Harch here to get over 100 career wins.
Yeah, and then as a senior, that's a good goal to attain your senior year.
As Harch working with this one, trying to see if she can get to a pinning combination here against Johnson. Johnson trying her best to stay alive, but she gives up 4 more points, and quickly, 50 seconds into the period here, Harch able to get a 11-1 lead as Johnson will take a point for the escape, but backing up right now here against Harch. Harch trying to see if she can earn another nice combination move and win it at least via tech fall, if not potentially win her via fall. There she goes for it, able to get the takedown coming across. The rollback across her stomach is Johnson, but 3 more points awarded here to Brindley Harch. Harch continues to work on the near side of the mat, now going for a fall with 30 seconds here in the first period. Trying to see if she can bring Johnson across, but that's going to be 4 points. And winner via tech fall here, 5 points will go to West Fargo United and their second tech fall of the match. Brindley Harch able to take it over Evelyn Johnson, and now a 22-12 team score here for West Fargo United.
Back to mat number 3, Lauralee Fuchs of Bismarck is up 3-0 over Marlise Lorenz of Oaks. And that is in the second period. Minute 13 remaining at 112 pounds. That dual score 60-9. Oaks picking up a pin by Lexi Dill. And then a win by decision for their 9 points. Right now Bismarck leads Oaks by score of 60-9. That's over on mat number 3.
And mat number 2 at 170 pounds. I think we'll have an open weight class. Yes, we will. West Fargo United will take it and now have a 28-12 team dual score lead here. So West Fargo United able to move right along as Kenzie Wu had a heartbreaker that we saw earlier here for West Fargo United against Dickinson. Had a heck of a match, just came up a little bit short, got pinned. As we go to 190 pounds now here for Northern Cass and West Fargo United.
Yeah, it looks like the mat's cleared off over here on the Broncos side for mat number 1. The coaches are in the chairs, so we're just waiting for wrestlers to check in over on mat number 1. That's the duel between Lisbon and South Border.
And speaking of checking in here for Northern Cass, you have Kiera Holdis for Northern Cass going up against Gabriela Martinez here for West Fargo United. This again at 190 pounds. Is Martinez trying to see if she can get that throw. She nearly got one earlier here that won her a match, but both kind of went out. That could have been the throw of the tournament potentially. Here is Martinez looking to get Kiera, and speaking of it, able to get a takedown here. 3 points being awarded to Martinez. It's the one thing at 190 pounds. We've seen Martinez be a very active wrestler on the mat now, trying to get Kiera to roll over here, get into a pinning combination. 4 points being awarded for the tech fall, and Kiera slowly will come back out. She'll get a point for the escape, and now back to Martinez here, leads it by 6 at 7-1, and West Fargo United might be working on their third potential tech fall here against Northern Cass in this duel.
Yeah, Martinez does a good job working inside. She's in on another body lock.
Just kind of able to get that lock, then all of a sudden you just have nowhere to go if you're the wrestler, Brent, because she's got your one arm, and here it goes down the mat.
Yep, athletic and explosive wrestler there for West Fargo.
As West Fargo United will get 3 more points here for Martinez with a 10-1 lead. 40 seconds remaining here in period number 1. Martinez will kind of roll across Kiera. Hold these one more time. Near fall points will be awarded here. Give her 4 near fall points. Now it's 14-1. Trying to roll. Still in that grasp and that move. As Martinez is going to be another winner via tech fall. And that is the third one here against Northern Cass. And 5 more points coming up on the board. It's 33-12 in favor of West Fargo United on that Bank North scoreboard.
And wrestlers checked in over on mat number 1. So this duel getting started between South Border and Lisbon. That's at 118 pounds. Looks like Addison Booman going out there for the Lisbon Broncos. Yeah, and that's Alicia Nitschke for South Border. So Alicia Nitschke for the Mustangs last year placed 3rd at the state tournament at 118 pounds. She's out here taking on Addison Booman. Locks up right away, front headlock into an inside cradle. She's going to try to bowl Booman over. She has this pretty tight, puts the forehead in the mat. She's picking up her near fall. And the win by fall for Alyssa Nitschke as she pins Addison Booman in 27 seconds.
As Kiera Williams able to earn a 3-point takedown here on the mat against Renee Davis. Williams trying to work her back over. For West Fargo United, they got a couple of pretty good gals up in the upper weight classes that are pretty athletic, as Brent has said earlier, and they're able to win via fall here for Kiera Williams. 24 seconds into the period, add 6 more points here for West Fargo United with, you got Kenzie Wu, also Brindley Harch, Gabriela Martinez, and as we're able to see here, winner via fall for Williams, those are going to be some good wrestlers throughout the course of the rest of the season here for West Fargo United.
And here at 124 pounds, Cadence Golding going out there for the Lisbon Broncos. Just waiting to check to see who her opponent is here for South Border. And that is Ava Litzy. And Golding throws Litzy over, catches her head and arm. Has the takedown, working for a pin with this pinning combination, head and arm combination here on Litzy. Golding trying to tie this one up right now. South Border has a 6-0 lead in the duel up on the Bank North scoreboard. They pick up a pin at 118 pounds by Alyssa Nitschke, and then Golding with the win by fall over Ava Litzy of South Border.
Alyssa Ross gets 6 points at 100 pounds via the forfeit for West Fargo United. Then Lucy Johnson gets 6 points at 106 pounds via the forfeit and open weight class here for Northern Cass against West Fargo United. So we'll make our way to 112 pounds, and this will be the final duel here between Northern Cass and West Fargo United, or final weight class, before Northern Cass will go up against Oaks here in our nightcap a little bit later on.
So mat number 1, we're tied up at 6 apiece in the duel, going into 130 pounds. And that looks like maybe Arlie Romerman going out there at 130 for Lisbon.
Baku Elder for West Fargo United against Affield here for Northern Cass. 3-point takedown for Baku Elder. That's at 112 pounds. Baku Elder gets into a pinning position, trying to put this one away on an exclamation point here for West Fargo United. The move of the match has kind of been that tech fall so far, as they've got 3 of them, but they will win winner via fall and take it over Northern Cass here for West Fargo United. 51-18 will be your final on the Bank North scoreboard.
And on mat number 1, that's Arlie Romerman, Ebony Ulmer. And Romerman trying to secure the takedown. She gets the 3-point takedown. She has Ulmer kind of stretched out, has the half Nelson dug in. So Romerman, a sophomore, Ebony Ulmer from South Border, a 7th grader. Romerman now switches to a cradle. She has a near fall. She has 3 takedown, has a cradle locked up. Ulmer did a good job defending there, stretches out, trying to stand up. Going back to the cradle here is Arlie Romerman.
We'll get to our Olson Accounting set recap here in a moment between West Fargo United and Northern Cass after the conclusion of this weight class here for Lisbon and South Border on mat number 1.
I think that duel on mat number 3, believe that just went final. Laura Lee Fuchs wins by a 10-1 decision, major decision over Marley Earns of Oaks. And that should be a 66-9 duel victory for Bismarck over Oaks over on mat number 3. And that's a reversal on mat number 1 for Ebony Ulmer. Now 3-2 is your score on mat 1. That's under 20 seconds remaining in the first period with Ulmer in the top position. She's down by 1 point. She has a cradle, crossface cradle locked up on Romerman. So Ulmer's trying to turn Romerman. Romerman kind of long body there. Hard for Ulmer to get any leverage to turn her over, and Romerman avoids being turned. We're still 3-2 over on mat number 1.
Your Olson Accounting dual recap here between Northern Cass and West Fargo United. West Fargo United wins it 51-18. That's some impressive, nice performances there, particularly at the 155 through 205 weight class with Harch, Wu, Martinez, and Williams here for West Fargo United. Again, they win it 51-18. 3 tech falls in their win over Northern Cass. That, again, is a dual recap brought to you in part by Olson Accounting. Go to C. Olson website. That, again, is colsoncpa.com.
All right, and the start of the second period. Now 5-3 is your score. Ebony Ulmer grabs the 2-point lead with the reversal of Arlie Romerman. Our dual score is tied up at 6. Both teams picking up a win by fall. It was 118 pounds. Alicia Nitschke pinned Addison Booman in 27 seconds. Then Cadence Golding returned the favor as she pinned Ava Litzy in 33 seconds at 124 pounds. Are tied up right now as wrestlers in a scramble position. Romerman giving up some near fall points here to Ulmer. Ulmer picks up 3 near fall. She's up 8-3. She goes right away into a half Nelson, has the power half locked up on Romerman. She forces Romerman over. Romerman giving up more near fall with 45 seconds remaining. Here's Ulmer trying to pick up some bonus points for South Border. In the win by fall for Ebony Ulmer, the 7th grader. Put 6 more points on the board. Now a 12-6 lead for South Border in the duel.
As we get to our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match here for Northern Cass and West Fargo United, we're going to give this one to Molly Carr. She went out there really quickly, executed what she needed to do at 142 pounds over Annabelle Steinberger at 142. She is our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match. And our move of the match here for West Fargo United, the Tech Falls. They had not 1, not 2, but 3 of them in that particular match and able to get 15 points and eventually went on and took the duel over Northern Cass. Brought to you in part by Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Go to planterdoc.com. The move of the match, the tech fall between West Fargo United and Northern Cass.
All right, mat number 136 pounds. We have Adeline Hansen of Lisbon takes on Liddy Wolf of South Border. So Hansen wrestling Wolf. Hansen a sophomore, Wolf a junior. Right now, dual score 12-6. Wrestlers just locked up back in the center of the mat over here on mat number 1, trading collar ties. There's Wolf in on a single leg shot. Hansen goes in with front headlock, hits the go behind, so she picks up the first 3 points of this match. Riding in the top position over here on mat 1 near center edge of the mat.
And still on mat number 2 here, Northern Cass and Oaks. Oaks a few moments ago finishing up their match with Bismarck, so give it a little time, and then we'll get the Jags and the Tornadoes here on mat number 2 as mat number 1 finishes with their final of the night on mat 1 with the Mustangs and the Broncos.
And back to the center for a restart. Adeline Hansen with the takedown. And that score looks like it's 3-1 up on the board. So it's a 3-1 score here with Liddy Wolf. I think the coaches are kind of talking it over. So there's a little break in the action as the Dakota Heritage timeout here over on mat number 1, sharing your heritage, sharing your future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. That's dhb.bank. Dakota Heritage Bank timeout over here on mat number 1 as wrestlers back into action. So Hansen still up now by a score of 3-1. That's in the second period, or excuse me, in the first period. Hansen working, has a chop and purchase, has the wrist captured underneath. She's going to try to dig that wrist and hand up in that wing position, but Wolf able to stand up. Hansen runs her down, takes her back down to the mat over here at mat number 1, down to 30 seconds remaining in the first period. The wrestlers go off. Hansen did have a toe in, but the official calls her off the mat, back to the center for a restart. And off the whistle, final 30 seconds of the first period. Hansen goes to the half Nelson. She has it locked up hard on Wolf. She turns her over. Wolf shoulders down on the mat, left shoulder up just by a little bit. The official slaps the mat, the win by fall for Adeline Hansen. So we've had 4 matches in this duel and 4 pins. This time the Broncos get another one back. Now we're tied up at 12 in the duel, going into 142 pounds.
Well, there's just certain sports, Brent, where you just say Team A versus Team B always is going to be good. I think South Border and Lisbon, when it comes to wrestling for boys and girls, traditionally he's going to be pretty good no matter what year it is.
Yep, it sure is. Just good tradition, wrestling tradition in both programs carried over into the girls. So we're tied up at 12 apiece. That was a win by fall for Adeline Hansen over Liddy Wolf in 1:50. So up here at 142 pounds, Lila Gillespie wrestling Chanel Volk. Gillespie with the takedown. She has a nice single leg shot when she can finish it. She picks up the 3-point takedown as we're tied up in this duel now, 12 apiece. And Gillespie goes right away. Nice combination wrestling. She locks up a nice cradle. She's got to kind of step around. She needs to step around. There she goes to the hip side. But it looks like Volk maybe has an arm free as Gillespie is in a little bit of trouble, not able to turn Volk. Volk did a good job keeping that center of gravity and her knees down on the mat. So we're 3-0, now 3-1 with the escape by Volk. Here's Gillespie. Volk has a head and arm. She has it locked up on Gillespie, putting a lot of pressure on it. Gillespie finally goes down to a hip. Volk has this head and arm locked up pretty tight on Gillespie. Gillespie will give up the takedown and now give it up near fall. Let's see if she can roll through. Volk has it locked up tight on Gillespie. And the win by fall for Chanel Volk. She went down early, gave up the takedown, got back up to her feet, threw the head and arm on Lila Gillespie and wins by fall. So 5 matches, 5 pins into this. That was at 142 pounds, so Volk with a win by fall. Looks like in 119.
Still 2 more duels here tonight, Brent. One getting underway on mat number 4 in the Armory between Dickinson and Bertha Hewitt of Verndale. Parker's Prairie will keep you about what's going on there between those two respectively. And also in a couple minutes we'll get to Northern Cass and Oaks here on mat number 2, and that'll put a bow on our day 1 coverage. Day 2 coverage again gets underway at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Lisbon, West Fargo, and Bismarck High against Dickinson here on mat 1 and mat 2 respectively.
Yeah, 148 pounds. Emerson Schwab picks up the forfeit. So that'll tie the duel back up once again. We're tied up at 18 apiece. That'll take us into 155 pounds. So Veda Carbom out there for Lisbon at 155. She's wrestling Macy Tunheim. Tunheim of South Border. Tunheim in the top position. Carbom able to get the arm, hits an arm spin on Tunheim. She's going to try to work around. Tunheim doing a good job defending now. The 3-point takedown. Carbom goes right away into a half Nelson. Keeping that chop and purchase. Now goes to a crossface. Hits the head to knee. She's got to rock this back, not too hard. So still 3-0 lead here for Veda Carbom. Over here on mat number 1, we're tied up at 18 in this duel. Carbom working a half Nelson on the near side. Tunheim goes back down to the mat. Now Carbom jumps across, half Nelson again. She tries the power half, puts the forearm in the back of the head of Tunheim. Tunheim's doing a good job defending on the bottom, kind of wings in. Keeping those hips turned away from Carbom. Carbom working on top, throws in another half Nelson, trying to dig it in. Now goes back on the far side to the half Nelson. Cradles it up, locks the cradle up, caught Tunheim, brings her over. She's going to pick up a count, but then gets out of position. Carbom's going to come back up, catches a wing. Little back and forth, topsy-turvy there, but Carbom comes out, no damage. She's up 3-0. So that's how we're going to end this first period, the final 5 seconds, with Carbom in control on top. She's up 3-0. We're tied up in the duel by a score of 18. And it looks like mat number 4 of the girls' duel action over on mat 4, Dickinson and Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker's Prairie. That's a 12-0 lead in that duel. They're at 130 pounds right now. Sawyer Wolf is wrestling Hannah Lowers. Wolf is from Dickinson. She has the 3-0 lead in the first period. And mat number 1 inside the main gym. Veda Carbom in the top position over Macy Tunheim, a South Border. Carbom has Tunheim broke belly down. She's going to go back to the power half right away. Tunheim wings down on the near side. Counters out of the half Nelson. Now builds her base. She's going to post the outside leg. And this time Carbom has it locked up. Tunheim not able to roll through. She's going to get 1 count. She's able to secure that cradle, but Tunheim does a good job countering out, trying to keeps her momentum going and rolls through. Down to minute 12 remaining in the second period. Still 3-0 lead here for Carbom. Carbom gets on top. Now Tunheim's going to come around the back door. She's going to get at least 2 for reversal. She rolls Carbom over. Tunheim's feet are still on the mat. She's still scoring points, so she's going to get a reversal and near fall. With 4 near falls, she'll take the lead. 6-3, I believe, is the score. So 6-3 out here in mat number 1 as Macy Tunheim, the freshman, takes the lead in the match, her first lead. They're in the second period with 50 seconds remaining. So Macy Tunheim in the top position. She's in control now in this second period, under 50 seconds. She's going to try to throw a half Nelson in on the far side. She has the wrist caught on the near side. Now she's going to spiral the wrist on the near side. Still working in here on Veda Carblum. Carblum builds back up to her base. She's going to reach in. Tunheim spins back around behind Carblum. Carblum builds back up to her base, spins back around, tries to hit pass through. Good job of rodeo riding there by Macy Tunheim as we're down to the final 5 seconds of the second period. Tunheim's going to take the 6-3 lead into the third. And we're going neutral to start this third period. So Macy Tunheim up over Veda Carblum by 3 points, 6-3 score into the third period. Carblum goes hard into Tunheim, pushing and shoving, locks up a hard collar, goes body lock on Tunheim, gets her down to the mat. We're tied up at 3, or I should say we're tied up at 6 with the 3-point takedown over here on mat number 1. So Carblum able to tie it up at 6. Her coaches are going to tell her to let Tunheim go. Now the 5-6 lead, or excuse me, the 7-6 lead for Macy Tunheim. Carblum's going to try to scoot behind her and get the takedown. Tunheim grabs the leg. She cracks down Carblum. See if the strategy backfires on the Broncos. Carblum and Tunheim going at it. Down to the final minute and 5 seconds. 10-6 lead for Macy Tunheim. Tunheim going with a power half on Carblum. She has this thing locked up. She has Carblum starting to go over. Macy Tunheim locks this up. It's tight in the pin for Macy Tunheim of South Border. So match number 7 is another win by fall, this time for South Border.
Well, on mat number 2, you have Stella Wentworth here from Oaks, the 8th grader, going up against Lila Pritchard here. It's a 4, make that a 3-all affair, and Pritchard now trying to get some near fall points. Is able to get back to her base here is Wentworth, as it's currently tied up at 3 apiece, 60 seconds into period number 1, starting at 124 pounds here between the Tornadoes and the Jakes.
And now here at 170 pounds, Ava Carblum coming off a state state championship appearance. She placed second last year at the state tournament. She's taking on Reagan Ulmer of South Border. Ulmer, a state qualifier last year for South Border at 148 pounds. South Border with the dual lead, 24-18. Carblum pushing on Ulmer. Ulmer with her back to the edge of the mat. And Carblum with the takedown. She'll go up 3-0. She spirals the wrist over here on mat number 1.
On mat number 2, going to get 2 points for the reversal on the way here. As this one will go for the Oaks Tornadoes with a 5-3 advantage now for Wentworth. As we will end the first period with a 5-4 advantage here for Wentworth over Pritchard.
We're under 50 seconds remaining on mat number 1. Carblum with the 3-0 lead. That's Ava Carblum over Reagan Ulmer. That's at 170 pounds right now. Carblum in the top position. Goes back to the 2-on-1. Keeps Ulmer broke belly down. Now goes hard. Forehead to the back. Trying to hit the power half.
And now they got the score here at 5-3. 5-3 here for Wentworth for Oaks. So she will start in the up position here in the second period against Pritchard, down by 2. This again at 124 pounds on mat number 2.
Yeah, Carblum really trying to work that power half on Reagan Ulmer, using her forehead and also her forearm, really working the back head or the back and neck of Ulmer, just not able to secure that half Nelson and get Ulmer turned over here on mat number 1. So that's off the whistle. Carblum goes to the arm bar, the final 5 seconds. She's going to try to get a turn before the whistle blows, and that's a 3-0 lead for Carblum going into the second period.
On period number 2 on mat number 2 right now. No one has scored in the second. Still a 5-3 lead here for the 8th grader from Oaks and Wentworth. Again, it's Pritchard here for Northern Cass. Pritchard just kind of been on her base. Wentworth trying to see if she can try to roll her over. As right now, Pritchard gets back to her knees a little bit here and see if she can get into that tripod and maybe get a point for an escape.
Wrestlers up on their feet. Here's Ulmer and Carblum. Oh, Carblum goes out. She comes, I guess, on top of that scramble in the top position here. She's up 6-0. But she went down hard to the mat. A little bit awkward fall there by both wrestlers. They went down to the mat. Here, Carblum up 6-0. Ulmer stands up. 6-1 score over on mat 1.
Mat number 2, 20 seconds remaining. We're going to get quick time for potentially dangerous with 21.8 seconds here in the period. 1 point going to be awarded to Pritchard. It's now 5-4. Wentworth up by 1.
Here our score is 6-1 over on mat number 1 between Carblum and Ulmer. Carblum goes to work. Little wrist tie there. Ulmer doing a good job of hand fighting with Carblum on her feet.
Able to get 2 points for the reversal here is Pritchard off the whistle. 10 seconds remaining here in the period as Pritchard will work up top, up 6-5 here. She looks to take that lead going into period number 3.
So Carblum and Ulmer still on their feet in the second period. Under 20 seconds remaining now in the second. Still 6-1's your score. Wrestlers locked forehead to forehead. Now Ulmer takes a shot. Carblum with the hard sprawl on Ulmer. Ulmer's going to try to follow this up. Keeps her legs driving. Carblum keeps sprawling. Ulmer keeps driving into Carblum here in the final 10 seconds. And that was just a nice takedown. Nice go behind there as Ulmer put Carblum's hand down, nice arm drag down with the goal behind, and 6-4 is the score here on mat 1.
As we'll go back here to the scoreboard, make sure they got the right score here on mat number 2. 6-5 in favor of Northern Cass here with Pritchard. And again, that 2-point reversal to end the second period. She will start in the top position here for the final 2 minutes as we head to the third. Pritchard now working up top here against Wentworth. We're gonna looking to try to see if she can get into Wentworth into a cradle position. Wentworth just at least looking for an escape to tie it up at 6 apiece. Doing a good job though as Pritchard right now. She's getting some near fall back points. And now we'll work into a pinning combination for our first weight class here of this duel. At 124 pounds.
So score over on mat 1 in the match is 6-4. Ulmer in the bottom position to start her third period. She's kind of trying to knee slide up here. Carblum keeping a lot of forward pressure on Ulmer, keeping her down on the mat. That dual score right now, Southport leads 24-18. We're at 170 pounds. Ulmer on the edge of the mat, tries to break the grip. Carblum drags her out. Back to the center for a restart with 1:30 remaining.
Pritchard winner via fall in the third period. That was a nice 6 points on the way here for Northern Cass on the Bank North scoreboard as they take a 6-0 lead here as we make our way from 124 to 130 pounds here on mat number 2.
So back to center of the mat on the restart here for Carblum and Ulmer. Back under 1:30 remaining in the second period. So still 6-4 in the third. Carblum in the top position. Ulmer managed to get up to her feet before that restart. Tried to break the grip, Carblum was able to get her back or get her out. Back to the center for a restart, so we're 6-4 on mat 1.
On mat number 2 right now, Avery Davidson for Northern Cass going up against Brooklyn Ponzer here from Oaks. Both of them juniors here scoreless 30 seconds into the opening period, but Davidson looking for a 3-point takedown and takes the opening 3 points. Now into some near fall points being awarded as well, up 5-0.
So Carblum with the warning for stalling. She's working up over the top on Reagan Ulmer. So Carbon with the stall warning. She has the 2-point lead over here on mat 1.
Davidson working at the edge of the mat. 60 seconds remaining here in the first period. Still up 5-0 over Ponzer.
And Carbon on that restart. Goes back to the power half. She was able to break Omer down, belly down in the center of the mat, down with 30 seconds remaining. Omer herself has to advance that position, still laying belly down in the center of the mat. Carbon trying to work up underneath, the elbows and the arms, goes back to the power half here on mat number 1. She has the power half locked up, going to try to turn the hips. That slips through. She goes back to it again, trying to work the turn here with under 10 seconds remaining. She has the 2-point lead. So there's Carblum here at 170 pounds. She wins by decision, 6-4. Broncos put 3 points on the board. Now dual score 24-21 in favor of the South Border Mustangs.
And a minute 45 into the match, Avery Davidson winner via fall here at 130 pounds over Brooklyn Ponzer. So 6 points being awarded to Northern Cass as they have back-to-back pins and take a 12-0 lead here over Oaks.
All right, brings us now to 190 pounds. Should be a good battle here with Cora Oster of the Broncos.
As Northern Cass is officially checked in here at 136 pounds with Isabel Erickson against Oaks. But the question is this a forfeit or not, as the referee will come across and see if this is 6 points going to be awarded as they're making their way through back to check in here.
Yeah, mat number 1, this matchup, Ulster of Lisbon and Ashlyn Michelson of South Border. That match just underway, under a minute 30 remaining in the first period. The wrestlers just working on inside ties. Now Ulster tries to go to a collar. Michelson locks up with Ulster in the center of the mat. Still pushing and shoving here on mat number 1.
Northern Cass with Isabel Erickson at 136 will take it. And then at 142, it looks to be like an open weight class potentially as well as they're working their way through. So 6 more points will be awarded here as Northern Cass just make sure they come through one more time.
And here's Ulster working for a fall on Ashlyn Michelson. She has the arm stretched out, putting a lot of pressure on the shoulder. Michelson trying to bridge out of it. She's able to get back belly down. So forward near fall here for Cole Ulster. 7-0 is the score in the match. Under 30 seconds remaining in the first period. Ulster goes to a screwdriver, has the turn here on Michelson. Michelson right shoulder up just by a little bit. Ulster putting a lot of pressure on it. And the win by fall for Cora Ulster. The Broncos with the pin will take the lead now. 27-24 over South Border.
148 will be a double forfeit for both Northern Cass and Oaks as we make our way now to 155 pounds on mat number 2. It is a 24-0 lead as Evelyn Johnson for Northern Cass will check in, going up against Lexi Dill here for the Oaks Tornadoes, this at 155 pounds.
So that was Ulster winner by fall over Michelson in minute 46. That was in the first period. Now we have Ella Sad wrestling Autumn Hoffman of South Border. Broncos with the dual lead up on the Bank North scoreboard here going into heavyweight, 27-24. Sad coming off a state place-winning performance last year at the state tournament. She's up over Hoffman, trying to get her down to the mat, gets her down, going to run a screwdriver on Hoffman to take her over to her back.
As Dill right now working into a cradle position. She gets near fall points upcoming, but looking to get a winner via fall does. 40 seconds into the first period. Oaks is on the board. Winner via fall, Lexi Dill over Evelyn Johnson.
And we have a win by fall over at mat number 1. There is Ella Sad wins by fall over Autumn Hoffman. And that was in the first period with in 27 seconds.
It was nicely done for Lexi Dill to get 6 points there for the Oaks Tornadoes. And you start working your way through, not too many more weight classes for both. You might see one or two more double forfeits here for both Northern Cass and Oaks, as they just don't have the full representation in terms of weight classes here, as they're making their way through the scores table one more time, as the next weight class up is at 170 pounds.
We'll work back to 100 pounds over here on mat number 1. So we'll see Josie Carblum going out there for Lisbon. So Carblum out there, an 8th grader for the Broncos. Broncos with the dual lead now up 33-24 with that pin by Elisad over Hoffman.
It is a double forfeit at 170 here on mat number 2. So as we make our way to 190 will be the next class here on mat number 2.
So here's Carblum and Sarah Schauer for Southborder. Sauer in on a double leg shot. Carblum has to sprawl out. Carblum with the sprawl was able to get Schauer, broke belly down on the mat. Sarah Schauer for Southborder, 7th grader. Carblum for Lisbon, an 8th grader.
Over in the Armory, Dickinson over Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker Sperry, 24-9.
Here's Carblum. She was able to hit a chin whip on Sarah Schauer. Takes her over to her back, trying to pick up a fall and extend the lead for the Broncos. Schauer did a good job fighting off her back, and she'll try to get up to her feet, but Carblum takes her back down the floor. Near fall for Carblum. That'll extend her lead now. She's up 7-0. No points given for loss of control, so Carblum maintains control in the top position. She's up 7-0 over on mat number 1.
Kiera Holdies takes it via forfeit at 190 for Northern Cass, and the same for Davis at 250 for the Jags.
And Carblum locks up the cradle on Sarah Schauer. And the win by fall in the first period at a minute 15. So Carblum, your winner by fall at 100 pounds. The Broncos extend their lead now 39-24.
On the team dual score, Northern Cass over Oaks 36-106. As we've gone from 250 as we make our way to the 100-pound weight class now for both Northern Cass and Oaks. That'll be a double forfeit at 100, so this will actually be at 106, excuse me. Lucy Johnson of Northern Cass going up against Lornis here for Oaks. Just two more weight classes remaining. Lornis again for Oaks and Johnson here for Northern Cass at 106.
And we're at 106 pounds over here on mat number 1. That's Melina Rebsum of the Broncos wrestling Veda Hoffman. Rebsum scores the takedown. She hits a nice duck under to spin around behind Veda Hoffman. So the 3-point lead here right away out of the first period here for Melina Rebsum.
As Lawrence continues to work up top, has a 3-point takedown. As Johnson able to get back to her base, but back to a 4-point near fall here for Lawrence for the Oaks Tornadoes.
And wrestlers back to the center of the mat for a restart. Melina Rebsum for Lisbon in the top position. She's up 3-0. She scored the opening takedown of this match. Broncos up in the duel now 39-24.
Northern Cass will win this duel over the Oaks Tornadoes. Just a matter of by what will the final result be after a handful of weight classes and double forfeits for both. As Oaks right now working up top here with Lornis against Johnson.
And Rebsum doing a good job staying in position. Hoffman tries to stand up, quad potted up. Rebsum able to break her back down to the mat here on mat number 1.
And winner via fall here from the Oaks Tornadoes as Marlies Lawrence able to win via fall. 120 into the first period. Gets 6 points for Oaks. It's now 36-12 Northern Cass.
And Rebsum has a cradle locked up here on Veda Hoffman. She's going to try to tilt her over. See if she can get back around and roll Hoffman over. Hoffman able to break the grip. Catches Rebsum a little bit high. Rebsum able to get back around behind the arms and the elbows. Back to a good riding position over here on mat number 1 here for Rebsum. She's up 3-0.
McKenna Affield here for Northern Cass going up against Adlin here from the Oaks Tornadoes. This weight class again at 112 pounds on mat number 2.
So we're at 106 pounds over on mat number 1. That's in the first period with Melina Rebsum for the Broncos. Has the 3-0 lead. She's in the top position. Goes back to work on a crossface. Hoffman trying to stand up. Rebsum's going to go into the second period with that 3-0 lead.
That's for Northern Cass right now. Looking to work this one through a little bit here for Affield into some collar ties. 45 seconds into the first period, still scoreless here on mat number 2.
We're going into the second period, a 3-0 lead for Melina Rebsum. She's in the bottom position to start this second period. She's wrestling Veda Hoffman and the South Border Mustangs. Hoffman off the whistle, tries to bar up that arm on Rebsum. Now goes to a spiral on the wrist, a deep waist. Just trying to keep Rebsum on the mat. Rebsum stands up, trying to break the grip. And they're on the edge of the mat, still in. Rebsum with the escape now, 4-0 lead for Melina Rebsum of Lisbon.
Off-field right now for Northern Cass, still in those taller guys a little bit with Adeline here from the Oaks Tornadoes.
That was a nice duck under there by Melina Rebsum with that setup. As Veda Hoffman went to post the hand on the shoulder, Rebsum bumped it up, shot into a high crotch single. But that was countered here by Veda Hoffman with a good sprawl. They're stalemated back for a restart to the center of the mat.
As period number 1 looks to be scoreless here between these two wrestlers, between Affield and Adeline here for Oaks. And it will be scoreless as we head to period number 2 here at 112 pounds.
Yeah, mat number 4, they're going into heavyweight, and that looks like a 36-15 lead for Dickinson over Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parker's Prairie. That's over on mat number 4 right now. 36-15, Dickinson leads that duel. And Rebsum with the 3-point takedown in the second period, so she'll pick up 3 more points. She'll have the 10-0 lead.
Off-field in the top position here to open up period number 2. We're still scoreless. It could simply be an escape might win this one with how these two are currently wrestling here on mat number 2.
As it was the escape and a takedown, so it's 7-0 lead here for Melina Rebsum. As they're down to 10 seconds remaining in the second period. And we do have looks like we have a Dakota Bank timeout over here.
And Dakota Heritage Bank there on, we haven't had too many blood timeouts so far here tonight, Brent.
Yeah, it's been few and far between. I think that may be for later in the season.
As trying to roll her over for some near fall points here on the way for Affield on mat number 2. 60 seconds remaining in period number 2. So far, no near fall points coming, but Affield in a very opportunistic position right now for Northern Cass if she can just keep rolling Adeline over. And here comes some near fall points being counted out into a pinning combination here on that combo move. Able to keep her coming across the mat. 35 seconds remaining here in the second period. It's off-field putting a lot of pressure on Adeline right now. Adeline, the 8th grader, off-field continuing to working up top. Really doing a good job trying to keep that arm across and up, but 20 seconds remaining here in the period. As right now, Adeline trying to see if she can make her way to the third period and not get a pin against her here with off-field.
All right, that Dakota Heritage Bank now over on mat number 1 as wrestlers cleaned up, back out on the mat. Right now, Melina Rebsum has a 7-0 lead.
Winner via fall with 0.2 seconds remaining in the second period. McKenna Off-field will get 6 points here for Northern Cass, 42-12. Literally, time is on your side with 0.2 left in the period.
And we're going into the third period. Melina Rebsum with the choice. She's going to choose a top position to start her third period. She has a 7-0 lead over Veda Hoffman and the South Border Mustangs. The Broncos lead the duel 39-24. Hoffman with the sit out on the whistle. Rebsum able to rodeo back around, follows her around. Gets back into good riding position. Now Hoffman stands up, trying to break the grip of Rebsum. So good mat return. Hoffman catches Rebsum. Nice little roll through. She catches the head. So no loss of control yet. Rebsum was a nice chin whip. Hoffman catches Rebsum in a chin whip. She's going to get the 2 reversal, but no near fall.
Well, Hannah Johnson will come out, get 3 points for a takedown right off the bat here for Northern Cass, going up against Hembry Mueller. Now gets into a cradle. Near fall points upcoming here into a penny combination at 118 pounds. And winner via fall, Hannah Johnson of Northern Cass at 118.
So Rebsum with the reversals, and Hoffman and Rebsum trade reversals. So we're 9-2 with the score. 106 pounds. This is in the third period. Under 55 seconds remaining. Rebsum with a half Nelson. She does the right thing here. She's going to pull up Hoffman and the win by fall. So the adjustment, good adjustment there by Melina Rebsum. The Broncos have trouble with that half Nelson all night, and she finally realizes she's got to pull her up into her, elevate her up a little bit, and turns her over for the win by fall here for Melina Rebsum at 106 pounds.
A final on your Bank North scoreboard, Northern Cass 48, Oaks to 12. A final on the Bank North scoreboard is Northern Cass will end the night with a dual win here over the Oaks Tornadoes. Always something nice to get here once you're able to finish off the night here at a dual tournament. And this will be the final duel again for both teams here in Lisbon, as neither coming back tomorrow for the morning session for date number 2. But 48-12 again, Northern Cass over Oaks.
Yeah, out here at 112 pounds, Nora Gillespie wrestling Elise Jenner of South Border. Jenner with the quick takedown. She'll have the 3-0 lead. She's going to cut Gillespie loose, goes back for another double leg takedown. Jenner, last year for the Mustangs, placed 7th at the state tournament at 106 pounds, wrestling 112 to start the season this year. She cuts Gillespie loose again, going back to work in the top position. Now goes to a screwdriver. She's going to pull Gillespie over and work for a fall. We're at 112. And that's the win by fall for Elise Jenner of the South Border Mustangs over Nora Gillespie. That was in 35 seconds. So that'll wrap up. I believe that wraps up the duel. And that final duel score will be 30-45, 45-30. That's your final duel score of the Broncos over the Mustangs by a score of 45-30.
An update from the Armory, that has gone final as well. Dickinson 42-27 over Bertha Hewitt, Verndale Parker's Prairie. So everything is officially wrapped up and done here for day number 1 coverage, as again Dickinson able to be very impressive for the Mavericks here in the opening day as they were able to make their way through here in this contest.
Check out this duel to make sure at the right weight class. So that was 112. I'm not sure what this, maybe just a exhibition match out here for Johnson.
Yeah, they went kind of all the way through. So a couple more prelims here as we get to our South Border, as we get to our Olson Accounting, taking a look at South Border Wrestling here against Lisbon. Olson Accounting recap here for both Northern Cass and the Oaks Tornadoes, as Northern Cass again able to come away with the victory here and put a bow on their coverage of day number 1, 48-12, as they were able to do a good job. Pritchard winner via fall, Davidson alongside Erickson, and Steinberger won via forfeit, the same for Erickson as well. Lexi Dill able to win via the fall at 155 here for the Oaks Tornadoes, and then from there winner via fall for Oaks with Lornis at 106 at 112, Affield winner via fall, and Hannah Johnson at 118 here for Northern Cass. Again, that is your C. Olson CPA.com. That's Olson Accounting recap here between Northern Cass and the Oaks Tornadoes.
In the Olson Accounting recap here for the Lisbon Broncos with their victory over the South Border Mustangs. The Broncos win that duel by a score of 45-30. Lisbon picking up 6 pins, a forfeit, and 1 win by decision for that victory. They opened up their scoring at 118 pounds, or the scoring opened up at 118 pounds. The South Border Mustangs had the early lead as Lisnitsky pinned Addison Booman. The Broncos came back at 124. Cadence Golding over Ava Litzy with a win by fall. Litzy, a returning state runner-up last year for the South Border Mustangs, so big win there for Cadence Golding. She's had a couple of good matches for the Broncos wearing that red and gold singlet this year for Lisbon. And then South Border comes back at 130 pounds, so back and forth battles as both teams trading pins. Ebony Ulmer over Arlie Romerman by fall. And South Border grabbed the 12-6 lead. Then Lisbon came back at 136 with their Lisbon standout Adeline Hansen over Liddy Wolf by fall. And then 142 pounds, Chanel Volk pin Lila Gillespie. That was a back-and-forth battle through the first minute of that, but Chanel Volk was able to get a hold of the head and arm of Lila Gillespie, threw her down for another win by fall. And then Lisbon would pick up a forfeit at 148 pounds. 155 pounds made Macy Tunheim of Southborder won by fall over Veda Carblum. Lisbon would pick up a win by decision at 170 with Ava Carblum over Regan Ulmer by decision 6-4. Then it was Court Ulster and Ella Sad both picking up pins for Lisbon. Top of the order at 100 pounds, Josie Carblum won by fall over Sarah Schauer. And then Melina Rebsum won by fall at 106 pounds over Veda Hoffman. And then they closed out the duel there at 112 pounds where it was Elise Jenner, Southport over Nora Gillespie by fall. So a total of 6 pins in that for Lisbon, a forfeit and a win by decision. So they win 45-30 over Southborder and stay undefeated on the day. They go 4-0 in the duels.
As we take a look now at our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match here between Northern Cass and Oaks, we're going to give that one to Lila Pritchard. She opened it up at 124 pounds, able to win via fall at 437 here in the period. And at 124, did a nice job there for Lila Pritchard. She is our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match between Northern Cass and Oaks. And then our Agassiz Precision Egg move the match. That'll go to Lexi Dill at 155. She made quick work of Evelyn Johnson, got her into a cradle, able to finish with some near fall, and then work the combination to win her via fall. Lexi Dill with that cradle move, able to be our move of the match, brought to you in part by Agassiz Precision Egg at 155.
All right, moving into our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match here between the Southborder Mustangs and the Lisbon Broncos. That's going to go out at 124 pounds to Cadence Golding. Golding wearing the red gold signet for Lisbon, wrestled for Jamestown last year. She's helping out the Broncos with that win by fall, defeating Ava Lightsey. As I said, Lightsey last year for Southborder placed second at the state tournament at 112 pounds, so she comes up with a big pin in that head-to-head matchup. So Cadence Golding is your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel. And then look at your Agassiz Egg Precision move of the match for Agassiz Egg, and that's going to go out to Alyssa Nitschke and also to Ella Sad. Both wrestlers there picking up a quick pin, 27-second pins for both wrestlers. So each of those wrestlers helping out their respective teams. Nitschke at 118 pounds and then Ella Sad at 250 pounds. So your Agassiz Egg Precision move of the match going to those pins in 27 seconds each for each of those wrestlers from Southborder and Lisbon.
So we will take one more break. When we come back, we'll put a bow on our day one coverage, let you know what's coming up for day number 2 for a little brunch or breakfast in wrestling, however you like to say it, tomorrow morning here on yourliveevent.com.
West Main Pizza is now serving you from both Ada and Dilworth. The tradition of West Main Pizza continues after 30 years in Ada, and the Rail District location is now open in Dilworth. When you're in town or driving through the area, visit West Main Pizza. For specials, visit West Main Pizza Ada and Rail District Dilworth Facebook page. Both locations open daily at 11 a.m., serving the West Main Pizza menu items you enjoy. West Main Pizza, Ada, and the Rail District in Dilworth. Both are open to serve you daily.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
While medicine's greatest advancements look like the latest sci-fi, one of our most powerful tools is far more simple, more human. It's a calling to connect with purpose. That's how we're evolving healthcare, by treating people, not just patients, with innovations that amplify healing and lead to more personalized care, guided by the belief we all hold the power to heal.
Welcome back here to the 2025 Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament. I'm Brent Dick along with Chase Miller here as we close out our first day of wrestling. The Lisbon Broncos go 4-0 on the day as they pick up victories over Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie, over Northern Cass, Oaks, and South Border. So the Broncos going 4-0 on the day.
Yeah, Broncos went 4-0. Bismarck High and Dickinson looked awfully impressive as well. We'll have coverage tomorrow here, Brent. A good one right off the bat, I think, with the Lisbon and West Fargo. Kind of seeing how West Fargo's been able to wrestle, particularly at that 155, 170, 190, 250. They got some athletes there. It will be fun to see that against Lisbon's perspective. And then able to see here on mat number 2 right away in the morning, Bismarck High and Dickinson. That should be an awfully good one to open up. And then we'll keep you apprised of Bertha Hewitt going up against a South Border on the opposite gym over on mat number 3, and then everything else, the 10:30 roughly and 11:30 roughly, round 2 and round 3 sessions will be here as well. So we'll have one more day of coverage, be wrapped up by the time you finish up lunch, so to speak, and then that'll put a bow on it for this second year of the dual tournament here in Lisbon for girls side.
Yeah, looking forward to a good competitive second day there. You just briefly went over those duels, but Lisbon better come and I guess eat their Wheaties in the morning and make sure they get tucked in.
We
early
heard
tonight.
7:30, I think, breakfast here before with the weigh-in, so that should be good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the sports announcer guys get to eat that breakfast
no,
or
probably
not.
not.
So all right, Chase, good day of wrestling here inside the Lisbon High School Gymnasium. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it, Brent. Thanks for having me.
Yep. All right, everybody. Just like to thank you for joining us this evening here from Lisbon High School Gymnasium for the 2025 Lisbon Girls Dual Team Tournament. We'll sign off, and we'll see you tomorrow. Coverage beginning right around 9:15. As for those opening round duels, once again, it's Lisbon versus West Fargo, Bismarck versus Dickinson, and Bertha Hewitt, Verndale, Parkers Prairie versus South Border. So that'll be your opening duels tomorrow coming up here from Lisbon High School Gymnasium on day number 2.